Wonderful morning. It is June 3rd, 2026, and it's kind of waking up a little boring. You don't usually have me say that. There's not too many headlines, although you did actually hear about more tariffs, more strikes in the Middle East, and there was even a gating of some software funds, even though, or not software, excuse me, private credit, even though software is doing good. But we got a little bit in store. We got a couple of earnings. I mean, chips are still doing good. Even Asia, Korea, they're doing quite decent. So the headlines are a little bit dry. We're going to see how any of these events play out. You got another set of all of these conferences. And then yesterday, you closed green. That was 9 days in a row. If we close green today, that will be 10 days in a row, and that will be the biggest consecutive rally since 1985. And I don't know if you guys remember, we did this last year. In 2025, we went up 9 days in a row, and then we stopped right here at 9 days. It kind of fizzled out, and then you actually resumed after that. So we're going to see where it all leads us. Keep your head on a swivel. There's still a couple of opportunities, and even some of the ones we've already been eyeing. But yeah, man, I'm ready for June, and I still think there is a lot in store. And even then, that was part of the headlines today, too. The SpaceX IPO is right around the corner, and they are talking pricing and all that information. We might even get more details on that later today. So I hope you're ready for all of it, Chad. We're going to have a good day. It's going to be awesome. But before we begin, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. On behalf of the Cult, I want to give a huge shout out. Active service, past service, anybody who has served this great nation, the veterans, the families. God bless every single one of you. Thank you for your commitment to all of our collective freedom. Thank you for sacrificing so much for people you have never met. I hope you get a long term. I hope anything we could do could help in any way. And at the very least, man, I hope you know we love and appreciate you. And I encourage all of you, don't ever take your freedom for granted. I don't know if you support a war or not. I'm not the biggest fan of wars, but I am the biggest fan of those who have so much honor, and I don't think you could take away the honor from people who have decided to serve their country and give up so much for people they have never met. So God bless the veterans. God bless their families. Thank you all for everything, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the digits! Oh, it's game time, Chadadonia. Hard. Oh my God, bro, the headlines aren't even crazy. Why am I hyped, bro? Oh, you should go back to bed if you're not hyped. You know that? If them stock quotes don't wake you up in the morning, dog, just go back to bed. Just go back to bed. We got 2 minutes. I got a couple of plays. Again, I think more of the ones we've already been eyeing from the last couple of days. Again, we need things to move around a little bit. We'll see how headlines, again, what pockets, what bubble, chips, leadership. We're going to find out how that plays, but keep an eye on Meta. Talked about that one yesterday on the video for all of you, even Sentinel-1. Then CBOE, they've been getting killed. So some of you asked me about that yesterday, so there is somewhat of an update there. Medtronic, medical equipment's been doing bad, and they had a good earnings, so we'll see if there's a possible continuation. Then OWL, KKR, all these little private credit funds, we're going to see most of them are down like 3 to 5%, and then 5 in ARM. 5 has earnings. I don't know if it'll move the day of, and then Affirm is going to be at those events. They've been on a back-to-back, so just in case, I'm not too down with that one, but we'll see where it leads us, my friends. So other than that, Chadadonia, are you ready? Are you ready? Where is it? Oh, I don't even have it? Oh, man. My favorite song? My favorite song is not even up here? How? We need to get ready. We got a minute. All right, man. Let's have a good day. Don't pump on the homie's head top. You know? call out good info. Ask good questions. Some of y'all been on them Instagram. Y'all been asking it in the comment. Ask me now. You know what I'm saying? We got to go through the morning, too, though. Needs Jesus. Come on, get me there. Needs Jesus. He wants to fight you, man.
I think he's so sad. Or a little
cuckoo.
Make the long term go
buku.
They hate AI art.
Cause it's not really art. 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. All right, so let's see, man. You're opening down a quarter. Again, oil's been up 3 days in a row. Oh, yeah, TE, they had a headline on that, too. My calls were up 50% because they were up 25% before I made that video, and then they went up 25% again. So, ta-da! Jesus is king. Jesus is Lord. I cap Charles chat because he gets bored. Alrighty, I got one thing I want to look at. Dude, those Marvels, didn't I tell you, bro? I did it for you, Chad. I did it for you. I sold that Marvel for you, man. That's okay. I'm happy with my gain. So, I don't know. But that's it, man. Just make sure you secure the bag. Secure the bag. Oh, those already went up. Why they making the price like this, brother? These guys are scammer, man. You know that? Fucking a scammer. The market maker, scammer, bro. Scammer. I cap trolls chat because he gets bored. JCI. And then SPY's actually kind of coming up here. Legend, Qubits. Hold on, I'm looking at something. WDC's up 4. That's actually not bad. Again, the pockets of tech we're looking for, chips, they've been a little weird. Yeah. Alphabet upsizes equity raise. Fuck these guys. 84.75 billion versus from 80 billion. So that news we were talking about yesterday. Kind of crazy. Oh. Iran, CG. Alright, man. You guys are gonna... Oh, they already got it? Nice. Damn, MDT's going again. Meta, and I have an update on the Meta thing. So my my lawyer put me on game with the Meta, but he's pretty much saying it's either if the judge really goes crazy, we're talking Supreme Court shit, but he says the judge is gonna try to avoid it. So he was saying that the judge wants both. The judge requested that both sides put like both the state of New Mexico and Meta give like reasonable demands. Because if it's too aggressive, it'll like fuck up Meta, and like Meta even threatened to leave all of service in New Mexico and all of that. Yeah, we'll find out from there. Not a recommendation. I'm not as concerned. Meta's taking a stick, bro. So speaking of which, that's starting to go up there. I mean, straight off the bat, remember, some of these days, they've underperformed. Netflix took another candle down. Netflix playing around, bro. That's crazy. Come on, Netflix. Those TSMs are still doing good, too. King Jesus is Lord. I cap Troll's chat because he gets bored. Yeah, staples are doing pretty good. This isn't usually their best time, but yeah, they're doing pretty well. And then actually big spreads on the TSM. There's a lot of wide spreads today. Is actually what I'm noticing. Oh, somebody got a good fill on one of those. All right, well, we'll see. Again, Meta, Netflix down, Sentinel down, Zillow down. Zillow's still higher than yesterday, though. It's crazy. From that low. Caesar. Oh, there was one more. Ulta. So Ulta's earnings, I mean, they did good, but then they ended up going down. No, it's not on Friday. It's June 12th. So the final demands for the judge on Meta, June 12th. I said Friday. I meant the next Friday. So forgive me. And then K-Web, that one gave it all up. Even IGV, I mean, dude, what? IGV's down, I think, like 7% in the last, what, day? 24 hours? 48 hours? MO. It is starting off good. I mean, even yesterday we had the Philip Morris's. Again, staples are green. So SPY's near the low. What are we looking at percentage-wise? You're down 0.7 on the Russell. NASDAQ only down by 0.10, and then Dow down a quarter, SPY down a quarter. So we will see here. Everything taking sticks. Again, MDT, that could be part of it. I mean, again, MDT, see if that breaks out past 4. Walmart, PG. I mean, even Uber is on the high. NVIDIA dropped. TSM dropped. Marvel dropped. So you're kind of getting a little bit of a rotation. It looks like chip, because again, chips gapped up. Chips are still in the green, but chips just went straight down on the cash open, and then the other one started to move up. Did Packers start to go? I forgot about that play. They up, brother. They up. I think. Oh, on the bid, it is up, man. I tell you guys. The ask is at 100%, just under that. But yeah, that one actually did hit. Nice. This is wild already. No, this is very small. It's chips and staples are kind of big, but at the same time, no, this is all light work for now. I mean, you're all within a quarter. You know, it's kind of those days everybody like freaks out and they're like, "Oh my gosh, why is this happening? Oh my gosh, it's so bad." But then, you know, with oil and all that, but we are still at a much elevated point. So like I said, I mean, we're going to see if we do 10 days in a row. Last year, this is exactly what happened though. Last year, we did the 9 days in a row, hit the record, and then you just, like, fizzled out on a Wednesday, I'm pretty sure, where there wasn't much headlines, there wasn't too much here or there, and then it went down, and it ended the streak, and then we started going up right up after that. MO. FCX came down. I mean, even then, all silver, metals, they ain't doing their thing. Microsoft dump. A little bit. Again, look at chips, SMH, everything. It's funny because, like, the names that have been down, like Meta, that just took a candle straight up. Meanwhile, all the other ones that gapped up took a candle straight down. So very fascinating. I mean, oil's near the low. Watch bonds. Now Amazon, I mean, that's playing along a little bit. AmDizzle, yeah, AmDizzle and Intel. Both of them. And then Navitas is going up right now. They're going to be at an event today. I don't know if it's going to cause anything. Oracle straight down. IGV, no mercy, back below 101. If it breaks 100, that'll get interesting. GM up, 4 down. I know Netflix. Let's see the premium. Jesus is, yeah, Netflix premium's dropped. I think. Oh, yeah, I'm down 8% on them. Not much, but it finally broke out of that little range. Yesterday, that was not occurring. Jesus is Lord. I captures chat because he gets bored. But Jesus. Dog, those Zillows are still up, dog. They scamming. So double dip would be nice if they made it cheaper. And then TSM's still up. A lot of gaps. 10 weeks in a row, not days. No, it's both. So we've done 9 weeks in a row, but we've also done 9 days in a row. So if we close green this week, it'll be 10 weeks. And then also on the daily, this S&P 500 has gone up 9 days in a row. So I know these candles look red, but technically at the closes, they've all been gradual gains. As GIS, not consider. I think GIS is kind of like TAP. I'd say TAP is a little worse than GIS, but I haven't looked into the General Mills one. I remember I was pretty impressed though by their payout ratio, but I do think a Procter Kimberly is a lot better. And then they got a big downgrade today. I forgot who it was. Baird. I think they downgraded all the food plays. And then Zillow. See what happens with Zillow goes if it breaks below 35. Oh, where's Polyalti? Even Palo Alto, yeah, being down 6. Okay, it's all staples to start. So give it like 30 minutes an hour and see if this holds up. Because you've done this many times before, but all it is a morning rush to staples. That's literally what you... Oh, it could be because all the ex-dividends, dog. That could also make some sense. And then look at Kimberly. Keep this in mind if you're going to buy anything with ex-dividend. You guys know stocks usually fall by their dividend amount. So, right, people buy it ahead of ex-dividend, and then after, they sell it. So that's why usually, I mean, again, you saw TAP drop around a similar amount. Look at like the Kimberly-Clarks and all of that. They're kind of doing their thing as well too. Tesla. And SPY still near the low. Yeah, Tesla's doing good. I mean, again, you are going to get a potentially another like a real, what's it called? A real update here on SpaceX pricing and like the full details. I think there's Intel headlines the other night. There's one chip headline overnight that was good, but other than that, there wasn't nothing like the last couple of days where, you know, Jensen is pumping and getting everybody excited. S-Dot, that was in the morning. Marvel came down a little bit, but still ripping. Meta sells AI agent for business in monetization push. AI agent for business. That's good. They're vertical. Alphabet made Gemini app MAU 900 million versus 400 million. Wow. Gemini doubled users in a year. Expects Gemini 3.5 Pro will be coming in June. Alrighty. So yeah, I think at this point, watch to see if the staples keep rotating after the next like 30 minutes, hour. I think that'll tell you more than not. Jesus is Lord. I cap Rose chat because he gets bored. Let's see these. Data Kelb. Oh, it's down. It's down, Habibi. It's a down. Yeah, that's it. You just don't have Jensen today, bro. Every chips, except for like AMD, Intel, there's like little pockets like Navitas. Those are all going up, but the rest of them are all just getting clobbered. Yeah, IGV, dude. IGV is about to go back below 100. I mean, remember, the last Friday and Monday, those were some of the most historically largest volume days on record for IGV. Not like both one in terms of the ETF, but even options activity. But yeah, you were at 108 and now you're down 100. You went up 16% in 3 days. So now you're like right in the middle. Anarchist MXL. Gap. Max Linear. Didn't we see that the other day? Blood in the streets this morning. You guys, we're down. I mean, we're down by 0.3, so pretty early. That could get bigger, but I mean, I don't. We do this every time. Remember I think the stock market crashed last time, like right around here. You remember that day? But like, this feels like the last time we were on that 9-day streak. But you are rotating. I mean, I don't think people are retreating. I think they're rotating, and that's what I'm saying. We're gonna find out where. Let's see where XLP and all these goes. But these might keep going up for the rest of the day. And if you do, you'll get lucky. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, I think HD's for July. I think even the McDonald's will SPY new low. Visa's on the low. Oh, that's CBOE on the high. It is, my brethren. It is. I don't think they'll fill those. Oh, what is that? S&P Global Composite PMI 51.1, 51.5 versus 51.7. Do. These might not have enough time. Target HD. Actually, keep in mind some of those retailers. I know we just had DG and Dollar Tree. Was I just singing Domo Arigato? I might have, I think. Korea. It's Korea. Oh, Korea down too. BX on. Oh, yeah, the gating. Those little funds today too. That was another problem. If you got a problem, say it to my long term. Think of any time, any place. Meet me at 10%. It's going down. Oh, okay. After bouncing, I don't know. Google will find out, brother. We will find out. Hold on. What little scammers? Why they all scam, brother? They all scam. SPY just going straight down. Lots of nag 7. If you're panicking, you held too much overnight. They said don't hold overnight. Now I could sleep. Well, yeah, I mean, this isn't, I mean, the scary part, I guess, for some of y'all know this is not even like, that's what I was saying. This is what I was saying a couple weeks ago, where it's like, man, when you have too much momentum, even if you don't fucking move that crazy, it's still like, you can see how quickly it just wipes out premium. But you've given up the last 2 days so far. I mean, again, today, history, we're going to find out if we do 9 days in a row, but I mean, technically, I think that move right now, you're below Friday. So, like, technically now you're breaking the daily streak and potentially that weekly streak. We're gonna find out. But I take a lot of profit, you know. You guys, I sell early, you know. As I sell early, I say, oh, wow. But when you sell early, this don't matter. I don't care. So we be good. You're calling it a day on the first green candle. Why did you say that? Look, it's just all red, bro. Come on, the market will. Market's like, oh yeah. All right. And then I added another CBOE. Oh, not a recommendation. I guess all of you get that. A CBOE, I like it. I like it to the upside. I think the people are crackheads. Nothing happened. I think that's so. If you were here in the morning, you should check it out, bro. You're in the locked in. I'd arrive early, but we were saying there's no news, good news. Today was boring. So maybe boring means bad, but like I'm telling you, there wasn't pump propaganda. You didn't have any Jensen propaganda. There was so many. It was very boring. Besides tariffs, even though we had tariff news. You had new tariffs. They were very, very small. Lays. I don't know if this one was on the list of events. So, yeah, it wasn't. I just think just no news. A couple of things with the war, but even then, oil reacted more last night. But this has been on a 3-day streak. We got a bunch of events, and then, yeah, the 9 days in a row. Some of these streaks do end like this. That's it. It's just you need momentum. Needs momentum, if that makes any sense. You know. And then today we just kind of. Yeah, I mean, like yesterday, I think this would have happened yesterday if Jensen wasn't talking about the next trillion-dollar company, essentially. Because that's what you saw yesterday, but you just had the bigger, pockets, like Marvel and even NVIDIA. They really, really ran off of that. So that's what I think made it a little interesting. Monsoon? Are you good with the monsoon? Dude, I wanted to come out to damn Miami, bro. Now you guys got monsoons. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. SoFi going up. Woo! I'm not the biggest fan of SoFi. Again, Lay's is on the high. Starbucks, you saw that move yesterday. Staples are going up. Now you have Cyber, Fortinet. All right, see if these shift any of these. Where's Polyalti? So, yeah, why is Fortinet going up is kind of surprising, even though it's still in the red. Then J&J and Eli Lilly. The odds everyone takes profits and we dump or change in software to prepare for PDT. No, you guys, I would not really read into today too much, you guys. That's what I'm saying. And then I would go back to what I've been telling. I mean, you guys have just watched me fucking take profit for 3 fucking days in a row. And it's not related to, nothing happened today. But what I'm telling you is June. So remember, this is day 3 of June. We have a lot in store for this month. Do not get it twisted. That's what I'm saying. I hope none of you get complacent. I'm reminding you, what our job is right now is to figure out if summer is going to continue, right? If we're going to keep getting momentum and sunshine and records, new highs, all of that. But at the same time, if that doesn't happen, we got to prepare for winter. So, but June, and like I'm saying, these little events we're going to go through, that's going to give it to us all. But like I'm telling you, I don't think it's that deep right now. Again, 0.5%'s not something to balk at, but Nasdaq's only down by 0.32. But yeah, this is we've just given up the last 2 days, and then this is heavily concentrated. So that's the other part about this. Like, you know, it's not really indicative of you know, it's all you need is Nvidia down 3, Marvel. Again, at least you got your SanDisks and Micron. They're not doing too bad. And then WDC. But I'll get you guys a checkup here in a little bit. But yeah, that's kind of just how I'm viewing everything. It's not you know, we got to get through June, and you'll know by the checkpoints. But that's the problem with momentum. When momentum is so high, even if it doesn't go down, if it just doesn't go up at the same pace, people, again, look at the reaction, both in premium and in emotions. Starbucks, again, Interactive Brokers. Where's financials? So there's still a couple laggers. Staples are still going up. Materials, XLB. Interesting. Wells Fargo. That's a second bank financial I've seen. And now XLV's on the high. The small cap ones aren't doing good. Why don't you like SoFi? Uno Reverse. Why do you like it over JP Morgan? There you go. I love Uno. Good hit if you grab that one. You were early, brother. It's on those staple days. That's it. We'll give it another 30 minutes. If that continues, that should be pretty solid. It's weird though. And then Ford, GM is up, Ford is down. So like, this is momentum. Think about it. Ford had the crazy momentum, and they're the one that's down right now. Everybody else is up there. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. Added one more share of Kimberly. Nice. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about all of them. MO again and Philip Morris. Meta too. Ramona's kind of tweaking. Again, Meta had these like new business announcements, and then just in general, I mean, Meta has been the one that has kind of been the dog the last couple days. Oh, Ford did have auto sales. You're right. I forgot about that. And stack right below VWAP. Ironically, oil's down, and then it could be bonds too. I mean, they're not too volatile, but they were just hitting a low. Somebody put like a $15 million bet on the 10-year today, saying it's going to go to 4.7, I believe. RTX, they had an updated contract yesterday. A military contract got increased. CSX now, and then a Packard. Oh no, Cyber. Is Fortinet still going? No, they're there. Again, CBOE, that one's a climber. The Netflix stopped moving, but yeah, it's still down 7%. Netflix is actually interesting. That's been good. Usually this is a day Netflix goes up. Just like Meta. You see how Meta's reacting? But yeah, Netflix not even acting how it's supposed to. One of you said that yesterday with the Mag 7, so maybe that's it. LSCC. Yeah, MXL. I think we saw that the other day. It's interesting. Small cap momentums are getting clobbered a little harder, even by industry, even if you're doing good today. Again, this is just momentum, not momentuming, is what I would say to start off. And then meanwhile, the money definitely moved to staples, albeit could be a lot larger, and then you still got a couple of pockets up, like SanDisk. SanDisk not up, but like Micron, WDC, they're doing pretty well. It's going to be a chill day. Well, define chill, man. We were down a quarter, and they were like, Josh, it's crashing. So, like I said, I think the headlines and certain things are going to move a little slow. We'll see how emotional people get. It'll be interesting. But Dow, 17 in the green, 13 in the red. We're in here for 30 minutes already. NASDAQ is 50-50, dog. You have 54 in the red, 47 in the green. And then S&P 500, 245 in the red, 250 in the green. You're 50-50 right now. No exaggeration. Across the board, Dow, slight lead. NASDAQ, SPY is practically the same. So this is the names that are down are just having a lot more weighting than size than the ones that are up. Which, again, this is how you had momentum. Remember, like we talked about, that is what's been going on, where you have been advancing with more names going down than going up. So, yeah, we're like right in the middle. U.S. ISM non-manufacturing services, 54.5 versus 53.8. So that went up as well, too. What do we got? ISM. Factory orders rip, too. 4.8. Jeez. Prices went up, but they practically in line. New orders boomed on services, and then employment dropped. So interesting. And then tomorrow, unit labor costs. Those will be important. More important, I think, than even Friday. That's what I even told you guys at the last jobs report. That's kind of how the data has been shifting. Like unit labor cost is more important than the non-farms. So that's what we get tomorrow, then Friday. Then this is the most boring week out of all of June, essentially. Maybe the end might be boring too, but like I'm telling you, after this week, we're gonna move into the what's it called? JD's kind of popping. We're gonna move into the CPI next week, see if we get our 4% or not, and then Kevin Warsh, and even that came out this morning too. Kevin Warsh, there was a report saying he might get rid of the financial guidance on the first meeting. So yeah, that could even bring a little bit more volatility. You're gonna spam me about what I posted the video on yesterday? I'm banning you, dog. Have a good day. Come on, lock in. Lock in, bro. Meta. So, yeah, that one's already taken it from the morning. Again, the dogs. Today has been the dogs going up. And WCT. Tesla as well, too, now. You got Tesla and... Tesla, I think it might be the SpaceX shit, dude. So like I'm saying, they're going to announce their stuff in details today, but yeah, homeboy's going. Where was it last time? Iraq Prime Minister, resumption of operations by oil companies in region. No. Oh, Chad, maybe your momentum changes. Maybe your momentum and fortunes change from here. Because Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has arrived. Oh, maybe that's what you needed. Yesterday, Peach came pre-market. Yeah, that's why you had, oh my goodness. Corna, Peach Nation. Bradley Frizzle. Bradley is coming to town. He knows if you save long term. He knows if you soldier long term. He knows if you trade Boeing. So be good for goodness sake. Hey, I know it's not even Christmas. It's the Peach, dog. It's the Peach, bro. It's the Peach. Wow. God bless you, Bradley. God bless you, brother. Good morning. So we needed Bradley. We needed that. Bradley, you gotta save him. Qualcomm, Yum, Ionic now. Metas are ripping, dude. This might be good. I want to go over some of that one. All right, I got a really bad play for you. This one's locked in only. It's too bad. News from this morning. Again, that's what we're saying. What we're expecting. So, not a recommendation. Be careful with that. You go big, you lose. One does not explain the peach. They simply accept it. I was born in the peach. What? Molded by it. Can I repeat it? No. If it lags, complain to YouTube to fix your lag. But other than that, I mean, something I really want to avoid, you guys. You know, if you get it, you get it. If not, it's not there. Because if you weren't thinking about it, then don't trip, bro. Don't trip. Actually, yo, is Xerox going up out of all of this? I think that's kind of funny. Why the fuck does Xerox have momentum? Out of all the momentum in the world. Whoa, 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 whoa. Only uncle would pay the plug with the dono to the future niece's law term? I must beggeth thee, beggeth. Please start a law term. Why have haste on the law term? Beware the infidelity of your mind against your destiny. Your thoughts are your currency. What are you paying for? Oh, legal, tell 'em. Bro, amen. The long-term post-haste? Why? Why are you so hasty to gamble, but stall on creation of the long-term? Oh my, tell him, brother, tell him. Good morning. Good morning. Wise word, dude, legal, bro. It's crazy. He'll bring up some of these philo quotes, man. That's why I don't know, man. I hope you lock in. Fed Williams headlines. Inflation elevated. I don't think it's going to do much. And like, yo, can we get like a altar call? Can we make a long term today? Can we get a new long term created? Can you guys do that for legal? Because he keep begging you, bro. You know what I'm saying? He's like, I beg you. You know how nice that is? You have somebody beg you. I used to say this a lot. I'm like, if I have to put a gun to your head to make you money, that's not a good sign. You know what I'm saying? So like somebody begging you to get a long term, that's a gem right there, man. You should do it.
Passage through.
You should get a long term.
Great interview in the FT yesterday with a Greek shipping tycoon, Marinakis, who said it would actually be preferable to at least pay the.
Dog, you said CNBC. I was like, dude, I don't see the BlackBerry CEO. You meant Mr. Netanyahu. All about the Benjamins.
Right. Power their
moments
economies.
away.
They're
Exclusive interview with Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
A lot of countries will decide we're just going to pay.
Hello,
the fee
American
and
people.
Deal with the consequences.
I
of
have
that
special
with the
update that I
because
can
we
only
have to
make
power
on
our domestic
CNBC.
economy. And you're going to see more and more, I think.
Why the
countries
fuck is he
try to
going on
strike that
CNBC?
deal. And how the U.S. Navy handles that, how President Trump handles that—that's all to be determined. But countries are going to have to do what they have.
Tell me when he gets up on there. We'll see. I mean, it's been a while since you remember. There was like a month and a half ago. You had the what's it called? The BB pump, which I think was pretty fascinating. Cause you're a Zionist, Josh. Okay. All right. Fuck the fuck, man. Oh, Hananalan. Legal. Hey, bless it. Get a long term, you guys, please. Please. Fastly is very unique right now because Fastly did this yesterday. Yesterday, while all the cybers started moving, Fastly led the way, and then it didn't give it back up. And now, while software and cybers clapped, Fastly's going up. Let me check net. But yeah, that one's starting to be a little hot. Even net's going up, but net's actually down. This is a reverse of yesterday. Zillow below 35. Premiums are still up 15. They're pretty much back to where they were yesterday, if y'all picked those up in the morning. But yeah, I'm still up on them, but they did slash. But those premiums are kind of moving like the Netflixes. The Netflix is down 8 again. So interesting. Come on, Zillow. Well, I guess this is yesterday they went up with software down. Today, all the momentum is gone. I mean, again, people thought this crashed. Oh, you meant your future niece, not mine? Inshallah, Habibi. Inshallah. I was going to say, I was like, are you about to have a kid? They're like, no, Josh, I want you to have a kid. I'm like, fuck, man. Fuck. Again? Tell me why. All right, I made that Tesla free, the shitty one, 100%. That's it. That's all you got to do. Look at you guys ready to go. You already know. Amen. That's it. That's all you got to do, bro. That's all you got to do, dog. Amen. Amen. Praise the Lord. UNH. Again, healthcare, big healthcare is doing good today. And then Visa on the low. Where's our boy CBOE, Rigetti, and Qubits? Oh, dude, wait. Why is Quantum? That's the third or fourth one now. You had Ionic, now you have Qubits, Rigetti, and then Rich Robotics, bro. They bought a 70,000 square foot facility in Vegas. So that was an interesting headline, but they went down. Am I still dating that girl? I mean, bro, it's your mom. Why don't you just ask her? I love it. Yo, mama jokes in 2026. Woo! All right, Nokia now, too. And the PayPal on the low. So, yeah, tell me when a homeboy... Oh? No. I thought that was him already up there. Darts. Didn't they have a headline in the morning? Yeah, they're up 20. There's two. There's like two little small companies with like data center news this morning. Sats is going up. Again, I think this is like all of them, even the Tesla. I think it just like brought SpaceX. Something's happening with quantum. So now that's momentum. That's your first pocket of momentum showing up here this morning. You got these, what's it called? You got these quantum plays going up. Oh, dude, we have that free qubit from the other day. That one's still up? You're fucking kidding me. Just because there's a widespread. Myrna wins $285 million HHS contract. They're getting some volume on there. So see, again, and that's part of some of the, that's a rotation sector, so that might do a little better. Zillow's getting clapped, but again, the premium's still around the same price. AIP and Skyworks now. It's another area chips kind of waking up. I like service now, but I mean, we've had this discussion a lot lower. So I like the company, but I do think service now is like Oracle number 2. That's what I was saying at the time. Like, even at the very low, it is still a overvalued company, but it's overvalued because it's like fully involved in this AI build out or the infrastructure. They had a lot of good things going for it. Again, just like Oracle, but I mean, we were having this discussion 50% lower at this point. Same thing with Oracle. So, but yeah, I like it. They're going to show up at a conference today. Yes. I don't know if it's going to be material. I don't know if it'll move things, but yes, they are on the schedule. Rubio, hopefully Israel-Lebanon meeting Wednesday will produce joint action plan. And then Fed Williams expects inflation to be lower next year. We are not far from neutral. Yeah, I saw Nokia. They started moving up. All right, where are we at? 0.3 on the SPY. NASDAQ is at 0.03. You guys know that, right? I don't know if you guys know this, but hypothetically speaking, the NASDAQ is straight up at break even. I don't know if you knew this. So, you know, not too bad. The SPY got a little ugly. The Dow as well, too. But, I mean, generally speaking, yeah, your 45-minute crash is could have been worse. So they say. Breaking news.
Morning. I'm here in the Israeli Prime Minister's office and joined.
Why is CNBC doing an exclusive with Netanyahu, bro? Is this not weird?
Be here. Wanted to start with the news, which is President Trump saying today that Iran has already agreed that it will not have a nuclear weapon. Do you trust that? Is that good enough for you?
Well, I think it's a precondition, but you have to make sure that they actually.
I think this is the weirdest thing ever.
They always lie and they always cheat, and therefore you have to have a way to get out the nuclear material and to dismantle the infrastructure that they have, the enrichment sites for uranium to make atomic bombs. I think all that is on the table.
Why?
I think the president believes that he can get this through diplomatic pressure and tough negotiations, and I think he should be given a chance.
So let's talk about the call that you had with him this week, which is getting a lot of attention. The president confirmed that he said you're effing crazy. How did you react to that? What really happened in that call?
Well, I'm not going to get into details of our conversations. We've had thousands, well, a lot.
Did she really? That's what she asked
If you think this is a crisis, you should be in some other conversations. But we've always found a way. We have so many agreements. We agree on the main things.
This is weird. That would be like
Iran,
that would be like if I came out with the exclusive.
We want to make sure that Iran doesn't
the fucking
pose a
cooking
threat to
channel
Israel, to the Middle East, to America, that it doesn't develop nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them, not only to Israel and to every capital in Europe, but to every city in the United States. That's our common goal.
NVIDIA on the low. So again, NASDAQ about to go break even, but now NVIDIA's dropping. You got a couple of pockets that woke up. But
so we have common goals. Sometimes we have, as in the best of families, you have these tactical disagreements. We always find a way to work them out, and we do so as great friends. We can disagree in the morning, and by the afternoon we have common action.
So I was going to say, has your relationship at all shifted with him?
No. This has been a great relationship because he's been the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House, and he respects me. I respect him. We always find a way to work out.
Unless fucking Netanyahu about to buy some Blackwells, I'm not.
In jail, if not for me.
I'm still very baffled by this
one. I'm not going to get into the details, but he's been very vocal about
Trump and I agree Iran shouldn't get
this
nuclear
fake trial
weapon.
that I'm going through. You know, they asked me. I don't know if this came up with the last time you were here, but since then.
2 years ago.
Yeah, well, since then they've asked me in the court. You know, I'm supposed to be receiving gifts. So one of the first things they said to me is, Prime Minister, 30 years ago, your 5-year-old child received a Bugs Bunny gift from a friend. So this trial is ridiculous. The president understands what a ridiculous trial is, and he's been very vocal about that. I appreciate it. So, but it's unraveling on its own. It's just so ridiculous.
Okay, so I know you're fighting that, but on the call, what is your expectation for what the president expects from you now when it comes to Lebanon and fighting Hezbollah?
I think he understands that Lebanon has been taken hostage by Hezbollah. It's basically taken over the country. It's an Iranian proxy that puts all the citizens of Lebanon at gunpoint and uses Lebanon as
Morgan
a platform
Stanley,
to
XLF,
launch
even
terror
CBOE,
missiles
now
into our
Goldman.
cities, to launch
All the
killer
banks are
drones
on the low
against our
right now.
civilians.
That's a little dump.
And so if we want to
Pretty
save
big,
Lebanon,
actually,
if we
down
want to get a
1.7.
peace
Odd
alive,
considering you
we
are
have to
rotating,
disarm
and
Hezbollah,
that should be a
and we have to
rotational candidate.
demilitarize Lebanon. And I think that's a goal that, it's not I think, I know that this is a goal that the president and I share. And that's what we have to do. So we're trying to...
Rubio, Trump is aware of economic consequences of Iran. I don't know what he just said. It's not hitting the wire, but oil just spiked.
We're still working on it, but a little bit. We're on route.
But did you tell him that you would stop in order to get the peace talks going?
No, I think what we discussed is something else. They were firing. Hezbollah was firing these terror missiles into our cities. They hide behind their civilians,
well, not really.
And they fire at our civilians. Like Hamas in Gaza, they commit double war crimes. And we are responding. We're targeting the terrorists themselves. The terrorist chieftains,
there was
an
FDA thing yesterday
giving orders to target our
on
cities
genetic, something on genetics, but it didn't
targeting
really pop.
Israeli territory and our cities and our communities, then we'll take out these terror chieftains in Beirut with surgical strikes. And an understanding seemed to have evolved 2 days ago, really, that they will not target Israeli territory and we will not target the terrorists in Beirut.
Has that helped?
I'm not sure, because it looks like we're checking this, that they fired into our territory. In this case, if that happens, we'll obviously respond. But I think that on the whole, that's a beginning of a change. But ultimately, the change has to be the disarm Hezbollah. You can't have these genocidal terrorists taking over this poor country of Lebanon, using it to try to invade Israel the way that Hamas invaded us, murder our civilians, decapitate our men, rape our women. It's just, no country would accept
And yet you're already facing resistance. I mean, President Macron of France this week said there's no justification for the major escalation by Israel in Lebanon. No, how do you respond to that?
The escalation is from Hezbollah. We had a ceasefire. They violated it. Look, the way European leaders cater to radical Islamic minorities in their own countries is shameful, because they know the truth. They know that when we act against Iran, that caused death to America, death to Israel, death to everything in between, that is not part of their
What do you say dead to America? I said just dead to America.
They know we're protecting them as well.
We don't want to kill
but they don't have the
economic
guts
warfare.
to stand up and line up with the right thing that will save our civilization against these barbarians.
You think they're just protecting themselves politically?
Yeah, I don't think they're protecting themselves, because I think ultimately people identify strength and they identify weakness. And leaders, real leaders, have to stand up to public criticism. They have to stand up to fake vilifications. And you have to do what's right for the security of your country. That's what I've been doing in Israel. I've enjoyed not only the support of the people, but the support, the courage, the heroism of our young generation. Everybody said, this is a TikTok generation. They will not fight like you guys fought in your days when I was in the Army for 5 years. They won't do it. They've been amazing, amazing. They fight with such courage, with such sacrifice, with such heroism. So I think it's the strength of our people, the strength of our army, and frankly, the strength of our government, and the ability that I've had to pass the decisions that were not popular in the international community, but are absolutely central to assure our survival. And I'm not the first one to do this. People often talk about Churchill. Yeah, Churchill was hailed as a warmonger. An ambassador is a warmonger. They said, why are you upset?
You got Besson comments.
What's this thing? You want to fight the Nazis all the time, and so on. He said, it's the only way I'll save my country. It's the only way I'll save Western civilization.
Is it bad that I laugh at so many things? I think my laughing is going to piss people off.
Your country that wants to destroy free democracies everywhere.
Why is this on CNBC?
Around the globe. So when we fight Iran and its proxies, we're not only fighting our war, we're fighting your war, and frankly, Europe's war as well.
And yet, the war is so unpopular in the U.S. Yeah. Why do you think that is?
I think people
Doc N is going up. They're at an event, actually.
The dangers they would face tomorrow.
I don't know if it started yet.
With the actions that we're doing today to remove those dangers. And democracies always have that problem. They'll always look at the moment. What's the next election cycle? What's the next headline, and so on. Dictatorships are usually immune to this, because they don't really have public opinion to answer to. And the question is, for leaders, it's a big challenge. How do you face, attacks on you, political attacks, vilifications, and so on? Do you sort of cower under it? Do you say that there's nothing I can do? I have to stop protecting my people because I'm going to get a bad editorial in the Western press? And the answer is no. No. I'd rather get a bad editorial than a positive obituary. You know, our people have died long enough. And what has changed for us is that the kind of recriminations and the kind of lies that are leveled at the Jewish people over the centuries are now being leveled at the Jewish state. There's no difference. No difference. We deliberately kill children. We perform genocide. We're poisoning the wells.
The haters say there's a difference between being anti-Israel and anti-Semitic.
Oh yeah, they say we're not anti. We're not against the Jewish people. We just don't think there should be a Jewish state. We're not against Americans.
Or we just don't like the Israeli government.
We just don't like. Yeah, we just don't like. We're not against Americans. We just don't think there should be an America. And it's not the Israeli government. All Israeli governments will fight or should fight to protect our people, or will disappear. So here's the difference, Sarah. In previous times, previous centuries, we were vilified, and then two things happened. We were either thrown out of a country or destroyed in that country, eliminated. And this culminated in the greatest horror of them all, the greatest massacre of them all, the Holocaust. Since the birth of the State of Israel, we're still being vilified. But when they come to slaughter us, we say, no more, never again. And we fight back. And we fight back targeting the terrorists, targeting the aggressors, trying to save the people, trying to save those communities. And believe me, in the Middle East, contrary to what people think, many understand that. And in Iran, you know,
Saudi
I'm
issued a
embarrassed to say
statement
this,
denouncing the
they
drone attack.
named
That was from last night.
streets after me.
I know
They
you
named
said that
public
before.
squares. Yeah, well, you should say it. Of course, it's taken down by the goons of the regime any moment.
We got tickets for Egypt versus Iran World Cup.
Why isn't the
You want to
regime
come to
weaker?
Seattle?
It's a lot weaker.
In
It's a lot
Seattle?
weaker. The action that
Dog,
President
that's like
Seemed
a
like we
it
had
sounds like a
leverage
Josh
in this
assassination
actions
attempt.
that President Trump and
I don't know if I could go to Seattle to watch Egypt versus Iran. I might go. I want to go to the Switzerland game because that's it. But I don't know. Fucking Galabooty is gonna kill me.
We've never had such a friend in the White House. He's outstripped.
And then the
everyone.
Egyptians, they
And
don't
that
know how to
partnership
handle me
has
either, brother.
degraded Iran,
And then
knocked out
Seattle?
their army, knocked out their navy, knocked out their.
You
They still
understand,
control
bro?
the strait.
I'm gonna have
Yeah,
all the
they control the
Antifa
streets, but I'll tell
guys,
you what,
Galabooty,
We've done that.
and then half of Egypt
but
is
I can
gonna
say,
want to
you know,
clap
we've
me, bro.
been-
So
As the U.S. themselves
I
said,
don't
we've been
know
the
if it's gonna
model
work.
ally, probably the only truly fighting ally.
But
that
thank
the
you, I
United States has
appreciate
today.
that.
And we've
Magna
wreaked a
chip's
lot of
still
damage
going.
to this regime. Not destroyed it, but weakened it. We see the cracks propagating in the regime. We see them trying. They can't hold on to their money machine. They're afraid that they'll lose the ability to even pay their goons. So
I
that
do
they've
agree
been
with
weakened.
that.
It's not over, but they've been weakened, and that's why it's possible to press them not only militarily but economically with this blockade that I thought was a fantastic idea. So they're still there,
Yep.
but they're much weakened. I think Israel has never been stronger. Iran has never been weaker, and that's due to the partnership between the United States and
Jesus
Israel,
is
President Trump
king.
and myself.
Okay,
Jesus
if you
is
would just
Lord.
hang with us for a moment. We're going to take a quick break, Mr. Prime Minister. I do want to talk to you a lot more about Iran, also about the Israeli economy.
I told
which
you,
is
bro, there's
booming,
no
and
news
a lot
today.
more. We'll be right back here from
It's
the Prime
prime
Minister's
time,
office
1
in
hour
Israel
after
with
the bell.
Prime Minister Netanyahu on Squawk on the Street.
They're
Stay
like,
with
let's
us.
bring on Netanyahu. You guys are like, Josh, he's the other president. I'm like, all right, man, I know, but like even the other president, you know, Mr. Trump don't even do this, bro. Trump, he's like, I'll give you a phone call. Hello? Hello, did you see what we did? The Democrats, okay? I call them dumb. No one thought of the Democrats. Goddamn, I can talk. I don't have time. You've already seen it. Go out and buy Dell. Stop wasting time. I know. Who cares? I don't have a time limit. It could take a day, a month, a year, 10 years, 5 years, 3, 2, 1. It doesn't matter. Okay? So yeah, that's why it's kind of crazy. Keep Seattle enamel out your mouth, trick. Okay. Dog, you're like kind of proving my point. I don't. I got you. My bad, bro. My bad, Seattle. My bad, Seattle. Okay, forgive me. All right, I guess I'm banned from Seattle now. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Well, spy at VWAP. I mean, paused a little bit there on the Netanyahu. Some cyber names came up, not all of them. Again, you're still kind of having a little bit of a hangover from those earnings. SanDisk now going up. There's one more industry that went up, and then XLF went down. I don't like that. And then Staples chilled out too. So that first like burst of rotation has calmed down a little bit. Again, I don't know who needs to hear this right now, but the NASDAQ just turned green. I know it doesn't feel like that. I mean, you guys are used to 1,000% every fucking minute. But yeah, the NASDAQ is green. I know the SPY's down 0.3, and it felt like a recession there for a second. But yeah, so you got names going up. The high ticker's going, like I'm saying now. You got a little pocket there with SanDisk. But yeah, the NASDAQ is in the green. Inventories on crude, minus 7.9 million. Estimate was minus 3.2. That was pretty bad. Oh, the Supersonics, bro. I fuck with Gary Payton. You know that? That's when, like, yeah, dude, I love the Supersonics. Well, we'll see. Zillow, 52-week low.
Israel with the Prime Minister and Sarah Eisen in just a moment, but a brief check on the markets here. Dow
still around the same
about
price.
350, S&P off
still
about
up on
25
plays,
points. Interesting comments from the Prime Minister arguing that the president believes he can get the means of the war through diplomatic means.
Let it go
and that he should be given the chance. Relationships with the president, he argues, have been unaffected, and that the U.S. has been a great ally. That said, there's some other things happening too as well. Some jitters we mentioned earlier this morning about private credit, and interestingly now some private equity too over at Partners.
Yeah, back in focus. It's kind of that time where we start to see these redemption requests come through, and as expected, the exceptional and larger than expected redemption requests that we saw in the first quarter have carried over to the second quarter. So that's what you've seen with Partners. That's what you saw with Cliffwater yesterday in their flagship private credit fund, where that was about 17% of outstanding shares were requested to be redeemed, and they capped that back to 5%. So that's actually creating jitters across the broader publicly traded alternative managers. Today, you can see firms that haven't even released their redemption numbers for these semi-liquid business development
Tim is from Washington, and he's like
on this as well.
Right, semi-liquid, a term
like,
that Goldman doesn't
have
like to use, and I
Antifa
want to get you
tendencies.
more on David Solomon with your interview yesterday. But let's get back to Sarah in Israel with the Prime Minister.
Too crazy out there.
Yeah. Hi, Carl. Yes, back here with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Again, thank you for the time. You were just talking about the war in Iran and where we are. You know, last night we saw attacks, drone attacks.
Again, oil I think is moving up on inventories. They're pretty bad.
Troops in Kuwait. The images from the Kuwait airport were devastating. In Bahrain. So, is there a ceasefire or not?
Double dip on Z if we're
Look,
down.
I think there's
we might, but I'll leave that decision up to you.
And Iran,
do you like the play? Do you believe?
That if necessary,
what's your budget looking like?
There'll be a full
I'll leave you that flexibility.
To military action. You know, it's the president's decision. Israel is ready, and the U.S. forces are ready. I think Iran should take that into account. I think they are taking it into account, but they're playing with fire. That's clear.
How likely is it that we will see a military escalation here?
I'd leave it to President Trump. I think he understands what's at stake, and he understands also that he's not a pushover. And you see that the Americans responded. You know, and they're not. I think they've been very effective in the blockade. I think the blockade has been
the Strait of Hormuz.
It's been a stroke of genius. The reverse blockade. And I think the president is leading a very smart policy here. But
why can't the U.S. just open the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, you can, but you need ship owners who will take on the financial risk of being hit by a drone or something else. So that can always be
SanDisk new high.
Miles away.
So again, some of these concentration is coming back.
It's not simple, but I think the
you
larger
got
question
NVIDIA down
is,
though, so they're kind of balancing
really
each other out. NVIDIA's just drilling into the
another
low,
round.
while the other ones are moving.
I don't think they do, but we'll see what. I think somebody says we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Should Trump? Would you encourage President Trump to make a deal? And how will we know if the deal is in the best interest of Israel?
Whatever I
NCLH,
talk to
cruise
the
line,
president,
SPY just dancing at VWAP. Again, NASDAQ back to red.
But I can say
0.03.
that we have common
Recession
goals.
back
We can
on.
achieve them.
Oh,
President
no.
always says it can be done the easy way, could be done the hard way. If you can do it the easy way, do it the easy way. If
ST
you
a
need
little
to, go do it
pop,
the
and
hard
then
way.
TJ Maxx Staples might start going
if the deal
again.
is not satisfactory,
Or like the middle
that is
ground,
made
like,
to Israel,
like retailers.
what would you do then?
I think we have common goals. Let's give it a chance to achieve them.
Do you have common goals on how this war should end?
I think it's an open question because the reality is open. You can see that. I mean, things are. I know the president is weighing many options, and we keep in touch. We talk very often. We talk about
Microsoft into the lowers,
every 2
RGV.
days. Typical.
Everybody
We talk
in
it
the
out, but
IGV.
I don't think it
Put
makes
your
sense
mother
to
and
reveal
hands
to
up and follow
Iran
me.
the subject of our conversations. We're trying to achieve identical goals.
So let's talk about this as a goal. You were very critical back in 2015 when President Obama did the JCPOA, which was the Iran nuclear deal. How do you make sure that that's not?
Oh, yeah, that's
this
weird.
is not just a replay of that.
Yeah,
By
wait.
not having the
How
same
come she
deal,
doesn't
having
tell
better
Netanyahu
deal. If
that
you
the
have a
war
deal
is
at all.
already over?
What makes it better?
Seems a
Getting
little
the material
redundant.
out and then also having inspections.
How come he's not aware of that?
You know what the
He
inspection
knows
arrangement
everything.
was in the JCPOA in the previous agreement? You have to
Not
give,
tough enough for you.
Well, let's see if it's tough enough
Hudel.
for any sane person.
Little pop
I mean,
here,
it
but
was- we
1%
give Iran
decent.
a month's notice about a place. We have to say where we're going
Is
to
Meta
inspect.
it's
and
still
give
up
them
there?
a
It
month's
started
notice.
off in the morning there.
Give
Them
them
in
a month's
Tesla.
notice.
There's a
Okay,
couple
all
of
the
rippers
nuclear
again.
material, all the nuclear
I think
facilities are
Micron
moving
or
elsewhere.
WDC and
You think that's a
Sandisk
good
too.
inspection regime? I'll just give you one example. There are many other things. They also let them continue to develop centrifuges which enrich uranium for the bomb, make them 20, 30 times more effective during the time that of the deal. That they would have had a nuclear bomb if the JCPOA had gone
WCT
without
up
interference,
2,000%.
without
Nice.
sanctions that the U.S. imposed, President Trump imposed. They would have had a nuclear weapon by now. And if we hadn't
And
acted
Starbucks again.
in the twin operations, of the
Stockpiles
roaring
in
line
SPR
and
fell
rising
to the
line,
lowest
rising
since
line, roaring line,
January
Epic Fury,
2024.
They would have had a
EIA.
nuclear weapon.
So how far did you set them back?
Quite a bit. I mean, among other things, we knocked out 20 of their leading nuclear scientists.
Oh, Z-scale.
That sets you back. The guys who were both developing the enrichment, but also developing what we call the weaponization. And so they're gone. There's a lot to work. I mean,
But you want the nuclear material out. Have they agreed to anything like that?
not yet, but that's the pressure. The pressure is building on them. That's the whole issue. I think we have to see what will happen. You asked me about the Straits.
Yeah, straight up
Oh,
on
and
this.
yes,
Because
now
they're
Apple.
still effectively controlling
Yeah,
it.
well, I'll
Keep
tell you
that
what,
in mind.
what I think
Apple
will
is
happen,
kind of
because I
like
saw
your
this
weird
in
little
the,
bellwether.
in the
Or not like just
1973
like the margin
oil
most of the
embargo.
days.
On the Western countries, because the Arabs organized an oil embargo on us and said we won't supply oil if you support Israel and so on. Okay, so you know what happened after the war? I'll tell you what happened.
This is BB
Everybody
on
shifted. They
CNBC
discovered new
exclusive.
sources of oil
Yes.
and energy and new supply routes. That's what happened
I'm
right
as
after the Middle East. oil
shocked
embargo.
as you are.
That's what's happening now. Not is going to happen. It's already happening now. People are going to develop alternative sources, and they're already developing.
Scott Bessett
alternative
is
routes.
testifying
so
right
instead of
now.
all the energy going through the, I have a map here which you can't see, going through the Persian Gulf, it's also going across Saudi Arabia to the Red Sea, and there'll be other opportunities. We can have them going directly to the
But it
Mediterranean.
can't make up. I mean, this was, what, 20% of
Yes, of
global
course you can
oil
make it up.
exports?
Yes, you can make it up. There's, America exports more. You heard of Venezuela?
Vastly again too.
That's another.
Coming
source
back.
of- It's coming back, and there are many things you can do, and that's what will happen. I mean, as a result of this war, you'll see countries scrambling. I think in Asia in particular, but also in Europe and elsewhere, scrambling to develop other energy sources and other routes of supply. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely happening. We hear about
My weekly,
at the
monthly
beginning
analysis.
of this war,
I'm
Prime
waiting
Minister,
for June. I
were
think
talking
June is
about
going to be
regime
big.
change.
I've been saying it.
Why is nobody
It's just we're
talking about
early.
that
I think
now?
all the
say
fireworks
we're not
happen
talking
next
about
week.
I said the other day.
Because President Trump is
So do not be
ready
deceived
to make
by
a-
this
a deal
recession today.
with this current regime.
I'm going to call
Yeah,
today a
doesn't mean that
recession.
He wants this regime to stay. I mean, one of the things that happens, you can't quite predict when a regime like that goes under. You didn't predict
Isn't
it in
Nvidia
a
bound? I
number of
mean,
cases.
Apple on the
Not
low,
in,
so that's going to
Romania,
trade a little
and
weird.
not
I mean,
in,
Nvidia's down
the
3%, dude.
fall of the,
You got Nvidia down
Berlin
3,
Wall and
Microsoft down almost
nobody
3,
predicted
Apple's
it.
down
But it
0.5%.
happened. Why? Because
I think
the cracks were
Google's up
propagating.
after raising their offering.
In fact,
Well, then you
we
got the
have
other, and then
enormous cracks
Netflix
right
is
now
like,
in
I
Iran.
don't fucking know what
and
to
you can't
do.
predict when it'll happen. But I said yesterday in a public forum here, I said, look, I believe that ultimately these cracks will propagate and the regime will fall, and we'll do our best.
So you still think that that's coming?
I think that we have to help the Iranian people to bring down this regime, and that hasn't changed. But it's not going to happen, exactly at the moment of our choosing. I think they've been enormously weakened. There's just this break between them and the great majority of the people of Iran, which are freedom-loving people. They want democracy. They want good relations with America. They want good relations with Israel. And it could happen. Ultimately, it can happen.
A little midweek recession,
depend
you know what I'm saying?
On how weakened they are and how strong the people believe in change.
Who would you like to see lead Iran?
Well, somebody who doesn't want to destroy my country or yours. Somebody who doesn't chant death to Israel, death to America. Somebody who doesn't send terrorists all over the place. And who doesn't try to paralyze the Western world and the entire world with oil blackmail. That's what I'd like to see. Somebody who will give Iran a real future. We don't have a battle with the people of Iran. We have a battle with these ayatollahs who want to murder us and you. It's the same in Lebanon. We don't have a battle with the people of Lebanon. We have a battle with Hezbollah that terrorizes them and tries to destroy us.
But with the backlash is that once you're in these wars, hospitals get hit, citizens get hit, civilians get hit. And then, it's ugly. It's messy.
Yeah, war is hell. Believe me, I've been in a few. I know how bad that is. But we do our best to avoid civilian casualties, unlike the terrorists who do their utmost to inflict civilian casualties. And they don't care about their own people. So, yeah, but you have to decide, the Western countries, the democracies.
There's a couple more
decide.
LRCX.
Are you going to give immunity to terrorists because your media, your television stations and your social media distort the reality and say, oh, anytime you hit a terrorist, you're causing genocide.
June is a wild card.
And,
that
means
20 years, half the Junes have been green and half have been red, I'm pretty sure.
Hospitals, not behind hospitals.
And then a different industry and everything else. But like I've been telling you guys for weeks, man, the time frame, the little checkpoints we got to look out for. That's what I was saying, people even like, oh, does this mean something today? I'm like, no, just momentum, but I do believe the plan is pretty much intact with what I've been sharing with you guys.
Otherwise, you give them immunity, you'll be finished. And in many ways, Israel is fighting this battle.
Yeah, June is 50-50. So the last 4 or 5 Junes in a row have been green, and it goes in periods. But then,
the question is, do you succumb to the
like
lies?
at 2006 to 2011, every June was red.
No,
it's a very weird
I protect
time
my
frame.
people. We'll fight the lies
So I
too.
do genuinely believe June is a wild card, especially
the world. I mean,
with
the
what we're
hatred.
doing here.
The hatred toward Israel is only rising by the day.
Yeah, well, I think that you're right, but that doesn't mean, okay, so they hate us, and therefore we shouldn't defend ourselves. They hate us because we do defend ourselves. And because people distort our defensive action.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, this is where we are now. Last 3 years have been green. Get one red one. I do believe
murderers, of course,
the red one was a midterm year.
You mentioned Gaza. I did want to ask about that because
5
part of the
years in a row of green, 2 red, and then this is the period. This is 06 to 011, where every June was just terrible.
Yeah, I think the situation's really changed because right now the communities next to Gaza are flourishing. There's tremendous demand for Israeli.
Quantinium IPO said to be more than 20 times. Check. Honeywell's at an event
bigger
today.
Than it was before the October 7th massacre. Why is that? Because we degraded Hamas. Because they're now holding a fraction of the territory they had before, which they used to attack Israel. There's now a buffer zone. And yes, Hamas has to disarm. That's President Trump's plan. That's the principal part.
How does he get them to do that?
Well, we'll have to discuss how we get them to do that. But one thing we make sure is they don't have arms smuggled in to arm themselves. That's number one. And number two, they're practically, they're not able to launch the missiles at us. They're not able to do this. So we're closing in on them. And we have to decide when we take action and what kind of action we'll do with the Board of Peace. We're talking about that with the administration.
So that's moving forward.
Yeah. Okay. Not everything is achieved at once. But I think if you look at where Israel was on October 7th, when everybody said Israel's finished, this Iran axis of Iran and Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis in Yemen and so on, Israel has no chance. 2.5 years later, that axis has been shattered. It may still be around, but it's a shadow of its former self. Still trying to attack us, still trying to terrorize us, but a lot weaker because of the the decisions we made, the partnership with the United States and with President Trump, and the courage, the incredible courage of our soldiers.
The other thing that's happened is that your economy has been remarkably resilient. I was here 2 years ago.
Yeah.
We sat in the middle of the war, and you said, buy Israel. Turns out that was a good call.
Yeah.
The stock market's at a record high. The shekel has been soaring. Foreign investment is coming in. How resilient do you think that is, especially with some of these criticisms from around the world and growing calls for divestment?
In fact, the opposite is happening. We have enormous investment in Israel. By the way, did you take my advice 2 years ago? You could have made a lot of money.
Not me.
Right?
I just do the interviews.
I'm not a stockbroker, and I'm not. I'm not giving you tips, but I would say buy anything
He
in
just
Israel
dropped
because
the
Israel
disclaimer.
is going up. After 2.5 years of war,
Why
our
is he on
currency is the strongest
CNBC?
it's been in our history. The stock market is soaring. Our defense and other technological exports are going through the roof, and people are coming to invest. NVIDIA invested here. They didn't do it because of our blue eyes. I don't have blue eyes, by the way. They didn't do it because of that. They did it because they understand that this is a fountainhead, just a tremendous engine of innovation. Here's something I want your viewers to absorb.
What?
This is an amazing fact. Okay.
What?
The place that has the second country with the most startups, okay, developing startups in the world,
Apple and Amazon.
not per capita, on an absolute basis,
Is Israel?
is Israel. We're 10 million people. So you understand that something amazing is going on here.
NTSX,
And what has happened is that I think the war has shown
NCSA.
our technological prowess, which is not only true on the battlefield, but true in things like the beepers and other things that you've seen, the pagers, you know.
Yes.
But it's in many other things. But it's
Did he just
true
flex
on
that?
the,
As a
the
startup?
civilian battlefield, you know. It's AI.
What the fuck?
It's quantum. It's robotics. It's all the areas.
Dog,
The deep
He just
tech
hailed
is
that as a
changing the world.
technological
It's
advancement of
enormous talent.
startups.
That's why the companies I mentioned, NVIDIA and all the tech giants are here.
How is this
Giving
not
us a strong
funny?
competition, by the way.
I'm sorry.
Because when the government wants to get
It's
these
sad
high-tech
because the
people,
reality
it's
is
fun. I
people
like
just
competition.
die. Everybody's like,
But they're here because of this.
scientist, dead.
And so Israel is at the forefront.
Holy
Now, I'll give you an
fuck,
example where the same thing is
You're
going
gonna
to happen now
SPAC
in
blowing up
AI,
pagers? That's
and
insane.
quantum and other areas. has
Fucking
happened in
YC
cyber.
Combinator.
10 years ago, I said that Israel would be among
We're
the
working
top
on a new
five
pager.
cyber powers in the world. I was wrong. It's now number 2. In terms of investments in cyber, Israel, tiny Israel is number 2 because we
you
may
need
be
it.
tiny.
Delta to sync a
Because we
new
develop
partner
it.
next month.
Because we
Airlines
develop the
exec. Delta, I don't know what that
the
is.
battlefield technology, which is, you know, the exports is
I
zooming.
mean, fucking check
You know how
Nokia
it's
shit.
developed? It's like no other country. It's developing with these reserve soldiers and officers who come back to their startups after military service, and they take their battle experience to create battle-tested technologies, and that's the world understands that.
Dog,
The markets
you
are
just
not wrong.
said-
Yes, they understand all the
He
vilifications.
just
They
said
understand that
startup.
governments,
Threats,
Technology,
divestment.
like
they
you saw the
understand, but they
pager, right?
invest because they go, you know, where the money is. It's like, what is it, Willie Sutton? Why do you go?
Poet,
money.
your boy.
There you go, because that's where the money is. In Israel, that's where the innovation is. There's tremendous innovation in Israel.
What about the election? You're facing an election in a few months, and polls indicate that you are likely to win. You've been in power now, cumulatively, I think, more than 18 years. When do you think this country will be ready for new leadership?
Anytime the people decide. And anytime, as far as I'm concerned, anytime the people decide otherwise, or I decide that I have nothing to do, but there are 3 things we want to do. A, finish the security envelope that we have to make vis-a-vis Iran and its proxies, and I think we're well underway. Number 2, seize the future. Just the way, you know, I really led the Israeli transformation from a semi-socialist economy to a free market economy when I was both prime minister and finance minister. I see the same opportunity today with deep tech. I see it particularly in these AI and quantum driven things that change everything here. And it creates the opportunity to do something else, the third thing, which is growing peace with countries in and around the Middle East. At the moment, these contacts
Realistic?
are discrete. Yeah, well, we've had
energy plays are still
And
going.
beyond
Oil
the
started
initial
moving
phase
from the
of
inventory.
the
I
Abraham
can't,
Accords.
you know, I'm
ADM
not
on the high,
gonna give the
52-week
details,
high.
but, you know, we had the Abraham Accords, which shocked everyone. How did we make President Trump and I all of a sudden, out of, you know, in 4 weeks, we had peace treaties with 4 Arab nations. How did that happen? Well, it happened because the geopolitical balance has changed. The same thing is happening now. Because of the war and because of the rise of these deep technologies, which Israel excels in, we have countries in and around the Middle East and far away from the Middle East who are coming to us and saying, we want to partner with you. And I want to partner with them. And the other thing I want to do is move away in America from aid to partnership.
You've said this, yeah.
Yeah, well, we're now working on a memorandum of understanding which will bring down.
But is it going to come sooner than you expect? The
I want it to
midterms
start
are
now. I wanted to start now. I wanted to start in the last 2 years of the Trump administration, and I wanted to keep going down and coming to zero. Because I think, you know, I think we've come of age. Israel has a robust economy, and I want us to go from aid to a partnership where we both invest equal amounts and both share equally in the fruits of our genius innovators and technologists. And I think that's very, very important. It will also take away the myth that Israel, you know, is depleting America's coffers.
The critics say it's the welfare
No, it's not.
of the United States.
Look, one of this, I don't know if I quoted this last time, but one of the senators in the American Senate said, if we had in Israel instead of in Afghanistan, we wouldn't have had to spend $1 trillion. We would spend a fraction of that, which is a few billion dollars a year. But I said we don't need that either. I mean, we appreciate it. I appreciate every amount of help that America has given us over the years. But I think just as we moved away from financial aid, economic aid, we can move away now.
How does he know so much about America? I mean, most world leaders do.
That's going to happen. And
the
last thing I'll tell you is this:
Xi Jinping went to college
before the war
in Idaho, I think, or where did he go?
You're not rating Israel.
No, what's the
A++?
Somewhere in the middle of America.
No,
but yeah, Xi Jinping went to college in America.
This innovation,
China, Iowa. There you go.
Bulldozer, that is changing the world. What powerhouse?
No, Iowa. It was Iowa.
Well, it's geopolitical risk.
So they all do.
2.5
you know,
years
Putin
after
speaks
everything
English,
you
but he
hear,
just doesn't speak it in meetings. But yeah,
they've reduced
most world leaders know a lot about America. I would assume Netanyahu knows a little more.
On this ladder that they have, and it's now down to 50%. Why is that? Because we delivered these immense blows to the Iran and the terror axis, and Israel is so much stronger, and they're so much weaker. So I'm saying basically to your viewers,
dude, poet again.
Come and invest in Israel. It's a good deal. What I said to you 2 years ago.
You said it to you.
No, you're not.
Now it's at the high.
You know, it's not.
Poet's up 8.5.
You're not joining the elevator at the ground floor because it's rising, but it's got a lot more to rise, a lot more to go. And so that's my message to your viewers. Viewers can. Where am I looking at the camera? Come and invest. Come and invest in Israel. It'll be very good for your business.
Well, Prime Minister, thank you very much for taking the time. I know you have a lot going on right now. We'll let you get back to it, but we appreciate hearing from you.
Thank you. Good to see you again.
Good to see you
Thank
again.
you.
Prime Minister
Thank
Benjamin
you.
Netanyahu. Carl, back over to you.
Sarah, our thanks to you. That's our Sarah Eisen. Remarkable conversation with the Prime Minister in which he talked about U.S.-Israeli relations, some of the tactical dynamics around the Strait.
What about the technology?
In part, some of the global
you hear about these
criticism
startups?
of the war. Let's bring in back former Defense Secretary Mark
When are the
Esper,
pagers
also former
IPOing?
Secretary of
What
the
the
Army
fuck?
during
I
the
can't
president.
believe that one. That was sadly my. That was the only comment I walked away with from that one. That was the only way I say what. So here we are. Here we are again. You guys got and welcome to the recession. I mean, the Nasdaq is down by 0.1 right now. Dow down by 0.8. Russell down by 0.8, and the SPY 0.4. You know, I don't know if I call it a recession because you just don't have the same momentum. I know a lot of people are scratching their heads about it, but yeah, it's a pretty dry day. It's so dry in terms of news. Fucking Netanyahu is talking about technological developments of pagers. I'm still baffled. But yeah, other than that, we'll see if we get anything externally. Like I was saying, if we get any like news, that could start to. We need something new. Otherwise, it's just little pockets are going up. Tesla, again, Poet, a couple of staple rotations. A couple of them are doing bad too. So yeah, we are going to find out. Apple and Amazon, like I said, and Nvidia too, but the other days you would have Apple going up whenever the momentum was like slowing down a little bit. You had Apple kind of acting like a life jacket. But not at this time, Habibi. Not at this time, you know? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Gas prices, blip. Well, dude, okay. In the last week, I filled up one time at 7. I think I filled up at 7:39, right? And then yesterday, because I had to make my Costco run early, I filled up yesterday at 5:70. How the fuck is that a real ass range in 1 week? So I don't know. Yeah, I'm tripping. I'm actually tripping on it. Oh, $3 in Indiana. Okay. Oh man, this is bullshit. Bullshit. It's been hovering around 4. I used to think gas was expensive in New York. When I went, it was actually cheaper. CSX, Apple. Let me check something. Not bad. Not bad. You went to the ghetto? Nah, dude. Gas is expensive even in the hood, bro. Believe me, that's been the most shocking part about this. It used to be where gas was cheaper. But no, man. I don't know. I don't know how. Well, I'm checking some things. I'm running some numbers right now. Hold on. Ba-da-ba-ba-bap. Best inflation is going to be a short-term blip. Oh, I forgot. He's live. Here, I'm going to give you some Scotty. Remember, last time we got his flex.
The price.
On
we
the
elevated
ISM.
the level. And to be clear, Senator, what we have not heard is an apology to the American people.
So the other thing we haven't heard is a concern over the massive amount of fraud that we are being told about every day. Democrats wanted a clean extension of the enhanced subsidy under Obamacare, even though once it expired, people got the subsidy anyway. But they could care less that there may be 6 million people now is what the current estimate is. 6 million people, or phantom people, taking advantage of those subsidies, costing the Treasury $25 to $35 billion a year. No concern about that from the other side of the aisle. I want to focus on fraud. The lowest estimate on an annual basis comes from GAO at $250 billion a year. We had the CEO of LexisNexis that didn't realize they did this kind of research. They put the annual figure about $1 trillion. I think you've come up with your own figure. What do you estimate annual amount of fraud in the federal budget?
At least $500 billion, sir.
So again, this is a range of somewhere between 3.3 and 13.3% of our budget. A recent story, I heard it on the radio this morning, a fraudster in California in 1 year, from May 22nd to April 2023, $270 million of claims. He was paid $178 million in fraud in California. out of Medi-Cal. Do you have any idea how much, okay, he's been prosecuted, he's been convicted. Do you know how much of that $178 million was recovered?
Sir, what I can tell you is once the money goes out the door, it's very difficult to recover. The best way to prevent the fraud is to prevent it before it goes out the door. And Senator, I will tell you, the other heartbreaking part of this is I did a round table in greater Minneapolis, and there were several owners of autism clinics there, valid clinics, who are having trouble getting funded, and they are doing the right thing for these families and for those children.
Right, so the fraud prevents the money going to the people who truly need it. It's really intended for. And that's my point. I don't think this is up to date, but it's the most recent figure we have. The Department of Justice publishes their list of indictments and prosecutions. About $4.7 billion is being prosecuted out of a total of somewhere between 250 and 250 billion, $1 trillion in fraud. So I know Dr. Oz suspended payments to, 400 hospice centers in California? In Los Angeles has a third of all hospice centers. They suspended payment to 400, and not one of them complained. Why wouldn't one of those 400 hospice centers not complain about losing their funding?
Again, Senator, we could speculate that it's fraudulent, and the key here, Senator, is transparency. We need to be able to see where this money is going. For everything that went on in Minneapolis and Minnesota, there was transparency. There was a list of the Laring Center. You were able to see receive this much. This is the address. These are the people.
But Democrat government officials ignored that transparency, didn't they? It was right. They had access to it. They ignored it.
Well, they ignored that. But in many states, like New York State, Illinois, they refuse any level of transparency.
I believe that's true of the governor of Wisconsin as well. Refusing to
All
turn over
righty,
records on,
Chattadonia.
Chattadonia. Wisconsinites get, correct?
Should be a bipartisan issue, sir.
So
I did
what
something.
Can you do? I mean, to prevent it. I mean, Dr. Oz obviously just suspended payments. I'd imagine you're somewhat limited
something,
there. I mean,
Chad.
I know Vice President Vance has got a fraud task force.
They're at an
Get
event.
our arms around this, and we're not going to get any help from the other side of the
Remember,
aisle.
I don't know if the transcript's out.
Action. What can you actually do?
We are supporting Vice President Vance in this task force. There has been a new Assistant Attorney General appointed to do this, and this is an all-of-government effort by the Trump administration.
Well, we wish you luck. It's crucial. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Crucial.
Thank you, Senator Whitehouse.
It's glitching.
Thanks very much, Secretary. Welcome. Have you identified any precedent in Treasury or IRS history for the agreement not to...
Well, I did make a long-term addition. So I didn't use all of the cash, but I put one deposit towards something. So we still have, I think like 10% cash on the big account. And then now I think like still 1% on the small account, but I made a little bit, just making sure we stay moving at the very least once every 3 months. But yeah, I made an addition. So I don't know. I mean, since end of last year, I would just tell you guys in the video. I'd make you all wait. So I don't know how you want to do it. I know some of you like to try to front run it. I know a lot of people have been asking about long-term plays lately, especially on the Instagram. So I don't know. I want to tell you, but I think I might make you guys all wait. Can you tell the locked in? I already give you guys the plays because you're advanced. But long-term has always been free and for everybody. You know, I've never gate kept the long-term. And, I mean, if you go look at the long-term performance, it's amazing. So I don't know. No hints, no nothing. I don't know. We either go back to doing it live or we what's it called? You wait till the video. I'll post it. You don't have to wait till the YouTube video. I'll post it on Instagram. That way, I could probably have it to you guys by tomorrow. And then, yeah, you'll see. Or tonight. And then, yeah, you could go from there. So we will see.
Right.
All right, I need to go to the bathroom.
No contribution is being
Amazon,
sought
a couple
from
of tech
the
names on the wall.
contractor
Amazon,
at
Apple.
fault.
Follow me on
Was there
Instagram
any
at the Trading Fraternity.
consideration
I love you.
to the government in return for the benefits of no audit, no investigation, no challenge or pursuit of refunds or other penalties?
Again, Senator, I'm unable to comment because of litigation. Treasury is represented by the Department of Justice in all matters. They act as our attorneys. So I would suggest that you direct your questions to Acting Attorney General Blanche.
Yeah, well, I've had a lot of times people who are before us invite me to ask my questions of somebody who's not before us, but you're the one who is before us. And I think you ought to know if there was any consideration offered or paid in return for that settlement. It's a very simple fact question. Was there or was there not consideration?
Again, there's ongoing litigation, and I suggest that you speak with the Treasury attorneys.
If this kind of behavior is okay with the chairman, I'll just pursue other questions. But, you know, what goes around comes around in terms of dodging questions.
I believe it's very clear that witnesses of any kind cannot discuss ongoing litigation.
They can certainly discuss a fact that they are aware of. The fact that there is some litigation out there doesn't mean that a witness can't say, yeah, there was no consideration, or yes, there was consideration. Was there a defense analysis memo? It's referenced in the judge's decision in Florida. Was there a defense analysis memo prepared by the IRS? And more specifically, did you see it?
Again, I'm not going to be able to comment on these matters.
Mr. Chairman, this just makes no sense at all. I've been a lawyer all my life. I have some idea of what is protected when you have a ongoing bit of litigation. Whether this individual has seen an official memo from within his own department is a very simple question to answer. And I think it's completely inappropriate to have this game of dodge 'em be pursued without any consequences. Well, last of all, here's another question. Was there any analysis of what harm befell President Trump from having his taxes released when every president since Nixon released their taxes and he had promised to? Did anybody analyze whether there was actually any harm at all to him in those circumstances?
So there was a crime. President's rights under 6103 of the IRS code was violated, and equally as important, 400,000 taxpayers had that right violated, including every employee of the Trump administration, the housekeepers at Doral, the greenskeepers, and the cashiers.
And you're welcome to pursue all of that, but it doesn't answer the question of whether the president actually suffered harm. And you're not answering that question either.
Senator Cortez Masto.
Welcome, Secretary Bessent. Let me ask you this on a separate subject. Federal law prohibits the image of a living person from appearing on a U.S. currency, and that includes the President of the United States. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, Senator.
Thank you. There's reporting that your U.S. Treasurer, Brandon Beach, and his senior advisor, Mike Brown, have been repeatedly urging staff at the agency's Bureau of Engraving and Printing to prepare prototypes of the note, a $250 bill with President Donald Trump's face on it. And in fact, in August and September, Beach provided Bureau staff with mock-up designs for the note, including one that shows President Donald Trump's face in the center of the $250 bill between the signatures of the president and your signature.
I think we should put the
It is also
Joshatola
reported that the artist who said he designed the
$200
mock-up
bill.
told the Post that he had spoken with Trump about it.
Just
Is it
Joshatola
true that your staff is
in a puffer
pursuing
jacket
a mock-up of this
and a
bill with
mask.
President Trump's face on it?
That was in coordination with pending legislation in the Congress to change the requirement that a person must be deceased to be on the currency. So
You're acting before legislation has even passed to authorize it, is that correct?
Just as we did with the Working Families Tax Cut, we were prepared in advance. At Treasury, we do things in advance. My predecessors seem to scramble to do things at the last minute.
So if the law does not pass, do you intend to still move forward without the authorization from Congress?
Of course,
his
not.
wire,
We will follow the
a couple
law.
of his headlines hit the wire, but like,
Let me
homeboy.
ask you this question.
I mean, today,
with
dude,
respect
nothing.
to the
Got a little
agreement,
Netanyahu on CNBC.
and the lawsuit.
That's it. We haven't even
settlement that
had
lot
like
of my
a
colleagues
solid
have been
headline
talking about
in like
shielding
2 hours.
the
It's almost
president,
Euro
his
close.
family, and
We'll see
corporations
too.
from
After
any
Euro
future
close,
audits.
we might get some
You are the
action.
acting IRS
We'll find out.
commissioner, correct?
That is incorrect.
What is your position right now with the IRS?
My term expired.
So you have no position with the IRS whatsoever?
The IRS is a bureau that reports
Oh, I
to
forgot
Treasury.
he
When
worked
there
at
is
the
no
IRS for a little
commissioner,
bit in the
those
beginning.
duties float up to me.
All right. So there's no interaction that you have right now or responsibility over the IRS other than the commissioner's there, the commissioner has free reign, and you
No,
don't
there-
have
there-
any
no,
authority
there-
to stop anything?
No, there is no commissioner, so I assume those duties.
So there is no commissioner, so you're acting commissioner?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, so for purposes of the public, let's get it straight so the public knows your involvement. There is no commissioner. There's somebody that is acting.
I had previously been the acting commissioner.
Okay.
Senator Warren, who likes to send me a lot of letters, was kind enough to send me a letter.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out your
that I
role
was
with the
Elizabeth was
IRS.
kind enough.
For the purpose of the public and transparency, what is your role currently with the IRS and your authority?
I am performing the duties of the commissioner.
Oh, so you
Zillow.
are. Okay, got it. So let me ask you this, because you talked about not only Donald Trump and his family, but there were 400,000 taxpayers' information that was also leaked by Mr. Littlejohn, the contractor working for the IRS. Do you intend to give them the same immunity as President Trump and his family
To the
received?
long term, to the wall, to the
I
wall.
had a statement
With
that
our bottom
read to
stocks
Chairman
that fall.
Crapo that I am
these
unable to
dividends
provide
come.
any additional details.
10,
Well, that's not
10,
part of
10,
the
10,
litigation.
10,
Due to
10.
litigation.
Say
That's
10.
the
God,
400,000 taxpayers aren't part of the litigation. You have said there were 400,000 taxpayers' information.
Now
that
let me
was
see you
also
buy
leaked.
low.
They're
You
not part
scared.
of that
You scared.
litigation.
Buy that
Do you
stock on
intend
the
to
low.
give
You
them the
scared. You
same
scared.
Immunity that you
I'm so
gave
sorry.
Donald Trump and his family and corporations that were part of the litigation.
Senator, you may have missed the first part of this, but Treasury does not give any of that. We are represented by the Justice Department.
That's right. You're the acting commissioner. As acting
TW,
commissioner, you had
Trade
said
Web, up
earlier you
2.5.
had concerns about those 400,000 taxpayers
no headline
whose
yet, but it
documents
might be
were
something
leaked
related to
by
the,
independent contractor with the IRS.
let me see,
If you have
actually.
concerns about those 400,000, do you intend as acting
Yeah.
or your whatever role it is you have as the IRS commissioner?
Yeah, it
do
could
you
be
intend
related
give them
to
the
the
same
PDT
type
shit.
of treatment?
Big volume.
We will
Not a
follow
trigger
the
yet, but
instructions
close.
and the settlement by.
That was not part of the settlement.
By the.
That was not part of the settlement.
By the-
So
we will fo-
clearly,
we will follow
let me
the-
just say,
we
that
will
was
follow
not
the
part of the
instructions.
settlement.
We
It's
will
been
follow
very
the
clear you're
instructions.
dodging this, and you're trying to use it as an excuse. That's just outrageous on behalf of the
What-
American
Yeah, I
public.
think it
So
could
let me-
be. I mean, I
let me
don't see a
just move
headline
on.
yet.
And that I
Trade
will
Web
follow the
moving.
law as an excuse, Senator?
When you were going through your confirmation process, you stated that your goal was to get the federal budget deficit to 3% of GDP by the end of President Trump's term. However, in the administration's budget proposal for this year, projects a deficit of over 5% of GDP by 2029.
MP's still
Do
going.
you no longer intend to achieve that 3% goal?
I do. I said something with a 3 in front of it. And we, in fact, had a fiscal contraction
BG.
last year. So we are already in the 5 range.
You said something with a 3 in front of it. All right. I appreciate you being here.
Senator Young.
Secretary Bessent, great to have you here today. You and I have discussed shipbuilding in the past and the importance of shipbuilding. I've seen you recently offer your thoughts about the importance of this issue and the importance of rebuilding our shipbuilding enterprise here in the United States. The president has also spoken quite forcefully about the
TW is
threats
still going. Again, I don't see anything. The premiums kind of suck.
Having a shipbuilding enterprise that is weak and unable to produce enough ships for the needs of our nation. In fact, his executive order on restoring America's maritime dominance and subsequent
Watchlist,
maritime action plan, he highlighted with some specificity the challenges and the opportunities that we face. So I'm grateful for his leadership, grateful for yours, because we know China has invested heavily in this industry. They, of course, have essentially
Google's dumping. Google was leading earlier.
Over-invested in their capacity. I've been briefed that China can actually build over 1,000 ocean-going
uranium is all falling off right now too,
United States
and a couple of crypto plays
last year. One ocean-going commercial vessel. For those who are skeptical of industrial policy,
do I think Oracle is a good long-term buy, or should I not buy?
Reason we don't have a centrally planned economy, but from
do you
time
have
to
a motor
time,
vehicle by chance?
You need to deviate
do you
from
own a vehicle?
The catechism. Adam Smith himself, the father of free market economics, identified shipbuilding as the one industry that a maritime nation cannot be allowed to have offshore. So you
do own a vehicle?
Several other members of the cabinet,
watch out.
Mr.
I might slash your tires
highlighted
tonight.
This need to restore our maritime industrial
no, I would not buy
base.
Oracle. Not because I don't like the company, but because we're already up like 50% on it.
Additional authorities,
that's something I've been telling people this year.
He needs.
Is that
is why
don't buy plays that I'm up on. It's not a good idea. Like Zillow, if you bought it when I'm up on it, that's like even the short term, but especially the long term.
How are you thinking about these issues?
I'm not really a fan about it.
Your commitment
so I like the Oracle. I think
start
it's a good
building ships in America again.
That risk to reward has disappeared now,
Senator.
Unless you got in
as
earlier.
you know, President Trump signed an executive order.
So I did make a long-term play today. I be on the Instagram.
I gave a speech
I will post it
Library
tonight
on Friday,
and we'll see. And then I have another idea too, because y'all, I'm telling you, and I'll try to post it on the YouTube. But the Instagram, they're hungry. I like if people are hungry, you got to feed them, bro. You got to cook. So I'm all about that. So I'm going to post it on Instagram today.
Don't have
what I bought for the long term, so you guys could get an idea.
We haven't thought through how we're
and
going to
then,
repair all our Navy
if y'all keep the sharing
and,
up on that,
build new Navy
I have
vessels
another
in a time
idea.
of
I have
long
another
war
play
scenario. Long war,
and then I'm going to
is
buy
a war that might
as much of the play
So
as people share on the video.
Issue. I agree with you, Mr. Secretary.
So yeah, it's going to be
Senator,
fun.
we look forward to
but
working
till then,
with
you're going to have to wait. But I did make a decision.
Resilience, and
so that's what I've been doing since like end of last year with the long term. I used to because I bought it live. I just added to my long term like 10 minutes ago, and I used to share it with everybody. But I don't want it to get pumped. I don't want people to go crazy about it, but I do want you guys to think. I want you to think on your own. I want you to take all the info, what we've talked about. I want you to look at your own account, and I want you to think. But like I'm telling you, in this moment right here, right now, today, I did decide to make a move. I did not use all of my cash. My last purchase was 3 months ago. I used a small portion to just make sure we kept the ball moving a little bit. So that's what you should be thinking about, and make your own decision. And you will be good to go. Just share it with you with the drooling emoji. I might have considered it if you didn't put the drooling emoji, because now I'm like, this would be. I don't know what I'm signing up for. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to.
Tools like loans, acquisitions,
this seems a little too quid pro quo for me.
Market commitments, contracts for differences, and partner country co-investment. So all these different financial tools, but the goal is, of course, not to compete with or replace private capital. It's to create enough price
stability. That's what I want you to think about. Like I'm telling you,
and demand certainty.
Today's our recession day, but I want you to think, and I want you to, at least we want
people investing.
We're making some moves, but understand what I've been telling you. You guys want a hint? The hint is everything we talked about every single day.
The administration considers
what am I? What? Let me just hear. I'll give you the easiest hint.
Derivative products.
Are you ready?
My question is: should those tariffs
Am I buying something that is at the high?
Like the Strategic Resilience Reserve.
That's it. It's very easy, bro. Very, very easy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, if you really want to get a good start, people asked me yesterday. They're like, "How do I find a play for the long term?" And I said, just go to the S&P 500. You saw me do it earlier. I don't know if you're paying attention. Go and start with the names that are down and start looking. And I will not buy anything up year to date. I can't. Again, literally, we bought Oracle when it was down 50%. So that's what I'm saying. It's like you got opportunities, but you want to look at the areas that you want to look at them before they go up.
There can be a legacy of enduring
copper
and operations.
What in the fuck?
We've addressed this challenge related to our critical
new copper, steel, aluminum tariffs start June 8th. Yo, whoa! That's too soon.
And for Treasury and
they were supposed to be the tariffs for January 27. Yeah, I don't know if this is an add-in or new. I have no unless you're talking about the long term. I'm talking about copper. Holy fuck! Hold on, someone verify that. Is that the one related to yesterday, or is that the one that people were anticipating for 2027? Because if they move that up by 6 months, that's very
Chairman,
bullish.
Thank you. Secretary Besson, it's good to have you here this morning.
Good to see you, Senator.
Grateful
chilled
for
out a
all
little
you're
bit.
doing.
Yeah, we talked about this last night. That's what I'm saying.
West Wing is
it's supposed to be January. January.
Difficult challenge we face as a nation. So thanks for your service and appreciate you being here today.
Announcement follows June 1st proclamation.
I was.
Okay, it may not be that big.
I saw the IRS.
It may be based off of yesterday's move
for taxpayers involved with conservation.
But if they speed up that 2027 timeline, that's
years, I've been
a little too bullish.
Here on Capitol Hill on the abusive syndicated conservation easements that falsely were claiming a charitable donation solely to turn a profit. And I'm an avid outdoorsman, guy from Montana.
Like I said, I think keep an eye on FCX, though. I think the companies in copper will be better.
Conservation is one of my biggest priorities as I represent the state of Montana here the past 13 years. I know this is a shared
bullish on
priority
copper,
for
not
you
the market.
in this administration,
fuck the market.
Which is why I commend you for your help in implementing and enforcing this settlement. So it's a thank you.
Good. Thank you.
I also want to thank you for your hard work as we worked together over much of the last year on the Working Family Tax Cuts Act.
If you're chatting the chat, it's going to push the news out of the view.
We're seeing some great results
I
in Montana.
agree heavily.
In fact, Montana is receiving
very good contribution right there. You should all listen, especially locked in.
Tax return.
You can put everything else in the other chat.
And about 105,000 Montana small businesses will benefit from permanent tax relief through that 20%
Eli Lilly originally planned investment in Germany.
The pass-through side
$2 billion
of the equation actually supports more jobs than the C-Corps side. So we did something here that's going to be helpful to create more jobs and, importantly, job growth and income growth here for so many American people.
And Senator, I have very clear recollection of you in the cabinet room expressing to myself, White House staff, the president, the need for permanence. So I think that will be one of your great lasting achievements once you retire.
Well, Secretary Besson, thank you. And I know we both knew that permanence was an important part of the equation to remove the uncertainty that's oftentimes found in the tax code with expiring tax provisions. And there's enough uncertainty on Capitol Hill, sadly, that happens because of whether it's overreach in regulations or uncertain tax policies. But to take that off the table, I think was one of the great achievements that we faced. But thank you for your kind words. And I do think that we're going to see the benefits of this bill for many years to come. On Capitol Hill, anytime we pass something that's 800 pages plus in length, usually the more you dig into something, the worse it gets. Oftentimes with big pork barrel spending bills. In this case, the more you dig into that working family tax cut bill, the better it gets.
Sir, the statistics are unbelievable. We saw at the IRS that 61 million
SPY's coming down, low tickers picking up, a couple more chips on the low like Cerberus, again, momentum chips, all that. Dow 17 red, 13 green, that's the same. NASDAQ 56 red, 45 green. So maybe
factories
10 more
and
names
farm
went red, and then SPY 256,
It's
248.
music to our ears. It's what we predicted would happen. You put that kind of incentive structure in place. And I also believe, as we think about our China strategy, having that 100% expensing in the R&D investment to incentivize innovation will be another lasting legacies from what we accomplished together over the course of last year.
You could have a Roth and IRA in the same account.
I'd like just to ask you,
or even your normal brokerage. Make sure it's a
open-ended
separate
question
account. But
around
yeah,
how
you could have a
passing
bunch of accounts
that
with
largest tax
Schwab,
cut, or said
but that
another
could
way,
be
preventing the
separated.
largest tax increase in American history. Why, by making it permanent, is that
2%
making the
liquid as
American
fuck.
taxpayer better off?
Sir, I believe that as you said, giving great
Park
certainty,
money and get bond
whether
rates
it's
without
to
volatility,
household, small
money
business
market.
or large business, that provides for them to create
Five
capital
has
stock,
earnings today after the
capital
bell.
spending, and increase productivity. And increased productivity is what leads to higher standards of living.
Again, whatever
across the
hollow, we
country.
saw that a couple times, and then Sunbeam.
Last question
I mean,
I
you still
have
have SanDisk
is
on the high.
in digital assets.
Who's the other one?
Digital
Sorry, I
assets
have
have
FCX
moved
up
from
there.
the margins now more to the mainstream. It's been clear that our tax code hasn't kept up. We bear that responsibility now to put a tax structure in place. I'm taking the lead
CNR,
here in the
NC,
finance
it's a
committee.
biotech. They
As many in
might
this
be at
committee
a.
know, that's why we've been developing
might be
a
at an event,
framework
actually.
that could
I
give
think
us
that showed up
clearer
on the list this morning.
rules for digital asset taxation. Following the passage of the Genius Act, digital assets are becoming more integrated in our financial system, and I believe are going to play a growing role in our economy and the potential to keep driving investment in the United States. The numbers speak for themselves. The total crypto market cap reached $4 trillion for the first time in history. Stablecoin transaction volume was $33 trillion, a 72% increase from 2024. The number of crypto mobile wallet users reached an all-time high, up 20% from last year. I do believe it's important that we provide some clarity as it relates to tax code, and that's our responsibility here that I'm working on at the moment.
Region, a couple biotechs are moving. Guild now, a lot of biotechs are waking up. There is a
Secretary
biotech
Bessent,
conference.
as the administration continues its work
Yeah,
in
XBI's
digital
into the high right
assets,
now. And then
will
staples
you
are
commit
starting to ramp
working
up a
with
little bit.
Congress on implementing
XLF at the low
digital
after whatever that freak
asset
out was. And then
taxation
again,
legislation,
Apple,
and anticipate
Amazon
that
still
there
into
must
the
be a
lows.
two-way
Same with
street.
NVIDIA.
I will
Meta
commit to
stopped
that,
going up,
and
and same with
tax
Tessie.
certainty, as we've seen with every other industry, is the key to innovation.
Great. Mr. Secretary, thank you.
Time of the gentleman's expired. The chairman's returned. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and welcome to the committee, Secretary Bessent. So, though I've not been in the room, we have this thing called closed circuit television in the Congress, so I've been able to watch the hearing in my office, and many of my colleagues have tried to get at this so-called anti-weaponization fund that was created in a settlement with the president after he sued his own IRS for $10 billion. That includes this provision that bars the IRS from auditing or taking any enforcement action on any of the president's tax returns or those of his family. And I understand I've heard you repeat many times that you cannot respond to this because of ongoing litigation. And I want to just associate myself with the points that Senator Whitehouse made, which is that I don't quite understand how we're able to do our oversight responsibilities if we can't ask any questions when anything is even in the vicinity of ongoing litigation. So let me see if I can ask a question that I don't think has anything to do with the ongoing litigation. And my first question is this, Secretary Bessent, did Brian Morrissey, your former general counsel, ever raise concerns over the establishment of the anti-weaponization fund before he left his position, before he resigned?
Again, that's attorney-client privilege, Senator.
Pardon me?
That would have been a privileged conversation.
Well,
Dumb bitch.
let me ask this.
C.H. Robinson.
Does Treasury agree with the Justice Department in thinking that the court decision blocking payments out of the slush fund was incorrectly decided?
Again, we do not have agency in this. We defer the Department of Justice, act as our attorneys, and they represent us. So you should refer any of those questions to Acting Attorney General Blanche.
And okay, I'm going to come back to that, but do you at least commit to following any and all court decisions regarding the establishment or the administration of this slush fund? Do you see those court decisions as legitimate that you would follow?
We follow the law.
You follow the law, so that would mean that you would follow a court decision. You wouldn't have your own opinion about what the law is.
Tweaking a little with oil, Israel Chief of Staff, there's no ceasefire in Lebanon for our forces.
We will always follow the law.
You'll follow the decision of the court.
We will follow the law.
That's not what I'm saying. You know, Mr. Secretary, you've said that Acting Attorney General Blanche is representing
I don't know what time.
Treasury and the IRS here. Would you have any, I mean, I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, if maybe the committee should call Acting Attorney General Blanche to appear before
more biotech, XBI
our
waking
committee
up, which
if
is
Secretary
odd
Besson
considering
is
the
unwilling
bonds.
to answer any questions about the IRS, which, as Catherine, my colleague Senator Cortez Masto established, is Secretary Besson is overseeing.
Verizon on the low,
I
comms?
don't expect a response to that, Mr. Chair, but I mean, I ask a question just
Why
reasonably.
are they?
How are we going to
Communications
find
are doing
answers to these
terrible.
questions?
So I don't know. In a world of
them from the
a
Secretary.
little mini staple rotation, you've
Well,
still
as
got
the
some
Secretary
names
has
that
said
are
many
ugly.
times, exactly
communication
the
stocks are
attorney-client
down.
privilege and the relationship they have with Justice Department
I'm aware.
requires him not
So,
to answer.
Senator, you asked if I would follow the law.
You did have the
on a
little
court
gating
ruling.
stuff
I am
today. Maybe
following
that
the law.
could be part of it.
Here and
Yeah, what I noted, Secretary Besson, is you didn't
Illumina
say that
and
you would
NTAP
follow the
going up,
court
and
and
STX,
their
that's
interpretation
just
of the law.
50
You
to
said you would
100 highs
follow
there
the
in like 2
law,
minutes.
which is different, as we know, with this administration. But I have just a few minutes, a minute and a half left. I want to get actually to the farm economy. This is something that you and I have discussed many times, starting when you first came into my office. You called yourself a soybean farmer, though I think that Minnesota farmers would differentiate between wealthy landowners who rent their land versus people who actually do the farming. But I can tell you that in Minnesota, Mr. Secretary, a lot of farmers are really feeling the pain. According to the Farm Bureau,
Okay,
farm
Euro
bankruptcies were up
close.
almost 50%.
So Chattadonia, it's
this
already been
last
2
year.
hours.
Minnesota has the most
2 hours
farm
of recession
bankruptcies
day
in the
when the
country in the
momentum.
first quarter
Not many
2026.
headlines. That's why we're listening to
And
this.
the Farm Bureau
Telling you, it's
tells
been
us
very,
that
very
6 out of
calm,
10
more or
farmers
less.
are
Even the
reporting
companies at the events
declining
haven't really had
financial
anything
situations.
breaking.
So it's rough out
Again,
there.
even oil, bonds. I mean, things aren't doing too well, but everything's just stable and slow. We'll see if we do 9 or 10 days today, but get up and do a push-up, baby. You've been here for 2.5 hours. 4.5 hours left to go.
Driven by the war in
Come on,
Iran
man.
are
Get
worth
up and move
the
your body.
pain that
Breathe
they are
a little
feeling
bit.
right
Breathe.
now.
Get a good
Senator,
deep
do you
breath
believe
in,
that
bro. You
Iran
know
can
that?
have a nuclear weapon?
You want to, when the
Mr.
NASDAQ drops
Secretary,
by
this is my
0.05,
time to ask you the questions.
you need to
How
breathe,
do you
okay?
respond
Breathing
to
during a
Minnesota
recession will help
farmers
you make
who
good decisions.
cannot afford the fertilizer they need?
Well, I think we would
Well,
look
that's
in
the
the
thing. I
dictionary.
said
the
it in this
definition of
morning.
a
I don't
farmer is
know
someone
if
who owns
no
a
news
farm
is
and
bad
farms
news.
the land.
Usually no news is good
as
news,
a
but
former farmer,
with
I will tell
the
you
market,
that,
addicted
and
to
maybe you know
momentum,
that 75%
I don't know if
of
no
the
news is bad
fertilizer
news,
had
and that's
already been
kind of
purchased
what
this year.
happened here today.
That is not
Other
what
than
my
that, you got a little
farmers
bit of
in
war,
Minnesota
oil
are
drama.
telling me,
You
sir.
had
They
more
are telling me
tariffs
that
from
they
Trump,
cannot afford
but
their fertilizer,
nothing
and they know
major.
the reason why.
That's
They
kind
know
of
the
why
There
reason.
is no doubt.
You got a couple
that-
pockets doing
that
good, but generally,
farmers have been struggling.
I
But
just
much
don't
of that,
think there's
that there was a record crop
it's
last
just a
year.
tie ball
Senator,
game,
and
man.
what
There's
do
just no
record crops lead
momentum.
to?
What my farmers are
lower
telling
prices.
me. So I'm sure I will take that back. I will take that back to my producers in Minnesota, that they have somebody in this Department of Treasury, a former farmer, who is feeling their pain. Thank you.
Senator Lankford.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Secretary, thank you. A year later, after passing the Working Families Tax Cut Act, I have to tell you, it's been remarkable how fast Treasury has moved on implementation in a lot of the areas.
Man, do your push-ups.
We worked a lot together on
Go to
things
the
like full
bathroom.
expensing and making that permanent and trying to be able to get that established long-term. That makes an enormous difference for our farmers and ranchers that are trying to buy equipment right now to be able to do that expensing. Commodity prices are down. Fertilizer prices are up. But I would tell you, fertilizer prices started spiking under the Biden administration, not in the past 2 weeks here, and certainly not in the past 2 months. Gasoline prices now are what they were during the Biden administration, a spike, and there wasn't a war in Iran. And under the Biden administration, we had 9% inflation. during that time period. So there's been tremendous amount of growth in the economy here, which I appreciate your partnership on. We've also worked a lot on the charitable donation side of things. And I appreciate the substantiation requirement information that Treasury and IRS has put out. That helps a lot of folks that are donating now to nonprofits and the work that we've done together. There is still work to do on the donor advised funds. There were some Biden administration regulations that came out that were directly targeted at the donor advised funds that have caused real problems. Those are folks that are directly helping nonprofits and charities all over the country on it, but they're feeling some real pain from some additional changes in regulation. So I know this administration has been very aggressive at reviewing regulations and looking at it. I would only ask you to review as well the Biden administration regulations on donor advised funds, because that's directly taking money away from people that need it the most and folks that want to be able to help.
Senator, I will be happy to instruct our Office of Tax Policy to work with you and your staff on this. I know it's an important issue for you.
It is. Thank you. Look forward to that cooperation together, just to be able to look at it, to be able to make sure the regulations work for every American. I want to talk a little bit about what you've done so far on the sanctions on drug smuggling, and specifically targeting all of these cartels that are in Mexico and in Central America and South America, and trying to be able to go after that. You've seen some progress. Some new techniques have been done to be able to target individuals and entities to try to limit the amount of smuggling. I want to just get an update from you. Dollars have been allocated. You've asked for additional dollars directly related to terrorism and drug smuggling cartels. This is a budget hearing. What's happened so far? How have those budget dollars previously been used? What are you asking for additional dollars for in that?
So, Senator, we have designated the Mexican cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We have also put in effect on the U.S.-Mexican border in certain counties what are called geographical targeting orders, so that we can better identify problems in our banking system and money that is being laundered through sooner. And this is a combination through FinCEN, the Crimes Enforcement Network, and OFAC. So if we use FinCEN to follow the money, and then OFAC has been used to sanction. We sanctioned about this time last year 2 Mexican financial institutions that were riddled with drug money.
So you're doing the same thing to a lot of these, the shadow fleet that's out there moving Iranian oil and others as well. Give me an update on success dealing with that, targeting specific sanctions on Iranian illicit movement of oil and other goods that they're trying to be able to move.
We began with a maximum campaign pressure in March of 2025. We have continued that, and approximately 7 or 8 weeks ago, the President instructed me to take it up to maximum. We call it Operation Economic Fury, and the Iranians, one of the many mistakes they have made, was targeting with missiles their Gulf neighbors. We have good partners in the Gulf, but many of them were not completely transparent with us.
Energy's still going up. Watch if oil, I mean, again, remember 97 is like the fear zone.
Greater level of transparency.
So again, it took us 3 days to get back up here. 3 days in a row.
Crypto assets.
But yeah, XLE keeps climbing.
Ships, and in fact, the Navy has seized some of these ships, and we are tracking mostly the IRGC funds, and we are freezing those for the day that they can be given back to the Iranian people.
Okay, I look forward to that. I know just got a few seconds left. In Oklahoma, we had a massive influx of Chinese illegal aliens that moved into our state, set up illegal grow operations for marijuana, and started shipping it literally all over the country. It was a tragic thing to be able to watch what happened to the human trafficking, the labor trafficking, the sex trafficking that these Chinese individuals were doing into my state.
The Chinese came to America to grow weed?
And to be able to set up this operation. I want to be able to follow up with your team on just ways that we can work on following the money of illegal Chinese money coming in to buy American farmland, and to also try to be able to control some operational locations near some of our sensitive sites. And what you're doing there, I know you're doing a significant amount of sanctions on drug issues and such, but want to be able to just follow up on that.
We look forward to working with you on that, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Secretary Bessent, let's start with something you and I agree strongly on. Last year, you came
Oh,
out
Honeywell.
in support of a trading ban for members of Congress.
I don't know if this is
And
broader
I
news
have
or Honeywell at
introduced
the
legislation
event.
to do exactly that. You
But
explained
yeah,
the
Oil
need
Pop, Spy
for
Popped, a
ban
couple of
on
names.
our
Low ticker
trading
just picked
stock
up.
by saying, quote, you look at some of these eye-popping returns,
Fuck yeah,
every
I love
hedge
Elizabeth.
fund would be jealous of them. And that, quote, if any private citizen traded that way, the SEC would be knocking on their door. Those are strong words from someone who used to run a hedge fund. Last month, President
The
Trump's
Quantinium
latest
should be
financial
bullish for Honeywell.
disclosures came out, and they show
me
that
see
he
if they're-
made
this
more
could just
than
be an event. They might have just said something.
3,400 stock trades worth more than
Or
a
it could just be
quarter
broader
of
market. Again, we got a little bit of
$1
a
in just the first
volatility
3
there.
months of 2026. That's roughly
Any of
half
30.
of what all 535 members of Congress made last year combined. And the value of virtually every one of those stocks that the president traded in is directly affected
Yeah, they
by
started 30
President
minutes ago.
Trump's official actions. So, Secretary Besson, you and I agree that it is a conflict of interest for members of Congress to trade stocks. Do you also agree that it's conflict of interest for President Trump to trade stocks?
They've established this law in 2012 and prior, actually.
Sitting in the Oval Office, engaging in a high-frequency trading strategy.
Oh,
Clearly, he had an outside manager who was doing that, and
Remember I told you that's the surprising part? There's zero restriction on the president or vice president.
to get their house in order.
And then for
before
everybody,
you move to the
they say
administrative
even then
branch.
it's a $200 fine. Oh, fucking Aragachi.
Let's be clear.
Our armed forces are conducting self-defense strikes on the U.S. is permitted to attack civilian shipping and violate the ceasefire. Any hostile act will be met with immediate decisive response. What sanctions and war failed to achieve won't be won with more war.
Publicly listing all of his individual stock trades at the same time that he is making decisions affecting those stocks. So you're going to sit here with straight face and say it's not a conflict of interest for the President of the United States to do that?
I say
going to
we
this
ban
body
all
needs
of
to
it.
get its house in order first.
How about we get the White House
on all
in order
of it.
at the same time?
I would encourage you to do that. Lead by.
I don't trade in individual stocks. I don't own any individual stocks. My house is in order. Thank you.
Senator, you're very
Mr.
rich.
Secretary.
Others
So
on this
let's
committee
look-
can't say that, Senator.
Let's look at some individual trades. On January 6th, Donald Trump purchased up to $1 million worth of NVIDIA stock. 1 week later, his administration changed U.S. policy and loosened the rules on export controls so that NVIDIA could sell its chips to China. Now the price of NVIDIA stock is
Why is she
through the
lying?
roof. So Secretary
Her
Besson,
latest
you
filing
said
in May,
last year, if
she has
any private citizen traded the way
$175,000 of Capital
members
One.
Congress do,
She has
quote, the
$75,000 of
SEC
First
would be
National Bank of
knocking on their
Omaha,
door. So my
$16K
question is, should the
of Bank
SEC
of
be
America,
knocking on President
and then
Trump's door
in
to
two
start an
CREF
investigation over
traditional
this
like
trade?
accounts managed,
Again,
Elizabeth
if
Warren
this
has
body
over
wants
$4
to
million
ban
in stocks,
individual stock
and then she
trading,
has
which
another
I would advocate
1.7
for
million
yourself,
in
start there.
Vanguards,
And if you want
and then another
legislative action to
$750K in a real
continue,
estate account.
That's your prerogative.
So
Lying
it's our
bitch.
prerogative. So you would support our saying that
Remember,
President
they're
Trump should
allowed
be
to lie.
investigated
You
over
guys
this?
know that, right? So like this was a long established law that during these meetings, the person on the stand, they're not allowed to lie. That's against the law. But the person asking the question, they could blow any steam out their ass.
I would
Junko,
like to see the President of the
JKS.
United States lead by example. You say there should be an investigation when that kind of activity takes place. How about we start with the White House? Let's do one more.
That's a negative
Trump
change
bought
close.
Tens of thousands of dollars worth of stock.
It's only 0.5% though.
Robinhood
Hold on.
And the Bank of New
I only
York
grabbed a
Mellon
couple of them.
Corporation, known
It
as
was like $20.
BNY. On April 6th,
There's a
your
negative change
Treasury
close on there.
Department
It's a little
announced
far
it had
out.
chosen the financial
realize,
agent
pretty
to
illiquid.
implement the new Trump accounts program, BNY and its partner Robinhood. Both stocks, of course, have risen since then.
UNP, Trump
So, Secretary Besson, let
speculation,
me
new
ask you a
Trump
different
train
question.
will
If
haul
these stock
rockets for
purchases
space missions.
that Trump were made using inside
Excuse me?
information, would that be illegal?
Again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to speak to that. And I think.
Would it be worth investigating? You don't have to be a lawyer. You're the one who said what should be investigated.
Why don't we investigate many people on this committee, Senator? Many people.
And you
why
don't think
we
the White
start
House
here?
should have to follow the same set of rules that
IDYA.
are already the law.
I don't know.
I think you should get your house in order here.
My house is in order. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
And you should have your fellow committee members, mostly on your
None of them triggered 3% today. You know that? Everything has been just shy of it.
And conflict of interest rules in Washington for everyone. And that includes the president, and it includes Congress. And instead of
high-low
draining the
ticker,
swamp,
you
what
could
Donald
zoom
Trump
in
is
on it
doing
if
is
you're
he
on
is
locked in or
enriching
even non-locked
himself
in.
by
You could
taking
zoom in on your
advantage
YouTube.
of
That's what I
his
do when I take a
position.
poop. You know that?
That is not
I
public
put up the
service.
stream and then
He's
I
the
look
one
at
who
the
should
high-low
lead by
ticker and then
example.
the SPY and the chat.
Senator Brasso.
Thanks, Michelle. Well, talking about draining the swamp, look, I appreciate what you're doing, Mr. Secretary, because you inherited a very troubling record of misconduct in terms of the IRS politicization, and you moved quickly. You championed the efforts to turn that around. We saw under the Obama administration, the IRS spent years systematically targeting conservative nonprofit groups, Tea Party groups, faith-based organizations, Christians, conservatives. The Biden administration and their IRS continued that same pattern. I think a recent Department of Justice report
That's
noted
why I
the
think
Biden
everybody
IRS
in
investigated
Congress
churches
should not be allowed to own
based
stocks.
on what their pastors
Congress,
preached.
president, everybody.
We can go
It should
on
be
and on
public
about
office.
the Bible
There shouldn't
teachings
be-
that were
That's
typically
it.
affiliated
Just call
with
it
the
a day,
Republican
bro.
Party. Those were being attacked by
Call it a
previous
day.
administrations. So this wasn't, to me, tax administration. This was government intimidation. The American people aren't standing for it. Can you tell us what the Treasury Department has done to ensure that something like this, that these targeting by the previous administration and
then that's the
Obama
same time,
administration,
though, like I'm
that
saying,
these
for all of
persecutions are
like
gonna
the people
stop.
who like trip on shit, though.
Senator, thank you for
and,
the
like,
question.
The thing, just like, don't let
we are
Elizabeth
working
Warren
to
have a bigger
ensure
long
that
term
this
than
will
you.
never happen again.
You know what I'm saying?
Never happen again.
Imagine all her
It
complaining
was an
and everything
egregious
else.
example by the
It's
Biden
like,
administration,
you know, and
by
like
the
y'all
Biden
gonna
Justice
be all
Department, by the
discouraged
Biden
and be like, no,
IRS,
there's no
and
hope. Like,
back
bitch, why does
to,
Elizabeth Warren have
other
$3 million
IRS, the
in
Obama
SPY?
IRS. There was
In Vanguards and shit, dude.
famous case.
You know what I'm
with
saying?
that.
Like, come on.
And we
Don't let Elizabeth
we have
Warren
made it
fucking.
clear
How you
that
gonna let Elizabeth
6103,
Warren have a long term
which
and you out here not
taxpayer
with the long term?
privacy must
That's
be
crazy.
adhered to.
I want to talk about the tax cuts we were able to pass last year, and you were so helpful in our efforts to get the Working Families Tax Cuts bill passed. We see now with the tax returns this year, over 60 million Americans have claimed at least one of these Republican new tax cuts, neither no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, the senior deduction, refunds are up, paychecks are bigger. I think it's important for families to know all of the things that are in this legislation. You and I have talked about it, but I continue to travel as do other members around our home states, and some people aren't aware of many of the things that are advantaged here. How is the Treasury Department ensuring that families across the country can access everything that this law has to offer them?
So I've traveled across the country, as have many people on my staff. We push out to members on both sides the benefits and the breadth and depth of the tax bill, which was passed July 4th. And we're on what I would call a carousel of pushing out the most important parts of the tax bill. For instance, on the
stock
school
trading,
choice,
75% of
we
them
are
would
working
quit.
actively with states,
Well, fucking
red states
problem
and,
solved.
and blue states to make sure that dollars can go into those
You should have
states,
said something
either
sooner.
for
No
public,
way.
private, or additional tutoring.
I want to ask about an issue of retirement security, because about 50 million Americans have no access to a workplace retirement plan. And in Wyoming, that's about 65,000 independent truckers, contractors, ranchers, other self-employed individuals, as we see all across the country. President Trump recently
to
signed an
supply
executive
data
order
centers
to try to change that. And in
with
order,
power?
it directs you and the
Oh,
Treasury
no
to
way.
provide workers with access
Fuck
to
yeah.
low-cost retirement plans with matching federal
All right, well, that's some good
contributions.
news.
Under your leadership, Treasury is working
go
on
some
legislative
Chinese data
recommendations
center
to
power?
build
We
on
we
this
see that in
framework to help
America.
these individuals. What's your vision for helping closing that retirement coverage gap?
We think that these IRAs for independent workers are very important. We are working to finish our guidance on the Trump accounts to get those up and running July 4th. Then we will be all hands on deck for this. And as you've said, we can see that the anxiety level
what was
for
that?
Americans
Pizza?
in terms of retirement
Pizza.
it has never been higher. Social Security
And
is the
KHC, a
building
couple more
blocks
value
for
plays
that,
are coming,
and
kind of
we are
running up.
working to
Yeah,
supplement
Staples coming
that.
towards the high. SPY's about to go
And
towards the
then
low.
a final question, and it's continuing the economic pressure.
I think it was
when
around
Iran, the
here. That
president
little
talks
oil
about
pop, it was
maximum
the
pressure.
Argachi comment.
How does your budget help ensure that Treasury has the tools that you need to keep that economic pressure?
We have a dedicated staff that has done a fantastic job of outlining the black market and the flow of Iranian, the oil and energy around the globe. We have frozen assets, we are holding those, and we have severely disrupted the Iranian economy and the Iranian war machine. We think that inflation may be over 200%.
No, it's the same one.
Their
Same
currency
comment
has
from
collapsed.
8:39.
We believe that more than 50% of the
He's
army
like, damn,
is
that's
not
10
getting
minutes ago?
paid, and that police are not reporting to the
It
police.
feels just like, it feels just
Thank
like
you, Mr.
tomorrow.
Chairman.
Yesterday.
Thank you. Senator Lujan.
Oh, fuck yeah,
Thank you,
Genie,
Mr. Chairman.
Genie.
Secretary Bessent, should Americans who illegally evade their taxes be investigated and prosecuted?
Yes.
Secretary Bessent, should
He said
people
this is a
and
trap.
organizations facilitating
Yes.
money laundering for Iran, North Korea, or Hamas be prosecuted?
Yes.
What about laundering money for Mexican drug cartels?
Yes.
Should a person
Kraft
who traded
Heinz
and
says they,
profited on
might spend over
insider
600
information
million
be prosecuted?
more than originally stated. Why is that
According to
going
the
up?
law, they should.
Appreciate that.
Let's
Mr.
see, they might be at
Secretary,
a
as a result of
conference.
President Trump's $10 billion lawsuit, the Department of Justice, on behalf of your department, settled with President Trump by creating a $1.776 billion slush fund to pay for his supporters and criminals.
They were at a
Were
conference
you
this
either
morning.
directly or through your staff asked to sign the original agreement?
Next year we'll have better innovation pipeline than 26.
Senator, you were not here at the early part of the meeting.
I saw you on TV.
Well, congratulations, and you would know that I'm unable to answer those questions, and they should be referred to
Mr.
Attorney
Secretary,
General Blanche.
what about the addendum to this agreement? Are you familiar with what the addendum is?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Are you familiar with this giveaway from the IRS that says President Trump and anyone that knows him or does business with him?
Those headlines
or
on
part of a
KHC
business,
are coming
they
from
get off
that's from this
scot-free?
morning.
Are you aware of
Those are
this?
from the transcript.
Again, I refer you to Attorney General Blanche.
Are you Attorney General Blanche's client?
The IRS and Treasury are a client of the Department of Justice.
So is that a nice way of saying yes? You're a client. He's your lawyer.
He represents.
You're the secretary. Are you the Secretary of Treasury? Yes is the answer.
The Department of Justice.
Scott Bessent, let me ask you this question, sir. Are you the Secretary?
In my personal capacity, Tom Blanche is not my attorney.
Correct, sir.
Are
you, sir?
For the
Mr.
U.S.
Secretary,
Treasury,
Scott, let me ask it this way. Scott, are you the Secretary of Treasury for the United States government?
CBS. I don't know if this is.
Appreciate that. The Department
watch
of
if
Justice
there's any healthcare
represents
news.
the
Otherwise,
IRS
it might
and the
just be
Department of
more of this
Treasury in
value
this lawsuit,
rotation.
correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of this addendum? You're telling me DOJ gave the president this without you knowing about it?
Again, they settle on our
All right,
behalf.
well, that's not how the law works, sir. I'm not a lawyer, but you have a bunch of them behind you. You should see the faces they're making at me behind you. They're all scowling at me back over here.
Well, I think that's a different reason, sir.
Well, for whatever it is, they're doing it. Mr. Secretary, my concern is that this addendum's not been getting a lot of attention. There's colleagues on this panel that think this slush fund is a bunch of bullshit. And they've called out to say, get rid of it. Now, people need to say, are you okay with one person in America, because the Secretary of Treasury, I'm guessing, conferred with the Department of Justice.
Yo, airlines.
Because you're named on this lawsuit, sir.
Yeah,
These are all
Southwest
the
Delta
transactions
just
from
took
the
a
president
candle
as well that I'm going to ask
without
you
an
this next
oil
question
move,
as
so I don't
well.
know if there's something individually.
You were bragging to one of my colleagues that you've been sanctioning people doing bad things in America. People that get sanctioned, like Iran or terrorists, they're told not to do business in the United States with partners. Is that your understanding, sir, me as a layman?
It is.
You hold these bad people accountable. I congratulate you for that. So this little giveaway to President Trump and his family gets them off scot-free. Does every American become part of this addendum? If someone didn't pay their taxes or violated tax law or did bad things, are they told, can't prosecute you, you're good? Everyone going back to the date of this, or is this only for President Trump and his affiliates?
Senator, do you have specific knowledge that President Trump's being audited?
Sir, I have specific knowledge of this addendum that you don't know a damn thing about. That is for the Department of Treasury that your lawyer at the Department of Justice signed you up for. The reason I'm asking this question is because President Trump's sons signed a deal, as you know, with World Liberty Financial, with a bunch of folks you sanctioned. And now, as part of this, there's an addendum that says President Trump and his kids and anyone affiliated with him, I don't know if it's current wives, former wives, people that just did transactions with him, they're off scot-free. That, you know, that has a new way, a new ring to it. This is scot-free because the Department of Treasury and the IRS is not going to go after him, sir. This is wrong. This is lawless. I hope our colleagues will look at this addendum. If I could offer this into the record, Mr. Chairman, for those.
Wait till this guy finds out about the fucking Iran exemptions that have been going on with publicly traded companies for the last 30 years.
Sir. That's all we're saying here. So, look, I appreciate it if you don't want to talk about a lawsuit. That's your prerogative to answer that way. But to say that you as a client, as Secretary of the U.S. Treasury, does not know what the Department of Justice is giving away to people, come on, man. That's just not on the up and up, sir. I hope we can do better.
You don't understand the way the protocol works, and we
I don't think he gets
advice
it.
And accept their settlement.
I know, but man, and you guys know, man, this is my problem, though.
You don't know
like,
that the
I view every
President of the United
situation
States,
individually.
who I think you work for,
You guys know they've been
got a
scamming
sweetheart
us for
deal
like 50
from the
years,
Department of
right?
Justice, who's your lawyer.
I just want to make
You're
sure
in
you
line
guys
for
are
the
all aware.
presidency, Scott.
And that's
I do
why,
know
like,
that
I was more vocal about it with
many of his
Biden.
employees had the largest tax leak in history, and I know
this is not.
Of all the
None of
insider
this is
trading.
new.
Right
do you want to apologize on behalf
Doesn't
of the
make it
American
better.
government?
Doesn't make it
Scott,
okay.
You should apologize
but,
to the American people for fleecing them and giving this away to Donald Trump, man. That's what you should do.
We can agree to disagree.
Senator Warnock.
Thanks. That we'll agree on.
Thank you, Brother Chairman. Last month, I asked the president's nominee to lead the Federal Reserve what I thought
well, that's like the new
was a simple question,
talking point. I don't know if you noticed it. Everyone's trying to highlight lawless,
I'm not sure the
lawless.
We're struggling. We're
Everyone's
laughing.
again, I
So
see a
I'll
bunch
ask
of
you the
idiots
same
talking
question
about
to see if I can get a clear
Donald
answer.
Trump
President
is scamming the market. I'm
has
like,
said
dude,
that his grade of the economy.
I'm not saying that is correct or incorrect.
Plus,
but do you guys not remember ESG and Biden? So, like I'm saying, I'm not trying to play the same game where you're like, oh, well, look at the other guy. Let's ignore what's happening now. No. Like I'm saying, it doesn't mean Donald Trump is infallible or what he's doing is. That's why I think we should ban it for everybody. But it's just like, this is a talking point.
I'll ask the Secretary of the Treasury
remember,
the same
this
question.
is the
Given all of
midterms.
the
Just keep that in mind.
Facing ordinary Americans.
Keep that in mind.
Our political differences aside, what grade would you give the U.S. economy right now?
Which challenges
I'm
other
saying, even
than
08? Don't even, that's
temporarily
what I'm saying. This is
elevated
a
prices would you identify, Senator?
I'm asking you, what grade would you give the economy?
I think convoluted
we have the makings of one of the
laws
strongest
in the
economies
government
in
system.
history.
They've
We've
been
had
bleeding the beast
2.6%
for 50 years minimum.
Core inflation had dropped. Food inflation since President Trump began, as much as you all they want to disagree.
I got it.
Is 2.5%.
So you agree with the president? You would give the economy a plus.
I think we have all
from where you sit.
I think we have all the makings for a very strong economy. I think that we have
bring up the ISM.
Temporary elevated prices.
This guy's
will
definitely
come back
trading SK Hynix
so
right
you're
now.
telling Americans it's not so bad. Americans give the Trump economy.
I saw him looking at his phone.
You and I can disagree, but this is not about us. They give the economy a failing grade because they can't afford anything. Folks back at home at Georgia, whom I represent,
watch the video. We played it on stream.
Are struggling. Let me finish. To just make their lives work. And they know President Trump's Iran war and the tariff taxes are only making things worse. Talk to farmers in Georgia. They'll tell you that. But I'm not so sure folks fully grasp the long-term crisis that's also brewing for our children and our grandchildren.
This is all midterm. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, people are. I've been hearing it a lot lately, and people keep
this year, under
bringing
the Trump
up the same
administration's
like
economic
soundbite
policies,
of it, but it's just all midterm.
$31 trillion national debt exceeded GDP
for basically the first time since World War II. Think about that.
Sarepta,
now, to be
Repl, you got another set of biotechs,
fair, did
ALKS.
exceed GDP during the COVID-19 pandemic,
RLP,
but that was
Congress,
only
Virginia
briefly.
Fox. Not cold.
As GDP crashed as a result of a once-in-a-century pandemic. The big ugly bill alone will add nearly $5 trillion to the national debt, something that I do care about, and I think it matters. I think it's interesting that Republicans talk about it when Democrats are in charge, but I haven't heard much discussion about the national debt.
I agree,
lately.
Mr. Warnock.
According to our nonpartisan scorekeepers in the Congressional Budget Office, it will add $5 trillion to the national debt. Do you still think that driving deeper into debt to extend billionaire tax
But that's
cuts
what I'm saying,
were a good
dude.
investment?
I'm not trying to defend Donald Trump.
90%
Okay,
of
you
the
guys.
filers who availed themselves
But
on
do you
President
were you
Trump's
guys
signature
really that
policies make
ignorant
below
to what the
$100,000.
Biden family was
And
doing?
if you want to know,
like
who
for
was
real, I'm being
responsible
dead
for the
ass.
American
Like, were you?
people,
Is it like
you all torched them during the
it
Biden
wasn't even
administration.
like
I'm
hidden?
not sure if you were part of that.
Like that's the
we
crazy
had
part.
21.5%
Again, if you talked about it, you got
in
banned. I got in trouble many times. So it's not like that's all I'm saying. Where it's just like no, I think they've been scamming everybody openly, and then pardoning your family. Why are you guys acting like that's new?
Tax cuts was a good investment. Yes
That's
or no?
what I'm saying.
I disagree
Dog,
with
they
the
did a
categorization of
preemptive
billionaire
pardon
tax cuts
on
when, in fact,
so many
most
people
of the
under Biden,
tax
even
cuts
his
went
son.
to working
That's
people.
never been done
Attacking
before in
the tax,
history.
according to the-
Do you understand how crazy that
according
is?
to the-
But like I'm telling you, it's just
a
not.
congressional budget
This
office,
isn't to
which,
defend. I'm
according
not
to
trying
the
to say
Yale
this
budget
behavior is
office,
correct.
the Yale
I'm
budget
not trying to
lab-
say
the
Donald
Yale
Trump
budget
did
lab
good
is
in
a
what they're
bunch of
doing,
Biden
but
hacks.
I'm telling you why you keep
They-
hearing it is
Well, you
because
should
of the
talk to the
midterms,
people in
and then at the
Georgia.
same
They-
time,
they
though,
will tell you, sir,
I'm not.
that whatever
Acting like
tax
this is new
relief
is
you
kind
think
of
you
just.
gave them
I
was
mean, maybe
more
you just
than
are,
taken
haven't been
up
paying
by these
attention, or
tariffs.
you just
They-
didn't care about it
according to
not too long
according
ago.
to the Yale
But
Budget Lab,
this is
the administration's
this is
tariffs
on
cost
par for the
families
course.
3 times as much as they got back in tax cuts. But I'm not talking to the folks at Yale. I talked to the folks in Georgia. How about the Iran war, which is costing tens of billions of dollars and counting? You previously said we have plenty of money for the war. Wars increase the national debt. Is that spending still a good idea, sir? Yes or no?
Sir, do you think it's a good idea to spend so that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon?
Sir, I'm not, sir, do you think it's a good, so you do think it's a good idea?
I think preventing.
You think the Iran war makes?
I think just as
C.H.
many
Robinson
people
again,
historically, when President Obama was in office, said that Iran may not have
President
a nuclear weapon.
Obama left office in 2016, sir.
I know, but I'm saying there are many people on this committee who said Iran should never have a nuclear weapon at any cost.
I agree with
and
that. They should not have a nuclear weapon, and they're closer thanks to this administration's policies.
Absolutely
and
not,
the
sir.
Strait of Hormuz is still closed. And you should tell the people in Georgia that this war is a good idea. I think they'll disagree. Thank you
Senator
very much, sir.
Cassidy.
Hey, Secretary Bessent, thanks for being here, sir. We know Social Security is going insolvent in 6 years. Ask your predecessor in Trump 1 what was the plan to do about it, and he said that would be a second Trump administration deal. Now we're in the first half of the president's second term, and obviously we're now only 6 years away. At that time, we were like 12 years away from insolvency. Social Security will account for 20% of federal expenditures, and I was told once that it accounts for 20% of our long-term accrued liability, accrued debt. What's the president's plan to address Social Security insolvency?
Sir, we have to get our short-term house in order first. We inherited a mess, 6.9%.
If I may interrupt, and I don't mean to be rude.
No, I'll give you the.
If
It's
we
not
wait to get
Biden's
our
fault.
short-term house in
It's not
order,
Trump's fault. It's not Obama.
We will be 3 years
It's not
away
Bush.
from
You want to know whose
insolvency.
fault it is?
I've been working on this.
It's
It
our
is
fault.
amazing. Since I've been working on this over the last 5 years.
Until we have
it is
unity,
amazing how much it's
they're going to
already
keep robbing us.
deteriorated.
It's very simple.
It's just amazing.
That's all. The Josh Atola
in
has
5
spoken.
years, it's gotten so
Come to the
worse.
Josh Atola. Let us
Are we really
unite.
gonna
Get a
wait
long
until
term.
we get. I'm not.
You got a
challenging
long
you,
mission,
I'm just
Chad.
asking.
Long
Are
mission.
we really going to wait until we're not going to do anything? I'm just not sure about that.
Senator, you got to crawl, walk, run. That with
They
these
don't. I don't
deficits,
blame the
with this
wind. I
debt
blame
that
the
was run up
sail.
in the previous
We need to be
administration was
better in work.
6.9%
Again, we have
deficit
so
to
much
GDP.
power all together.
But
Are you kidding me?
highest ever when we weren't at war,
Everybody
weren't in a recession,
collectively, but we just
brought
want
it
to fight
down
over
to
shit.
5.4. We're gonna
If I
all
may,
the
if I
time. That's
may,
why we let
the
the little
Social
dumb. We let
Security
these
Trust
dumb
Fund
things actually
is funded by the Social Security
It's
tax.
like your enemy is right in front of
which
you.
is segregated.
It's
from
like
general
he's not the
revenue.
guy next to you. I
Now,
guarantee
if we
it.
speak about the debt and deficit, whatever I'm not touching that right now, except insofar as context, we have to do something. That is general revenue, but wherever that comes from. If we're speaking about social, that is segregated. That is a Social Security revenue problem and expenditure issue. So to me, that's segregated. Again, so is there a plan to do anything about the segregated fund with a segregated revenue stream and a segregated expenditure pattern?
Well, Senator, part of it is the revenues are, the source of the revenue is not segregated because the more Americans who work, the higher paying jobs they have, the more it goes into the Social Security Trust Fund.
I accept that, but that's an indirect effect. And is that the only plan the administration has currently to hopefully increase the number of jobs and the better paying jobs and hope that, because I got a big spreadsheet on this. That is inadequate to address the problem. Every day, 10,000 boomers become eligible for social. And the drain on this is just incredible. It's just going down. That will not solve the problem. And again, I don't mean to be at all confrontative. I'm just trying to set the context.
I remember my first visit to your office, you were kind enough to share the spreadsheet on a screen with me.
Yeah, so I'm gathering that the administration does not have a plan to address, and I'm saying that not in any way except to say by your answers that the only response so far would be the indirect side of it. Now, on a bipartisan basis,
the day we all
working
agree
on
with
something
everybody
that would attempt to
and
address
everybody
this.
you think you
It
hate
is
and that
going
you're
to
different
take
with, that's the day
the
things will
president,
change.
The administration,
Very
at some point, being involved. At
You
this
could-
point, it's
oh
in
my
Congress.
goodness.
It
day
involves
the
creating
day we
an
get
investment
agreement
fund, much
is
as
that
we have already
they
done with the
need
Federal
they need
Railroad
us all to
Retirement
hate each
System,
other so that
a
they could
plan
keep
that
winning
Senator
elections.
Wyden
That's
voted
it.
for when he was in
That's
the House
all
of
it is.
Representatives that
That's
took the
all
Federal
it is,
Railroad
brothers.
Retirement System from
I'm
going
sorry if this is
insolvent,
too blunt
and
for
now
you.
it's paying
I don't even
benefits
view it
with
that
fewer
negatively.
workers and
I
more
mean,
retirees
I
and doing
believe
extremely
God
well.
is in control,
It's
and
also
I
based
think we
upon
can
what
make
the
a change.
Canadians have
I
done with
actually
their
believe we
Canadian
can.
pension fund, which
you
was
know,
also going
in due
insolvent,
time.
and they've been able to
But,
address
yeah,
that.
That's
Can
it.
you, knowing that you'd have to vet it, but would the administration conceptually be okay working with Congress to find a solution such as this?
Again, Senator, we will work on anything, but we are going to guarantee that the benefits remain as they are.
I accept that. So in our plan, the senior citizen does not pay more taxes and the senior citizen does not get less benefits. And so but we do find a way that again, patterned after something that Senator Wyden has previously supported on the Federal Railroad Retirement System. And I mentioned Senator Wyden because, by the way, he's a ranking member on the committee, patterned after that has worked so successfully. But we don't cut benefits and we don't raise taxes for seniors. So if that's the criteria, I think, and hopefully we can get your support as we in Congress attempt to work on this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank my colleague. Next up is Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary, thank you for being here. I wish that everyone on this panel would have seen your speech at the Reagan Library on Friday. I think it would have answered a lot of questions, and it lays out your vision for where you think
Nothing else is happening right
we
now. I'm
can
telling you,
head
it's a very,
economically.
Well, Senator, I think it was a very important economic speech, but
Google
the mainstream
Labs
media
introducing
preferred to
dream
report on the
beans
$250
to create
bill.
daily
So they're not
stories
serious
to
people.
dream up personalized stories.
There are a lot of odd perceptions floating around. I want to talk a little bit about the working families tax cuts, because that is something we have all heard from the people we represent. I've heard from so many Tennesseans about this, and getting those bigger returns, having lower tax bills, that is something that has made a difference. And in particular, of course, the enhanced deduction for seniors. That's a provision that I had pushed. And having that $6,000 enhanced deduction, I think, was taken by 35 million Americans, and I think nearly 70% of them had incomes lower than $100,000. Is that accurate?
Yes, Senator, and 95% of them had incomes under $200,000.
And that is something that is putting money in the pocket of hard-working Americans and seniors who have saved all their life to be able to retire.
I think it gives them great certainty. It gives them the great clarity in terms of the folks who do live on a fixed income.
Well, we certainly have gotten a lot of positive feedback on that, and we look forward to seeing that continue. I do want to talk with you about penny production that ended last year. And of course, we have a company, Artisan, in Tennessee that made the pennies. And now they are, and you had talked about keeping those jobs in Tennessee, and Artisan is working on a zinc-based nickel that would save the taxpayer about $140 million a year. Because right now, the nickel takes 13.3 cents to make, and there's legislation that is moving forward, the Common Sense Act, that would allow Treasury to use zinc for the nickel.
Why aren't we stacking up nickels?
And what I'd like to know is if the leadership at the Mint is making certain that they're doing the technical work in anticipation of this legislation passing that would allow the use of zinc for the nickel.
Yes, they have begun preparation on that, and we look forward to working with you and to making sure that there is a smooth transition.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I also want to talk about the R&D tax credit. And I have talked with Mr. Bisignano about this issue also. I've heard from a lot of our manufacturers in Tennessee, and they have continued to raise with me some misalignment.
Oh no, theirs is after the bell.
See in this legislation.
One of them, they're at two different conferences. But
the way this tax credit is working, it does not allow manufacturers to do shop floor R&D. And it does not allow them to deduct the expense.
Yeah, Netflix keeps going down. The premiums finally dropped today. I do like it as a lagger still, but not my first
R&D.
choice.
And we know that China is incenting R&D, and we have a lot of manufacturers and people that are trying to bring business back, and they're doing this R&D work in their plants. So I would hope that you and Mr. Bisignano can work together and get some clarity and provide some certainty for our manufacturers, and be certain that these individuals can utilize that R&D tax credit. Will you do that?
I'd be glad to work with you and your staff. As I said at the Reagan Library, I believe that at one level we've lost the reservoir of knowledge by not doing this production. And I did a fireside chat last night for a group called American Compass. And I said the same thing, that somehow we separated R&D from the learning that goes on the factory floor. And I think that is a big mistake, because so much happens during the process in terms of innovation.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate your attention to it. I'm going to submit for the record one question to you on partnership audits that needs some further attention. Thank you for being with us.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Senator Blackburn. Senator Welch.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, I heard your comments earlier when I was watching, and I support opportunity zones. They've been helpful to Vermont. But number two, I want to talk about what I think is a looming crisis that gets far too little attention in this Congress, and that's the national debt. And I know you're familiar with this, and I'm just going to show the chart for others. The projection of the debt, first of all, January of 2025, it was 36.2 trillion. It's now 39.2 trillion. And as you can see in this chart, the trajectory of this debt is just going up and up and up. And the CBO right now says that debt held by the public is 99% of the gross domestic product, is scheduled to go up by 2030 to 20%. And we're now paying interest, as you know, probably better than anybody, of $970 billion.
That's still the craziest part,
so
bro.
taxpayer
We
revenues
spend more on
are going
about just as much, if not more,
to debt
to
that
fund our
exceeds
military or pay
budget.
interest as funding our military
and obviously
every year.
means that we can't spend it on other things that folks in Mr. Crapo's district and folks in my district need. The federal interest payments rose to 18.5% of all of our revenues. And the CBO says that's going to go up to 25.8% by 2036. And we don't talk about it at all. It's not even a topic, which is astonishing to me because it's such a threat. Now, there's three ways to address debt. One is we can cut spending. One is we can raise revenues. And I don't want to talk about those two today. But there's one other where there, I think, should be consensus, and that is we can collect
The other YouTube is
the revenues
the trading fraternity.
that taxpayers owe.
That one, there's a bunch,
And
there's like
that's
thousands
why
of
I want
tutorials.
to
It's
talk
actually
a
in the
little bit about
description.
the staffing
So if you go to the
cuts that I
description of this
understand
video,
have taken
it'll say
place,
nightly watch
at
list,
the
main channel with
IRS,
tutorials.
which has reduced their
Cheap, shout out to
capacity
Meta. Shout out to Meta. But yeah,
revenues
and it'll
that
take you to
are
even the last
owed
long-term
by
video.
taxpayers.
But yeah, there's literally thousands of videos
In
on there.
fiscal year
I'm telling you,
2027,
it's,
the IRS
you know, for
enforcement
those of you
funding
who
was
have
cut
the
by
time to like
18%,
self-learn,
28%,
I mean, it's
pardon me,
you have
2,800 staff
there's
positions
really every
were
single thing I
reduced.
do is on there.
And that's in addition
They don't believe me. I'm telling you, but the ones, a lot of the people in the locked in, I know they're very well versed on that. At least those who have really been running it there.
This was prepared by the Peterson
Chipotle
Foundation.
on the low, even Palan.
And I find them to be extremely credible on debt issues. I don't know if you share my high opinion of
Not anymore.
And I did add to the long term today. I haven't shared what it was, but we are going to go over that tonight on the Instagram video. So I hope you guys are ready for that and think about adding. And that's something too, man. So a lot of people were asking me yesterday, you know, even then, I love it too, because they're like, oh, I don't trade. How do I get started? Or what should I be doing? Or what should I do with the long term? And I'm telling you, what you should really start going about is very simple. Go make a Schwab, individual brokerage account, and start putting in 10% of your income into that account. You don't even need to buy anything, but, you know, and again, we'll get some ideas to start with names that are on the low, but at the same time, the whole idea is like you'll have the account ready, you'll start building it up, but then that's going to help you establish a real budget. That's the part I've been saying a lot this year that I think a lot of the greedy people who don't want to, they want to learn, but they don't want to listen to the process. I'm telling you, the long term is going to help you set a real budget, and it's for trading. So yeah, I would do that right away. And then do you guys want to hear the, I have the message my lawyer sent me. He sent me something about Meta. I don't know if you want to keep, what time is it?
And I can tell you that more bodies does not equal better collections.
So you just disagree that...
Here, let me read you something. So I think that they would agree, TIGTA, which is the IRS, the internal reporting system. All of these employees
like a good
who were
headline,
hired,
but oil didn't move.
a
Rubio said
whistleblower
U.S. no longer
in
striking
Atlanta
targets
came
in
out
Iran
and said
because
a
it's concluded.
25-year IRS CI employee who trained 2,700 new IRS agents.
Tonight, I'm going to post it tonight.
My time is running out.
I made the play today. I'll
to
post
send
the
this to
video
you
tonight.
Please
to show you why it's a complete fallacy.
But also, too, I encourage you to think and make a move before even waiting for me. If you've really been listening and you want to, you know, especially if you already have a portfolio,
I
you know, let it speak to you.
that the people who owe money should be paying that money and that we should have assertive enforcement.
Dollars on
in
the
order to
high.
get that
Hot
collected,
dog.
regardless of what the growth rate is. That's number one. Number two, one of the things that is happening is we've withdrawn from the global effort for coordinated organization for economic cooperation, and companies are now using these low-tax dodge countries. Like American Express avoided $423 million in taxes by using the island of Jersey, saying that's where they do their work. Black & Decker cut their bill by $27 million by using Cyprus. Many companies use Malta. S&P Global cut its tax bill by $269 million. Is that something that we should tolerate?
It's a good question, honestly. I think that's your best assessment of all of this.
And will you do something about it?
Again, it's a complicated question, and I'm happy to come to your office.
See, that was just
happy to
asked
do another
normally.
phone call
He
as
wasn't
we've
yelling, no
done.
theatrics. He's like, why can you
But
just
I do
change
want
your
to send a
domicile
succinct
and save
report that shows
$260 million
that new agents
if you
were a
operate in the
disaster.
United States? That's very
Senator
simple.
Tillis.
Thank
I
you,
like
Mr.
that.
Chairman. Treasurer, thank you for
Wow,
being here.
dude.
You know, I've
New low of the day.
may have
Oh
heard
my
I've been
gosh,
a little bit
this
critical
recession.
of a few of the advisors of the
WLDN,
president.
small
You're
though,
certainly
again, a
not
liquid.
one of them. I'm glad you're there.
SPY down
And,
0.6, NASDAQ caught up. It's down by 0.4, Dow
appreciate
0.8,
the
Russell
work you're
down
doing,
1.3.
and,
New low
love
of the
fact
day.
that
You are
show
now
good
negative on
judgment
the
of
week.
loving some of the North Carolina mountains with
That's
your
it, you're
family,
back to
just
the
like I do.
Thursday
So,
close, Friday open.
Thank
Well, at
you
least
for
you
being
filled
here.
that gap.
I do have one awkward question to ask you real quick, and then I want to get to some of the trends and how you're going to work on them. Did you actually tell Pulte you were going to punch him in the face?
No, sir. I actually said I was going to kick his ass.
Good. Okay. Good. I share the emotion. Thank you.
And
Dog,
as I
what a
said, that
gangster.
was last summer 25, and many teams have fights in the locker room and then go out and win for the team on the field.
Yeah. No, I was just
That's
curious, 'cause
hilarious.
everybody's going to be showing that. I made it clear I'm not going to support Pulte for.
He said,
DNI,
no, I
but
didn't
I'm
say
sure
I'd
they're gonna
punch him.
dredge that
Correction.
up. So
I told Pulte I was going to kick his
I had
ass.
a very good
That's amazing.
exchange with the director yesterday. Want to keep the momentum going on the FH.
Yeah, well, he lost me when he went after Powell. So we can move on to your core job. I know back in 2028, you were trying to target a 3% deficit to GDP. I think that's a laudable goal. There's a lot of work we have to do, so you can put it back on us for maybe
Dude,
not
yeah, why
making
is
progress. But
Bessent
now
such
we're
like
at 30-year yields
why
at
is he
a
such a
19-year
fighter?
high, where we are in 10-year yields and even some of the interest expenses on the 5.3 of GDP.
I know, bro, because he is way too
we're not
slick for
trending in the
these
right
guys,
direction.
bro.
What are we going to do?
Because he knows how to
Or what would be
answer
your
hella
advice?
sassy
What is
with
the
his questions. He got,
administration
he got
gonna
some
do to help
knowledge,
Congress
but then he's
focus
also
on the
down to
main thing
squabble.
to try and
He's
get
literally like,
our
all right,
deficit to
throw
GDP
hands.
ratios to what most economists think are necessary, which is your laudable target.
Oh, man.
Yes. So, Senator, this year, the U.S. has the presidency or the head of the G20. We're actually
Layoff
holding the
alert,
finance
Uber,
ministers meeting
23%
in
of its
Asheville.
people division
So
getting
maybe
cut.
you'll join us.
They said it's unrelated to
and we have
AI.
outlined to the industrial nations or to the G20 that we believe that the most important factor for financial stability is economic growth, that it is a lack of growth worldwide, and the decision that the trading blocs countries have made. And I believe the most important thing that we can do, as I was trying to tell Senator Welch, that the CBO projections are all at 1.8%, that we have grown at 2.6% thus far. That includes the Democratic shutdown.
And
the
oil,
Iran
and we're into the
conflict,
low,
which
and
makes me believe we
XLE
can
energy
grow
names are going up.
at 3.
So see if
the
there's any
CBO
war
is
shit. It
long
could be
in their
that.
first year. How can they
Again, you're
project
dollar
that
away
10
from
years? So
97, but like I'm telling you,
think
UNG usually
that
going up,
growth,
not a good sign.
the constraining
With all the
spending
other energy, it seems
and
like that
a growth
pressure is
agenda
leaking through.
will do this.
Again, everything's
The,
down. I mean, now it's finally kind of matched up
and
a little
I
bit
may,
more solidly
submit a,
down than this.
question for the record. It
SPY
has to-
not
I have to
moving,
believe that
NASDAQ
global
barely
growth
green,
and
barely
US
red.
growth is somewhat, we are seeing great growth numbers. But I do think there's a lot of uncertainty out there, and I have to believe that that's keeping some capital on the sidelines. So we could even see greater ones. One of the areas where I think we've had some confusion, I asked Ambassador Greer last year, whose throat do I get to choke if the Liberation Day tariffs didn't work out? I'm not going to ask you that question. I think I know the answer to it. They didn't work out. But now you're at least working with CBP on the refund process. How does that actually work? I know CBP has stood up a portal. Now they're appealing the decision, so people that were applying for it can no longer while there's appeals occurring. What is Treasury's role in that?
Senator, we're just
purely a dispersing entity?
We're just a dispersing agent.
Okay, good. I guess the only other question I have going forward is...
all right, man, stand up and do a push-up. I'm going to go to the bathroom,
how do we
move around a little bit, and then we'll turn this off. It's 9:30. I mean, we're halfway done with the day.
With the goal of trying to reduce our deficit to GDP.
Could still get worse.
Is it just something we got to put on hiatus now because we're dealing with high priority items?
I told you this is exactly what happened last year.
We
did 9 days in a row, and then just fizzled out, and then it went up the next day.
Which I'm generally supportive of.
Bullshit. But it's good. Everyone needs
a little recession. It's one of the reasons a few years ago I was one of only 9 people that voted
drop another
against
%. I don't know if we're ready for the
veterans bill because it had no pay for.
We'll see.
So how are we going to get to these things that are important but actually pay the bills at the end of the day versus
I thought Tillis was a little bit more bipartisan, or I
sir,
thought he was a little more in the middle, but his questions today are a little bit more...
There are priorities because
talker.
With the defense budget, if we don't have national security, I think it's very linked to economic security. And I would like to see, as I said, something with a 3 in terms of deficit to GDP by the time the president leaves. I think one of the things that is the result of the working families tax cut is the immediate expensing of equipment, factories, and R&D. And what we were seeing there is this is not a giveaway. This is creating productive capacity. So the way to think about it now is that as we are not getting the tax revenue because a corporation, small business, has immediately written that off, we are increasing productive capacity, which I think is almost like the slingshot effect, that we will start getting it in the second year, the third year, the fourth year. Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I know it's been a long day because I've been in a long hearing on the other side, just on the other side of the hallway, but thank you for holding this hearing. Good to see the Treasury Secretary here. I want to express my concerns about the Trump settlement with the IRS. I think taxpayers need to know that well-connected are not given a free pass. I would love to talk to you about Jones Act waiver tax parity. I'd like to talk to you about the fact that we have an insolvent highway trust fund, but I really want to ask you where you see this landscape now with China having been very active in the Chinese meetings and this issue of trying to move on from the tariff debate and get the Chinese into a manufacturing purchase specifically of aviation aircraft. And so I know that this is something that the administration
so today was like, I guess the only laggers today was Staples.
And
the other
I just hope that as we look at pushing China to make big purchases, I mean, I think it's kind of crazy
I didn't explain them.
if they want to be successful, why not do what Emirates is doing in the Middle East? Why doesn't China Air become the big deliverer of an air transportation system in the Far East and do it with a fuel-efficient plane? So what do you think the chances of that continuation of getting this on track and getting when the president comes here to have some success?
Yeah, so Senator, I think after a rocky period that we have very good stability in the relationship. As I've said
everything
many times,
maxed out on the low
we don't want to decouple.
Apple, that's going to drive.
We
that's
need
probably
to
what
de-risk.
Down there.
There are many industries we need to bring back, whether it's semiconductors, critical minerals / rare earths, our precursor medicines and chemicals. That it's unacceptable that we rely on China for many of those. Thus far, we have seen a willingness by the Chinese.
He just said
they
we'll
are
watch
very
for
interested
Boeing,
in
Xi Jinping.
the Boeing purchases. They agreed to 200 airplanes during the visit. We will see.
Buy still
if they
going down.
commit
You got
to
to cut.
a
It's all energy
a
on the
larger
high.
number,
Like I'm telling you, that
when
little.
Xi
There could be
Jinping
some war shit
arrives,
brewing, but
in
I mean, again,
Washington.
you already had it all last
And
night, and you did decent.
The other thing that we are pushing
Like
for
I'm saying, that mixed
is
in with
for
lack of
the
momentum,
Chinese to
everything
open their
else. Again, your
economy.
chips.
Because what has
Give
happened,
this down
we have
3,
this
maybe even
probably
more
the
now.
most imbalanced economy in modern history, and it is hurting their households to the benefit of their manufacturing sector. China runs a massive budget deficit of about 10% of GDP. 4% goes to industrial subsidies. And if they move some of that over to the households, which we brought up with Chinese leadership during the visit, then there would be much more demand for not only American industrial products like great Boeing airplanes, but the more American goods. We have formed a board of trade, and we will be looking at non-critical industries or non-critical things that we can trade with each other tariff-free.
How will that work? I mean, I'm for the tariff-free part for sure, and particularly, another issue, we have both very high-end manufacturing like aerospace, but we also have a lot of seafood in the Northwest, and China consumes something like 45% of the world's seafood, and I guarantee you that market isn't open wide enough for our products. So how would the Board of Trade help us with
Josh
that?
bought more Kimberly?
Well, that's exactly what
you
it's
want to
going
bet
to do.
on it?
It's going to say, if we
So
pick
how
a number,
about
30
if
billion
you're
by
wrong
30 billion.
tomorrow,
what are
I ban
30
you.
billion of things.
If you're right,
non-critical.
I'll give you a share of
industries,
Kimberly-Clark.
Non-critical things. Fireworks,
How does that sound?
Halloween costumes.
You want to play a game?
Very low-end consumer
And I'll
items
never
that we do
unban
not
you,
want to
ever.
reshore, that we
So
want
if
to
you
buy
take- if
from
you
them.
take a bet with
And what are
me, you
things
could
that
never
they would
be
like to
unbanned.
buy from us? The
Does that sound fair?
seafood, the maybe energy, and then we will
Pershing
both
selling
agree
80 million in Universal.
to that.
Bro,
that
isn't it UMG?
basket on
Am I
either
tripping?
side will have no tariffs.
Well, I think this is a particularly
remember last time there was a
important
headline.
market with a long-term relationship. I know the challenges that we face in forcing them to open those
Bobo
markets, but I
dowry.
also think that.
Or even Tesla's red.
I think getting
You know, it
off the
looks like
tariff
it's up.
debate and into a open
It's weird that it's printing
ways
red.
to
I
get
guess the
more
pre-market
product
was lower.
flowing.
I thought it
to
was
me
UMG,
is a
but it's
very
not. I guess
important
it's
thing.
not.
So
I don't know if
thank
they
you,
got
Mr.
bought out or
Chairman. I see
merged
my
with
time
someone.
has expired.
Again,
but
more
I
energy,
do want to
bro.
again
Last, like,
emphasize
hour.
I really am against
This
the
energy,
Trump
but then
settlement with
again,
the
like
IRS,
energy, like
and I know
war related,
you
the
have
energy,
oversight
like
over that, so I'm
hyperscaler
mentioning
shit
that
has
to
been
you.
going down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We are informed that Senator Marshall may be back. Senator Wyden has asked for a second 5-minute round, and as the ranking member, I've agreed to that. So, Senator Wyden, why don't you begin, and then if Senator
thank you,
Marshall
Mr.
shows, he'll be the final one.
Chairman, I've got
Get
one.
the garlic.
I want here, Ms. Secretary, to follow up on your answers about the Booz Allen contracts. Now, you said you didn't know about Trump's lawsuit in advance. So I gather that for you, it was a coincidence. You canceled the contracts
They have
3
Boyle
days
and
before
UNG,
Trump's
like I'm
lawsuit.
saying. That's just not.
That would be correct,
With how the
sir.
war shit
Okay, you
develops
didn't
and
talk to
energy, I
anybody
mean, that's
outside
usually
Treasury?
a
I
bad
assume
sign.
that's what you're saying as well?
Again, as I said, I had no knowledge.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a brief closing statement with respect to where we are, because I think that this has been a critically important meeting, and what it has showed is that almost all of the big questions with respect to immunity from audits remain unanswered. And my own view is that we're going to keep digging into this. I know that I'm going to. And my own view is that somebody broke the law. Either Mr. Bessent or Frank Bisignano, the CEO of the Internal Revenue Service, were illegally involved in the audit immunity granted to Trump through the addendum. Or if Mr. Bessent continues to claim that Treasury and the IRS were not involved, the audit immunity grant in the addendum is against the law because Acting Attorney General Blanche doesn't have the authority to settle tax disputes that may have not been referred to DOJ. So that's where we are. It's one or the other. And my own view is that as we keep digging, somebody broke the law, and I'm determined to work with my colleagues of both sides of the aisle to get to the bottom of this, because we are wrapping up with virtually all of the big issues with respect to how this immunity, which basically nobody else in America gets. That's the important point. Came into being, and we've got to get to the bottom of it and make sure that it's corrected and it doesn't happen again. And I thank you for the extra time.
And we've never seen anyone in America, they have their tax returns, the tax returns of all their employees leaked without an apology, Senator. Would you like to apologize today?
I was
Seems like he
very
smiles
much at
like
the
Bugs
bottom
Bunny
of
after that.
saying that it was critically important that enforcement action be taken, and I worked with my colleagues on both sides to move quickly. That's the fact.
Yeah, then why did Mr. Littlejohn, why was he only charged in 2 out of 3 potential charges? It was, he got off easy.
Oh, that's who
With that,
Littlejohn was?
what we will do is, Senator Marshall, you made it in just under the wire.
All right, well, that's dumb. But yeah, because they're saying Senator Wyden mendaciously slandered the Treasury in an attempt to cover up his son having an investment meeting with Jeffrey Epstein to ask for funding. So his son, oh, that was earlier. Oh, they got some beef. Well. Well, anyways, again, you guys, I wish there was more today. I wish we weren't in a recession, but, you know, we'll see how the end of the day plays out. And then tomorrow, again, you'll get a little bit more data. But yeah, here's what this is what my lawyer sent me on the what's it called, on the Meta stuff. Where is it? Yeah, because I was like, what? He's like, I came across the case looking for another verdict, and my inner Chad came out. I don't think the judge wants to do anything extreme to Meta. The state wants a big penalty, different rules for minors, and an independent monitor, arguing that social media constitutes a public nuisance. Meta threatened to withdraw from New Mexico if the judge grants all requests. The judge has already said he's not going to rewrite laws and requested that both sides give reasonable demands in their final briefing. Declaring Meta a public nuisance would be a huge deal for social media, and the issue would probably go to the Supreme Court. The judge said he's more comfortable changing the mechanics of the platform rather than the content. Quote, his tone leads me to think he'll slap Meta on the wrist with a fine, order Meta to place warnings for minors, and possibly strengthen rules to block harmful content, but he'll attempt to do so in a manner that doesn't constitute overreach. He said the big issue is if he declares Meta a public nuisance, that may send shockwaves through. He's just a state court judge. It'll be bigger if it gets to the Supreme Court. So yeah, that's the whole idea there with the Meta thing. So that's next week, not Friday, so forgive me for that. But essentially, if the judge does go crazy with this, I think it'll affect a lot of social media stocks. If he's willing to kind of change the rules, then the Meta thing gets way, way bigger. But otherwise, if it's like, if they both come to if New Mexico and Meta come to like he said, you know, both a fine, put some disclaimers, you know, think about it. This is why this is such a big deal, because this relates to cigarettes. Do you guys remember? I mean, back in the day, there was a time where doctors told you to smoke cigarettes. Back in the day, there wasn't warnings on cigarettes. So cigarettes were the biggest in the world, right? And then they're like, holy fuck, rat poison kills us. And they're like, oh, and then they started going through these lawsuits. And right when the cigarette companies lost one lawsuit, it opened up the floodgates, and that started changing, you know, exactly the big tobacco moment for Meta, essentially. It started changing, you know, that's where these disclaimers came from. Why do you think you can't advertise certain things in certain ways anymore with tobacco? Go buy a pack of cigarettes, a Zyn, it has big ass labels, and they have to do certain things around them. And then again, even to the point of taxes too. But yeah, that's where he's saying it's like, if they did do something, if this judge really wants to go cuckoo, but like he said, the judge has already stated he's just trying to find a agreement, you know, make them put up warning labels, a little slap on the wrist. But yeah, that case it's important. Not only is it a lot of money, but that's why we should be paying attention to it, because I think it's a small probability now. It's a low probability, but if it does, this could change precedent for the future and open up another set of cases and kind of change, again, how literally Meta, their advertising business, how it's actually, like, where it's getting accessed and how. So, ta-da! I don't know if they have a lot of data centers. That's a great question. I don't know I think they'd be allowed to, I don't think they'd pull out the data centers. I think they'd pull out of, like, Instagram. So essentially, if you are in, like, your IP, let's say, let's say you're in the region, you know, like gambling, you know how like back in the day, if you were in California, you couldn't use a gambling app. The moment you crossed into Vegas, you were able to. That would essentially, if Meta pulled out of New Mexico, it would be like that, where essentially you couldn't use your Facebook in the state of Mexico or Instagram, New Mexico. Yeah, exactly. Just like the Texas number for alerts. 100%. Trump will attend next meeting of NATO heads of state, Rubio says. Meta has substantial business in New Mexico through major data campus at Los Lunas. That represents one of the state's largest private investments. So they do. That was a great question. Great answer. Well, yeah, and then, well, that's the thing. If you lose one, that's what people said in the beginning. And remember, it got clapped for like 2 days and then came back up. But the general idea is that, you know, it's not like this. It could open up the door to more and more cases and then more and more restrictions. Like, I don't know. What if you have to be 18 or older? But that's what I think they want. You guys know that, right? That's my tinfoil. My tinfoil is that Meta, Google, YouTube, they all want this to happen. You understand? What's the big hype this year? AI agents. AI bots. At one point, you're going to have more AI agents running on the internet than humans. So if you sell advertisements, that's not good. You know why? Because I don't want to pay money to advertise to a fake person, to a bot. So you know what could fix that? If you had to verify every single person who accessed your platform delivering ads, maybe because they might be a minor. So now if you verify you're not a minor, you're also at the same time verifying that you're a real human with a real eyeball, thereby verifying your real potential revenue to advertisers. Ta-da! So yeah, that's the tinfoil. That's what I'm saying. As long as the fine's not too big and all that, in a weird way, I think Meta wants minor and any sort of user verification. They want that. Lebanese comment. Middle East that Hezbollah and Amal's demands are now limited to ceasefire by sea, land, and air. Amal movement has reneged the condition of Israel withdraw to accept a ceasefire. And then Golubov era of cost-free threats against Iran has ended. Any aggression will be met with regretful response. So you got another set of Iran comments, both Iran and Lebanon. Microsoft. And then Walmart kind of ripping. So again, the bigger quality staples, I mean, most of them are up. Again, CVS, UHS as well. A couple healthcare, biotech's doing good. Everything's dumped. I mean, low ticker has been on fire to the downside for a long time right now. Lapla, again, you're just going lower. XLF, fine. Again, that is still down 1.2. Remember, that had that earlier dump, but that's starting to recover. But again, Big 7 and everybody else, momentum is in a recession today. It's crazy how fast that happened. Illumina. Again, biotechs are doing great. Even Cigna. Now Enphase. So again, remember we had the Generac headline yesterday? They're barely down. Now JP Morgan's on the high. Is that green? All right, well, one bank's trying to go. nothing's happening with the SPY, you guys. I mean, this is just, unfortunately, this is what I've been talking about the last couple days. Not only is June, we just haven't had a real development yet, which is what we got. Again, yeah, now I think war headlines are heating up a little bit. That's what you came into last night. But I just think this is what happens when there's nothing to push concentration and momentum, and the leaders are not leading as strong as they were. But generally, I just, like we've talked about many times over the last couple weeks, when momentum just slows down, it's going to feel like this, because you have been ripping every single day, literally 9 days in a row, 9 weeks in a row. And then again, last time we were on a 9-day streak like this, it ended almost exactly how it did right now. We'll see by the end of the day. We still got the rest of the day ahead of us, but yeah, it's still quite fascinating. That's why I'm surprised. I don't know. Like, you guys have heard me talk about this for the last, like, 3 or 4 days, right? Not only did we start off the week going over the events, but, and like I'm saying, next week it gets big, but, like, you guys have literally watched me sell everything early, but now I don't think it was early. Now it just took 1 day. It took 2 extra days. I left money on the table, but like I was saying, I wanted to be ready for, I want to have a certain amount of money. And, you know, I wouldn't get so confident in everything just ripping all the time. Relative VWAP. Again, it's going to move around. I think the play just from now until, like, even, like, end of next week, watch Meta. But all these plays, like Meta, Netflix, Zillow even, I like a lot. Even Palantir. Again, I already sold out the Palantir. We'll see if we could double dip. Those came down a lot, but they're still higher than where we bought them. But it's just like, we need to see what's going to happen, you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, the last 7 days or so hasn't really, it's just been the end of the month leading into here with, like, momentum and concentrate, but nothing happened. And that's why I'm saying we need to see the checkpoints. So we'll get jobs this Friday. It's going to be good, and we'll see what happens. I don't think it's going to matter too much this week, but after this week, the volatility starts to climb, and expectations, event risk, and then we got to see which way it's going to go, because June is a wild card. Like I'm telling you, I don't think the bubble has stopped or popped right here, but what we need to find out if it's going to be summer still, or if it's going to turn to winter or fall. And that's it's just going to take some time, but it's hard to be patient when everything moves so insane, right? You sell on a Thursday, Friday, it rips more. You're like, oh my gosh, it keeps going. But then 1 day of doing nothing, I mean, here we are. So it takes time. You got to be patient, but it doesn't take too much time. I'm not telling you wait 10 years, not telling you wait 5 years. I'm just saying in the next week we're about to get more. But remember that end of May till now, I was telling you, there's that gap. A bunch of money flows in, not that many events. The market's going to one way or another. Object in motion stayed in motion, and that's pretty much it. But today, you didn't get as many events. You didn't wake up to Jensen doing that. I don't think anything changed. I don't think anything was good nor bad, even though you did get war stuff. Oil's high, but it's not, you did a lot worse 2 weeks ago. But that's why it's just like, wait till we get into these checkpoints, and you guys should be fully prepared for them. But hopefully you prepared too in terms of momentum and how you were, setting up your capital as well. Iranian attacks on Kuwait and Bahrain target the peace process. Hollow, BRKR, Regen, it's all biotechs. You added Rivian because you liked it. They're at an event today. But just be careful of, buying stocks that kind of rip a little bit too much. Rivian's not too bad, though. I hate the company, personally. I'm not a fan, but at least you didn't buy it at the highest point possible. Hopefully not. One way or another. I'm on a long term. I'm on a long term. One way or another. $9.46. I know. You need excitement, bro. We need excitement every day. Iran's new attack reveals the nature of the Iran regime. German foreign minister. Yeah, it's all biotechs right now. Not bad though, Habibi. Could it be worse? Could it be better? So much. I don't know. The Lebanon ceasefire might be again. Yesterday was a trip, and last night you reacted. Seems like again oil reacted a little bit more than equities. I mean, we spent 3 days ignoring a lot of it, but it was that Kuwait got the bases in Kuwait got hit after U.S. attacked like Qeshm Island, and then the Iranians attacked, and then yeah, here we are. But again, I mean, I'm biased. I'm not really like I don't care about the war. Like I care about it, but not in the sense of like I don't. It's not like a market event that I am concerned about at this point. You know, I do think I think there's other things this year still, and I mean, as long as I'll care when you give me bond volatility. That's a better way to put it, right? For now, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about a lot of things. Give me bond volatility, and that's what I'm saying too in June. But I don't think June is whatever wild card June brings. I don't think it's going to arrive from the war. And if it does, it's going to happen with bond volatility. So I'm prepared to be wrong. I mean, if the war does come back in a way that's material and meaningful, like I'm saying, we know our gauges to watch for. But no matter what happens, whether it's the war, whether it's the welfare and money, you name it, my brother, it's going to reflect in bond volatility at this point. That's what I'm saying. The market's not worried about, we don't care about the level of bonds. That's the best part about it. Like I'm saying, like if TLT goes back to the low, that's not a problem. If TLT goes back to the low tomorrow, that's the problem. You see, if TLT goes back to 88, that's what I'm saying. If it goes back to the low too fast, that's not good. If TLT goes back to the high too fast, that's not good either. So are you guys understanding? This isn't a one-way thing. It's all bond volatility right now. I'm really getting, I don't know if confident is the word, but it's starting, it's just starting to merge. The fact that you are bubbling and bubbling and bubbling, and then bonds are already doing what the bonds are supposed to do, and just any sort of bubble ends with bonds. So that's what I'm saying. The bonds are actually in perfect position to tell you what's happening, but not necessarily immediately. But really the answer is volatility. There's zero bond volatility. There was a couple weeks ago, and then that got away. And that's what I'm saying. It's like if bond volatility too high, too low, too fast, too much back and forth, then we're gonna have more. It'll probably be over. But as long as this stays here, I don't care what anybody says or not. I mean, it's just going to be a matter of responding to other stuff, but this is going to be your ultimate like fear gauge or gauge of momentum or things continuing or ending. So that's my take. I could be wrong, but like I'm saying, this analysis has a preparation for being wrong. And that's where I'm saying I'm not boxed into it all, but like I'm also saying I'm not I know the war headlines. I know what's going on a day-to-day basis with it, even hour by hour, but it's not like that is the thing that's not going to drive my decisions on all of that. And that's what I'm saying too, because if there's something worthy of a war decision, a worthy decision related to the war, it'll be reflected in the bonds too. So you know what I'm saying? You'll have other signals that'll align with it. So it's not as if you're just reacting to a headline more or less. If the headline is really material, you're going to get that bond volatility. Oh, CVS kept going up. Airbnb, Habibi. I know Expedia is at an event today. Oh, Ford, Habibi. Yeah, Ford was even at a conference and they had the numbers. ADEA, ADEA. We heard this one the other day, remember? Or did we just see it off a pop? Was there a headline? Or was it just a pop? We saw this one the other day. That was on Monday. ADEA. I don't mean to be needy, but we haven't heard any slop today. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You're right. Lebanese, no serious progress has been made in the round of talks being held in Washington between Lebanon and Israel. How do you report the lagging to YouTube? I think there's like a gearbox on the video somewhere. And it could be like send feedback. But I'm telling you, they lag. It's actually getting terrible. I've had more people at this. I think I've had half of everybody. The amount of people who have reached out to me about this is unreal. Like it to a certain degree, I've had more people complain than it'll show viewers on the public stream. But even then, it happens on the locked in too. But yeah, bug them. On Quantinium. Just same. I mean, I'm a little eased up by the money that I do think these IPOs are kind of massive, but I think the market could absorb it. All things staying the same, unless we run into a bigger problem or bond volatility. But it just, as far as like whether we play it or not and how we go about it, that will be dependent upon the what's it called? That'll be dependent on the pricing, the demand, all of that. It's mainly on mobile. Dude, it does it to me. Imagine. I get the same thing on my own channel. So when I go to poop and I put the channel up when I'm trying to see, it literally will just start buffering out of nowhere. It'll just start spinning and it stops playing. And that's even on my Wi-Fi, even if I switch to cellular. So just YouTube, they have us rationed on something. It's that, or it's also too when I say certain things. You guys have noticed that? Whether it's like a play or if it's too controversial, it kind of picks up on keywords, and then yeah. IBB, Lebanon's source of ideas, formulas put forward reach a direction. A joint Lebanon-Israeli statement may be issued on the fourth round of talks that took place. Also, someone just said, he said they already agreed. They're just going to do their final push and then announce it. But yeah, that's coming in now. See if oil moves. But now they might put out an Israel-Lebanese statement. Have you reached out to any of your friends at YouTube? I have. I mean, they told me why the last time. I mean, when we got reported and banned. So we even had, the guy got fired, but there was one guy who just didn't like me. It wasn't Neil. It was like just some low-level worker who, yeah, he was kind of making it easier for me to get banned and shit because he disagreed with some of my politics. But the other guy, he just asked me for plays. But no, he's the homie. But yeah, he said, man, he's like, I said, I let him know, man, but there's only so much we could do. But that's why I was like, all right, man. But yeah, that's why harassing them is the best bet. That's it. You harass them and say you're going to cancel YouTube Premium, they take that seriously. No, what happened was like a one-off event, dude. It was a Reddit person who made very drastic changes to themselves, and they didn't like things I've said, surprisingly. Not surprisingly. But yeah, that's why, like, again, bro, it was a game. If enough people reported a video, it would just automatically ban me, or it'd automatically give me a channel strike and then do that. That's why, bro, last year I got 2 channel strikes within like a week or 2. It was stupid, dude. Off of bullshit, off of shit. That's why they removed them all. Y'all thought I was tripping too. Y'all were like, okay, don't be dramatic. No, dude, that's why Google silently removed every single channel strike I've ever had in history. No, you've never heard about that, bro. You go see all the people who complain about channel. I've never seen that in my whole career on YouTube. And they wiped my whole record clean because it was so fraudulent about what they were doing. And then after that, you guys started getting lagged out a lot more, though. They're like, this guy's too much problems. But Instagram, on the other hand, oh, you know what I'm saying? So I like it, man. You open the floodgates. They can't stop us if you keep sharing it. That's something new I've got to learn. I love it. I'm used to the fucking box. I like the shadow ban box, to be honest with you. You know, what more can you do? I've learned to become home in the furnace, in the fire, and out comes gold. Warby Lucy Apple Display equipped AR XR smart glasses has slipped to 2029. Where's Warbs? Is that offered in the locked in on your own website? Yeah, we could. We might, maybe one day. I mean, I need someone to set it up, but it's a lot. It's a lot to handle. But at the same time, too, I've always told you guys from day one, I don't want to leave. I don't want, like I said, I mean, I'll post some of the other videos on in the same time, but this is my fucking land. Like, do you understand? The Lord has given me my land, okay? I'm turning into fucking Netanyahu right now, but on YouTube, because I believe it. That's why. You guys are like, go to Rumble, go here. I'm like, do you guys not real? I'm youtube.com/thestockmarket. I was the first motherfucker to do this. We were the biggest in the world until I got in trouble for talking about Pfizer. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about anybody who copied. I don't care about any of that shit. Fuck all of them. You know what I'm saying? I know exactly what it was. All during Biden, dude. That's it. I told you guys the truth, and I got punished time and time again. That's it. But hey, you got law terms. We did good. I don't regret any of it. I love it, actually. And that's what I'm saying. But I don't have to move. We are the stock market, and we are there for a reason. So that's what I'm saying. If they want to they could get rid of me, but I'm not going to go. And I've been chill this whole time. I think a lot of people, again, time after time, many of you put in the hours and listen. And that's what I like about it, you know? I mean, even dude, I was making the Biden song in the middle of the Biden. You know, I was telling you this stuff while it was happening. We stood up against the grain, and it wasn't for my own benefit. Like I said, if it was true and I believed it and there was opportunity, I said it, and I stuck by it. So that's why I'm like, dude, if you guys want to get rid of me for that, please be my guest and you do it. But I'm not you know, I'm not. You can't move me out of this. You are gonna take me out wrongfully. That's fine with me, buddy. But not anything else. So that's just YouTube, bro. But you know, I'm glad. Like I said, I think we've got to learn a lot, and like I said, time is merciless when it comes to truth. So I don't regret anything. And when I look back, dude, and I see all this stuff, and I hope you guys got inspired. I hope you got inspired, and I hope you learned something. Because I told you, I don't care what people try to hang over our heads or anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, in the moment, we said what needed to be said, and we did what needed to be done, and that's how it should be. So that's why I'm a big fan of it, and I think eventually, I mean, I hope these people do the right thing, but you know, I don't care about the wind. I care about the sail. So that's what we got to do, baby. And what's my take on selling part of a stock and making the rest of the share free to invest on something lagging? My answer: do you own a motor vehicle? Like, do you have a car? That's what somebody asked me something today about buying a stock. Oracle up 50%, and I asked them the same thing. Do you have a car? Mm-hmm. Ball never lies, son. But yeah, do you have a car? I could answer your question for you, but I need to establish this first. Oh, shit. Ooh, I almost carboed up my whole desk. Iran frozen assets. Third would begin sanctions on nuclear negotiations after verifiable measures implemented. For the long-term alerts, we don't really do number changes, bro. You think we'll turn around? I don't know about tomorrow. I mean, the UCI, the unit labor cost, that's the or the UC, the unit cost index or whatever. That's the important data. But Friday, I don't know if we're going to turn around or not. I wouldn't care about this week. Like I said, I think, like I told you yesterday. And yesterday was a great time to do it. But even today, you should think about a number that you're cool with walking away with. And then that way we get prepared for next week. The real action is next week. So I don't care if it goes up or down. That's why I felt bad adding plays because but again, we grabbed laggers this week. I think Sentinel was the one that wasn't lagging too much, but kind of after the earnings. But I do... that's why it's like, let's see, as we get into next week, I think that's going to open up opportunity, movement, all of that. So you can plant a little bit today if you find a good deal, but that's why I think we're just still kind of in no man's land. We're just in la land between the last month and this month until we get into the real events that are going to start, you know, directing the wind of where the market is going to blow. So I would set your sail, but I wouldn't, we don't know which way the wind is blowing yet, even though people like to think they do. It's been blowing one way with momentum, and we've rode the wave, and that's why I'm saying just get ready for, we're either going to get another gust the same way, or if it shifts, we don't want to get left behind on that, or we don't want to position the wrong way. Broadcom earnings is going to be hype, but I already sold. I wanted the pre-run up. I think that was where the money was at, and we did get some. Oh, so you do have a motor vehicle? Nice. So yeah, if you sell out of the long term, I'm going to slash all of your tires, possibly. Okay? I will find where you park your vehicle, and I'll slash the tires. Okay? I don't want to. I personally don't. I'll probably hire a Chad, maybe. But at the same time, that's what I told the last guy. So you could do whatever you like. Obviously this is a joke. I'm not really going to slash your tires, but I should. But at the same time, you don't have to follow my rules or not. It's up to you to follow the mechanics, but I'm long-term. I'm very serious. We act as if we cannot change our mind for 10 years. That's why you should do all of your work ahead of buying the stock. And once it's there, but even if a stock is doing really good, that's how you get growth over the years, not by selling it, but by actually holding it. So my answer always is rebalance. So Intel goes straight up. You're making a lot of money. You got a lot of growth doing well. You bought Micron, SanDisk, whatever else you got. I would take any new deposits and start putting it towards value. I would balance out the portfolio, but I don't like to rebalance the portfolio, if that makes sense. I do that every 10 years. Or if you really want to sell out of it, you buy a house or you put it into a bigger investment outside of the market. I did sell the long term for the farm. Yeah, that's acceptable. That's what I'm saying. Again, if you did that, I would not slash your tires. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who's ever said that, I've applauded them. I said, wow, you're following the plan. You're moving up in life. You're building your assets. You're still remaining an owner, and you actually are trading it in for something better. You know, this is kind of a bad example. It's very crude, possibly immature, right? But like, if you got a girl and you break up with your girl, or maybe you get a divorce, like, you're not going to go and get a worse wife, are you? I would feel bad for you. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, you should. I think you should only get. I never went backwards. You know that? I've never been married. You guys have got some of you I've known longer than my girlfriend. You guys have seen the various Josh girlfriends over the years, but at the same time, I mean, they only get better, bro. I feel the same way about assets. I don't think you should. I don't think you should downgrade. I don't think you should ever go backwards. So if you're gonna sell something, it should always be an upgrade. If you're gonna sell your long term, it should be because you just turned it into a house. You know, that's the crazy part. I mean, borderline, I turned that long term into nice 7 figures just by pulling that off. And again, it pays for itself too, which is most of the time now it is, but not in the beginning. It was a little rough, but like I'm saying, it is. Yeah, that's all you got to do, man. That's all you got to do. So if you want to sell for a house, that's totally acceptable. But because think about it, you're gonna turn 10. That's why we showed with Intel. I was telling you guys, like, for real, you could, every single one of you, for real, you have a down payment from Intel alone. If you bought it when I bought it, you even bought it with similar size. Maybe some of you got more or had it from prior. There's a down payment in Intel at every single level where you could turn it into a smaller property, and then that $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, it would be leveraged to at least 150, 200, 300 grand. So and it's safer. It's, Intel did 100% in a month, whereas a house is not going to do that unless you buy it extremely cheap, which hopefully you do. But it's not going to go down, and it's going to secure it. You could get it to pay for itself. That's awesome. Does your girl know what she's getting into? I mean, I'd hope so. But I like it, though. Like, she has friends that, like, their boyfriends are kind of shitty, so it really helps me out. You know that? I don't know if you guys do that. Like, it sucks. Like, you don't want your girl hanging out with bad people, because eventually it'll rub off. But at the same time, bro, having, like, dude, some of her friends, I love them, dude, because they make. I'm like, hey, man, shit. I'm like, hey, baby girl, not everyone's as lucky as you. That's all. In shambles, realizing next girlfriend's gonna be better. I don't know. I think I'm gonna marry this one, you guys. So we'll see. I'm pretty. We still got to go through the due diligence period. I mean, again, 10 years minimum. Like I say, just like the same way, act as if you cannot change your mind. So same thing with my long term. If I say I'm gonna marry someone, I'm really serious about it. So yeah, you can't go back. That's why you should do all of your due diligence prior to making the investment, not after. KYG, know your girl. Exactly. 100%. I don't know, though. It sucks, though. Because right now, the short kings are on a rise, dude. That's why, but I'm happy for you guys. Start their business. There's been a couple of chads who sell the long term to buy a business. I support that, but it has to be a real business plan. Can't be to buy business cards. It needs to be something a bank would even approve. But, like, you know what I'm saying? If you have a high standard for your business, I am so down with that. I think it's a very, very good for y'all. Years with my wife before I made her my wife. Nowadays, she does nothing but believe in me. Hey, man, that's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Will she have any single friends in OC? Yeah, she has some single friends in Switzerland. She got one friend in, she just moved, but she's, like, from Singapore. But, like, I don't know, man. Her friends are kind of... Like, some of them are chill, but then some of them, they just, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Am I saying you got a date for 10 years? No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just telling you what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? So do whatever you want, because I don't want to hear the next guy be like, Josh, have 80 kids. Have a child right now, Joshua. Stop playing around. Marry her. And then all the fucking conservatives pop out. And fucking Pete Hegseth is like, have a baby, start a war. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then they start piling in. And they start throwing Bibles at me. And then I start fucking rebuttaling with Paul. And I'm like, look at what Paul said. And then we go back and forth. So do whatever you would like. I'm just sharing with you what I do. What about getting a riding lawnmower for your lawn business? I mean, run the numbers. It's all a numbers game, right? So how long have you been in business for? How much money are you making now? How much is it going to cost? What's the projected revenue? You get what I'm saying? Like, it needs to be an upgrade. It needs to be like a real plan. And if it's a real plan that's really going to lead to growing a business, that is what you guys should be investing in. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, it goes a very, very long way. CPB actively monitoring worms and parasites in Campbell's products. Walmart lawsuit. Check Walmart. CPB kind of went down. The parasites are making them. You were close, Alex Jones. It wasn't the water. It was the parasites. Yeah, Campbell's moved a little bit, but no reaction yet. There might be a delay on that. It's a cheap stock. That's what sucks. They're negative change close. Every single one on the short term if you want them. Let's see. You might get a hit off of that. I'm going to send out the stream alert. Nothing is too slow today. Yeah, but they're all negative change close. Now they're going up on the ask. But Walmart's just climbing. It is. You guys should take wormwood, black walnut cloves, and what's the other one? I take it. I have it every day. Believe it or not. That's why I'm not a bitch. No. It'll help. It's good for you. Do your own research. How many more lawns will you be able to mow? How fast? What's your break even? Yeah, exactly. It has to be a real plan. And you'll be able to do a lot with it. Turmeric. Okay, dude, are you ready for this? I didn't know this was possible. My girl told me this. Or no, my sister. Now it's even worse. You could be allergic to turmeric. Did you know that? Apparently, my sister is allergic to turmeric. I said, huh? And then I thought about it, because if I have too much turmeric, I kind of tweak out. I didn't ever think about that being allergic to it. But yeah, my sister is allergic to turmeric. She like tweaks out when she has it. And I was like, huh? Isn't that crazy? I said you could be allergic to turmeric. I guess you can be allergic to anything. I just didn't. I never, because I think turmeric's great. Like brands, just get off Amazon or Sprouts. There's one with all three of them. Plant on the low. Again, Campbell's, it moved around a little bit. You don't want to sell it, but I've thought about selling a portion. I would stop thinking about that. It's simple. Don't think about selling your long term. Okay? And I'm not saying this like dogma or propaganda. I want you to understand the mentality of how you guys are going to grow for real in life, okay? Don't think about selling your long term. Think about what you're going to do. Do you get what I'm saying? The biggest problem people have, they look at their portfolio and say, wow, a lot of money, I want it. Oh, wow, what if it goes down? Or, oh, all of a sudden they turn into stock analysts. That's the wrong way to do it. You see what I'm telling you? What you should be looking at is looking at your next endeavor and then looking at the tools you have to accomplish it. That's what I'm saying. Keep looking ahead. Keep looking at what you need to build. So if you're saying I want to build a business, don't think about selling your long term. Don't think about getting rid of your assets. Think about what you're going to build. Think about what you're going to buy. That's a house, a company. Again, like you're saying, anything for your business, but put your effort and energy and mind power towards that. The act of selling is easy. You know, having the money, you already have it. It's in your long term. So, but think ahead. Don't fall for the trap of thinking like that's negative in a weird way. You're thinking about, oh, I need to sell this, do it like this. You're thinking backwards. Think forwards. Start thinking of how am I going to keep going forward? You know, that's what I'm telling you. So it's like, again, if you really think about the business investment, keep thinking about the business investment and what's going to make you the most money and be the most efficient and how you're going to pull that off with a goal, a plan. Thinking about that is way better than thinking about the funding, because the funding is already there. You already have this long term. You see what I'm saying? That's how all of you should be doing it. That's why I'm telling you, you should be thinking about your home. That's the easiest one, especially if you don't have one. That's the easiest one that's looking for your future. But the funding part, that's the last step, and it's easy. So I wouldn't entertain the sell my long term. Ooh, it's tempting. It's there. What are you going to do with it? I feel like the Joker, you know? You wouldn't even know what to do with it if it caught the ice cream truck. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what are you going to do if you even got the truck? Like, you got to think about what you're going to do. You click sell right now, have all the money. Nothing changes. You know what I'm saying? Nothing is going to change, except you're going to go and check and be like, did I sell too high? Did I sell too low? That's it. Nothing is going to change after that unless you have a plan. So that's what I'm saying. Think first with the plan. Make a plan about where you're going, and then we could talk about the gas, and then we could talk about the fuel. Your long term is your fuel. You'd be like, Josh, I got a bunch of fuel. Awesome. Where the fuck are you going? That's what you need to figure out. You need to figure out the destination. Tell me the destination, then we start talking about how we're going to get there. But if you're just telling me about the fuel, it doesn't make sense. And like I'm saying, your long term is your fuel, and that's why I encourage you to build it up. But at the same time, you want to keep moving forward. On puts, yeah, I don't know. It caused a little bit, but not too much follow through today. Even the Junko might react tomorrow. That one popped for a little bit. Man, we haven't had any. Again, just momentum is lacking today. If you have names in the long term that you don't trust, like PayPal, with a plan B to hold for 10 years, yes. Even if they go green and it's been 10 years and you don't like it anymore, even if it's red, you could sell it at that point. Give it the appropriate time. But then, like I showed you guys last year when I did it with the farm, and I think some of you are mind blown by it, by keeping those plays in the long term that were down, they helped us with the tax liability. So you have a benefit even if you lost, believe it or not. So that's why I'm saying just don't move them until you're ready to go with the plan. You see what I'm saying? Keeping all those plays that are down. If you want to move it to a house today, you make a bunch of money on other stocks. Those losses are going to at least do something to your tax liability. So why you have a bank of losses, which are actually helpful, especially if your overall portfolio is growing. So that's what I'm saying. It's just like have the plan, play the appropriate time. 10 years, or it's time to move it to a house, or you finally find a way to upgrade, then yeah, you're going to use that to sell it out. But those that, you know, even if it's down, you don't trust it anymore, it's still serving a purpose. That's the part I think a lot of people don't realize. Your losses in your long term are serving a purpose. They're not doing the gain purpose, but they are there to lower your tax liability when it's time to move all of the gains into what we need to. Disney, we have Disney in the long term. We brought it a little lower. It just hasn't done a lot, though. The Campbell's thing, it hasn't hit the wire yet. It's just circulating from this lawsuit. I don't know the full details. It didn't really budge. Possible screwworm case in Texas. And then oil's still up. Soup just got a wingman. New Campbell's Chunky Buffalo Wild Wings Parmesan Garlic Chicken Noodle Soup. Wow, did you guys know that? That's the only thing I see on the wire for them. Doesn't it only help if you tax loss harvest your stocks? No. It's like, you guys saw it. I mean, I don't. You got a year badge. Maybe you saw it by then. Your name looks very familiar. It's exactly what I did last year. I would have had, I think we had like 30,000 losses on the account or something, but that lowered my taxable gain by $30,000. Dollar for dollar, every dollar you lost that you realized at the same time you sold your gains to move it to the house, you save that on the taxable, on what you would have been taxed. Super simple. It was a 100% tax break if you think about it. And that's awesome. And like I'm saying, it would have been better if we made money, but you would have made money, you would have had a more of a tax bill. So in that case, it helped us take money out, take the gains, and then not have as high of a tax liability. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, the people who, if you just sell a loser for no reason, no plan, no nothing, I mean, you're wasting opportunity. PCT just popped. All right, Chad. You know what we need to do? I think we need to save the stock market. How do you guys feel? Would you like to save the recession? I think we should try to save the recession today. I think we should. I think let's make a valiant effort and see if we could end this recession. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah. It's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in above. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real. It's not the reason they will kill, it's the freedom in believing they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I could listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there. Like swimwear, I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. 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 Chedadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I got a good one for you. I got a good one for you. Oh, we got Philo. So I hope y'all been living good, man. And I don't know. I hope you remember. It's a good reminder to kill desperation when the market goes up. It's a good reminder to kill desperation when it goes down. Just don't forget these, man. Telling you, I think some of y'all who've been really paying attention, I hope you you understand this game is bigger than Monday through Friday. You know that this game is bigger than open to close. What you do in and out of the market is all going to factor into your financial future. How you conduct yourself, your discipline, all of that. So some of you may be confused why we talk about life, but I think this is probably the most important thing. Again, it's not how you behave in markets. If you think it's separate from how you behave outside of markets, that's a fascinating conclusion. But it's all connected, baby. And one thing leads to another. Don't forget that. So that being said, are you ready for this? I don't know. I don't know if this is a good way to start today's Philo, considering we have entered this recession here. Yeah, no other way to put this. Chad, none of you are safe. Nobody's safe. And I'm not talking about the market. I'm not saying buy a put. I'm not talking about a bubble. No. I'm talking everywhere. You're not safe. Success is never safe. I've had a Philo on that. Well, I hope one day you realize your daily need for Christ, my friend. Because you'll realize you're not safe. There's no finish line. That's why you're not safe, brother. And what I'm talking about is this. Because even lately, I've had some people, and they weren't, like, they were well-mannered, bro. And they were like, man, Josh, why do you always assume I'm going to break the rules? Josh, why is it when you talk about with people and trying to help them, why do you assume they're going to break the rules? You know, even yesterday I talked about it. Someone asked me a question. I said, listen, you want a car? You want this? Very simple. Are you really going to follow through with it? Are you really going to follow through with the rules? Have you actually followed through with the rules already? But then, you know yourself. Are you going to go in, pat yourself on the back, and then 2 weeks later just repeat the thing you said you weren't going to do? Why? Why would I assume that? I don't trust me. Why would I trust you? That'd be the easy answer, but no, it's not. You want to know what the answer is? Why? Why would you assume people are going to break the rules? Why? I'll tell you why. Because Solomon did. Huh? Solomon. The guy who wrote all about wisdom. The guy the Bible says nobody was given as much wisdom as Solomon. Ever. They would go all around the world to hear Solomon. They would be so impressed. Like I told you, my funnest fact about Solomon, he has so much gold and silver especially. He devalued silver because his kingdom got so rich and they had so much silver everywhere. The value of silver plummeted. Historical fun fact at the time. Awesome. Again, well known. You're talking wealth, money, wisdom especially, knowledge. Solomon. Every culture regards this. That's what I'm saying. This is what got me even studying wealth before I was really trying to find spirit. Literally. Solomon. It's actually insane, bro. This was the guy. This was the guy all about wisdom. He did the wisdom. And like I said, the best part about it, you go read Solomon, it's like a self-help book, bro. Kind of. It's like those motivation books. You want to know what the difference is? You want to know what the difference is between Solomon and Jim Rohn? You want to know what the difference is between Solomon and Tony Robbins? You want to know what the difference is between Solomon and any book you have ever read about wisdom or personal development or motivation? The difference was that Solomon lived it. I don't think y'all understand. That's crazy. The guy's like, yo, man, all the money in the world, you're going to still die and it won't mean anything. He had all the money in the world. You know that, right? He said, don't trust these types of people. He had a whole kingdom. Every single vice or the max of extremes in humans, Solomon did it. Solomon said, you said nothing is more annoying than a wife who pesters you. How does he know? He had 700 wives. Think about it. Anything. That's what I'm saying. He's not speaking from, hey, you do this. Oh, do this. This will change your... He did it. You get what I'm saying? I'm just trying to help you understand Solomon and my fascination towards this man. Again, it changed my life understanding Solomon. Proverbs, Ecclesiastes. Nothing new under the sun. That's where it all comes from. So why do I think you're going to break the rules? Why do I watch myself and why do I get worried if I'm going to break the rules? Why am I susceptible? Everybody is. You know why? Because the guy who wrote the damn book on it, the one who God himself said nobody has ever had that much wisdom, he still ignored it later on in his life. He had all the wisdom in the world and he still even ignored it. Chad, I don't think y'all feeling me, dog. I need you to understand this. So I said, nobody's safe. You think I'm trying to say you're a bad person? I'm not. I'm not calling you weak. I'm not saying anything. I'm just telling you the game. I'm just telling you the game, brother. Even the Bible telling you what happened. The Bible wasn't afraid to tell you that he had nobody would ever be that wise. And the guy who nobody will ever be that wise still fell. He still didn't honor what he knew. Oh, y'all tripping. Humble yourself. This ain't no one's attacking you. Everybody. If you got real wisdom, you're going to understand this. And even if you do, you might forget it. Ask Solomon. Isn't that crazy? So I said, bro, crazy to think we're safe from the same thing. Why would we be safe from that? If you were as wise as Solomon, it could still happen to you. So you get it? This ain't personal. Don't take it personal. This ain't about you. It's about the game. This is how it plays out. If you are not constantly reminding yourself. You know what this is talking about? Drift, brother, drift. If you don't point yourself and make sure you're on the course, you don't say I'm going to go forward, you're going to go backwards. I don't like that, but that's just how it works. That's why someone even said yesterday, like, I don't want to be a leader. Me too, brother. Me too. I don't want to be a leader. But guess what? If you don't become a leader, you are going to become a follower. Actually, you're going to become a slave. There's not a, you know that? I think we have romanticized the word follower. There's no follower, brother. The only guy who had followers was Jesus, literally. There's no followers. It's either leader or slave. I don't know if that's too aggressive, but I fully believe that. And that's what I'm telling with all of y'all. And guess what? Just as the Bible would say, no, you're a son, not a slave. I don't say this to you because I think you are less than me or anybody else. I think you are greater. You should be a brother. You are a brother in the family. So don't be a slave. You don't have to be. But that's what it is. You drift. If you don't lead, you are going to become a slave. If you don't point yourself and stick to the right ones, the discipline, the moves, unfortunately, we are all vulnerable to making the mistake. Even if you know all the rules, doesn't mean you're going to always follow them. Why? Because even the wisest people fall. Even the people who wrote the book on it did the same mistake. So what are we saying? This should be your caution, your reminder. There's no finish line. You see what I'm saying? Oh, I got the rules. I know the rules. Woo! Mission complete. No. It's the hard. You know how much time you're going to spend in your life learning the game? You're going to learn the game of life. You're going to learn the rules. You're going to learn what you should be doing, right? That takes a long time. Great. Now you got to spend a long time actually doing it. That's the other hard part. You can spend your whole life learning it, but then you got a whole nother part doing it and sticking with it. Oh, my brother, that's challenging. Believe me, it is challenging. I do it every day. We all do. And guess what? The moment you stop, the moment you could fall. I don't make the rules. So I hope you're hearing me, Chad. I hope you're hearing me. Whoa, CMS Energy. What is this? 10:32. They announced Sri Madhupati as CEO. Why is it freaking out? To succeed the CEO. Interesting. So CEO change. Interesting. Now hymns. But yeah. I hope you feel. So that's the first part. The second part I want to share with you today is something I told you before. And it's funny, I don't know, I was talking with my mom about this, and I guess I never shared it with her. I brought it up to her. She said something that reminded me of it, and I was talking to her about it. Chad, you are the light of the world. You are the salt of the world. You have ever heard that? Old phrase. Comes from the Bible. It says you are the salt of the world. What does that mean? I hope I can remind you. You are the salt, my friend. Let me ask you, what does salt do? Do you know what salt does? There's something very important about salt. Changed the world, actually. And ironically, salt is the most abundant mineral in the world. You know that? That's why when we were doing the critical mineral plays last year, I was going through all of the minerals. I was giving you guys lists, everything. This was before Locked In even existed. And I would go through, I went through every single mineral company in the world. And I'll go through what the mines were and what we were. And there was a couple of plays, and if they were related to salt, I ignored them. You know why? The salt is the most abundant asset or mineral in the world. Don't even matter if Donald Trump or they want to do, there's no strategic salt reserve. You don't need it. It's everywhere. Salt. You are the salt. Humans, we're everywhere on this planet. Yeah, a lot of you know, again, it changed the world. You know why? Back in the day, before they have refrigerators, salt stopped the food from going bad as fast. You know, salt could even be a disinfectant. Crazy. But it's very simple. You are the salt. Salt slows things down. You are the salt of the world, my brother. You are the light of the world, my brother. You know what that means? The evil is always going to exist. You are here to slow it down. You are here to preserve the good. Do you understand? I told this to my mom, bro. She went, oh. That's what she said. She said, wow. It blew her mind. I said, wow, I was surprised. Because you know what she said? She said, oh, you're right. She said, imagine how much more evil it would be right now. Y'all tripping. You know that? Y'all see the guys on TV. You know what's going on. You know what's going on, but you don't even know what's going on, right? We just finding out. They were doing what? How much fraud, how much murder, how much secret this, secret that. Go down the list, brother. Come on. How much evil is there in the world that you know of? Imagine what you don't know about. But come on. How much evil? I feel like y'all see evil all the time, everywhere. Can't escape it, right? Bro, what would it look like without all the good people that are already here? What would it be like right now without all the children of the light? Seriously. What if we weren't taught? What if none of us were here talking about any of this stuff? Or trying to do something, or even looking ahead with hope? Think about it. You think it's bad now? What if there was no salt? Oh, this would already have been the Dark Ages, dog. Are you kidding me? It's like, come on, for real. Imagine if it got this dark and people had to go do rules. They had to even hide it and do all of this. What if they didn't have to? Come on. So think about it. You ask me, why am I here? You have a destiny inside of you, brother. You are something now and in the future. Take an apple, cut it open. The seed is there. The seed is also the tree. That's your destiny inside of you. What's the point of bringing good and the light? You're here to slow things down, brother. Do not be discouraged that it keeps happening. Do not be discouraged that evil is all over. Again, though we are crushed on both sides, bro. Doesn't matter. That's our job. You are here to slow the evil down. You are here to preserve the good. Don't ever forget that. So that being said, it's funny because I had a philo for you. I had a video I wanted to play for you. But after listening to that stuff earlier, I heard this other one a while ago. I didn't think I was going to play it for you, but I was like, you know what? Let's move this one. Let's play this one today. Yeah, I kind of did an audible at the last second. So, but I think it's important, especially what we talked about, man. All of y'all. And leadership. It's real. Y'all got to be leaders, real leaders. I'm sorry. I don't want you to be a slave. You don't got to run a group. You don't got to run all that. That's what I'm saying. That's the problem people think. They're like, Josh, I want to be a leader. I'm going to copy everything you do and then sell it. It's like, no, man. I'm saying leading your family. Leading the people around you, your community. Building your success where you are able to be a source that spreads it and creates opportunities. Hopefully some of y'all change some of this BS we keep complaining about every day in the government. See what I'm saying? The salt. So understand what it really is. And it's funny because, like, dog, I hate to break it to you. He's going to say this. This is the sad, sad reality. Not one of these politicians is a leader. You know that, right? He says it. He says it in his video. He said, don't you ever for a second get confused. Don't ever make the mistake of thinking that a politician is a leader. Are they in a position of power? Yes. Do they have authority? Yes. Are they a leader? No. And I hope you think about that for yourself. Because, my brother, you may not have the authority of the world. Does not mean you're not a leader. My brother, you think you're like, oh, I don't have power. Oh, everyone's powerful. The powers are... No. Power does not make you a leader. It actually does the opposite, usually. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me, bro. So listen to my boy Miles, man. It's amazing.
True leaders, therefore, do not seek followers. True leadership is not about control. It's about service. Secondly, true leadership is not about power. It's about empowerment. Most followers would say about their leader, that's a powerful person. Well, you just exposed the fact that they are not a true leader. A true leader will have followers who say the opposite. That person empowered me. That's a true leader. That person made me great. That's a true leader. But we normally say the opposite. Oh, he's a powerful preacher. Well, did he make you one? Come on now. That's the question. Number 3, leadership is not about manipulation, it's about inspiration. Inspiring people is the highest form of true leadership. True leaders don't manipulate. They inspire people. Number 4, leadership is really not about people. It's about purpose. I will explain all of these in this session. In other words, true leadership is not about trying to find people to follow you. True leadership is discovering a purpose that you commit to pursue. So leadership has more to do with you pursuing something than you pursuing people to follow you. True leaders, therefore, do not seek followers. And number 5, true leadership is about becoming more than doing. You know, most people that we call leaders, we describe them as doing great things. But a true leader is more about a person becoming something they discovered about themselves. They are becoming it. And in the process of becoming themselves, they inspire other people. That inspiration is what influences the people, and they submit to the leader's vision. Don't ever believe that a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have produces politicians. It doesn't produce leaders. And so you can have a politician who knows nothing about leadership, and he's leading you. Politicians are concerned about the next election. That's all they're interested in. That's why they cannot be leaders. But leaders are different. Leaders are concerned about the next generation. I want you to compare those two thoughts the next time you have a politician come to your house wanting to vie for your vote. Just ask him, what is your vision for my children? I will sit and listen for 20 minutes for you to tell me what it is. He will leave your house because he has no interest in your children's children. His concern is to stay in power, to keep the position, to win the next election. This is why they cannot lead. When you are going to have a conversation with a politician, you should actually try this as a test. You, by the way, as a citizen of a community, you have a right to be seen by the mayor. I hope you know that. If you voted for a mayor, the mayor works for you. Therefore, you have a right to see him. You can make an appointment to see any public officer you voted for. Did you know that? That's your legal right. If he don't want to see you, you can take him to court. That's democracy. So I want you to make an appointment to go and see your mayor or go and see your governor and just sit and say, I want 30 minutes with you, sir. And ask him about that list right there. Sir, what is your purpose for being in leadership in this city? What is your purpose? The first question will make him very nervous. Second question, what is your passion for our community? He'll be wondering what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I just want to build roads and bridges and provide jobs. No. What is your passion? And this is why we need to question the leaders we have. And so I have a little thought here. I call it politics versus leadership. Let's talk about it for a second. Number one, politicians focus on programs, not vision. Number two, politicians' priority is securing the next election, not securing the next generation. Their focus is different. Number three, politicians are preoccupied with promises, not purpose. What we need is statesmen, stateswomen. We don't need more politicians. A statesman is an interesting human. A statesman thinks of the next generation. The greatest fear of all humans is scarcity. That's why we are so stingy and tight. We believe that there is scarcity in the world, so we try to keep everything ourselves. This is why the worst moment in a worship service is the offering time. The spirit of scarcity comes upon the saints, and they tighten their wallets and tie up their buckets, and they tell God, if you want it, you got to take it from me. Why? Because they believe that if they give it, they lose it. It's a spirit of democracy. Scarcity. And that's why we don't share with people. We think there's not enough to go around. It's a spirit of scarcity. It's a powerful motivation. That's why people steal. That's why they break into your homes. That's why they rob you along the street, because they believe that they need it and you got it and they can't get it and ain't enough of it, so they hurt you and take it. This is why people pad invoices. This is why people take bribes in government under the table, because they believe that if I come out of government and don't make enough, I probably won't go back. so I'm going to get it all. The spirit of scarcity. These spirits are so powerful, they destroy governments. They destroy families. Why would one of your sons sell cocaine to his brother? Because he believes if he doesn't get money, he won't survive. So he kills his own brother to preserve himself. Crime. These are important principles. Why did I show you all of this? Because of this one statement. Write it down. The key to living in a kingdom is commonwealth. That's why God chose a kingdom. The kingdom of God is a kingdom. True leader.
Super deep, bro. But I love it. I love it. Is your leader great? My leader is great. Why? If he don't make you powerful like him, it don't make it, that power is not good enough. So I told y'all the other day, I would love for some of y'all to spread it and spread the message and do it so well. Guess what? You gotta fucking do it. That's what I'm telling you. That's why I said oh, Chad, there's a vision. You know that, right? And you know what I love about it? I don't have an election. You know that, right? There's no election. That's why I told you, do you really think I know so much about politics, but do you think I care about it? You think I care about the next election? I don't. I care about the next generation. How many times have we said it? Dog, the president's going to come and go. There's going to be another president. There's going to be another set of judges, another set of old people, another set of all of it. That doesn't matter. We got to start preparing for the next generation. That's what really matters. Telling me it's hard for you, okay. Well, what are we going to do about it for the next generation then? Oh my God, there's a vision there. It's not even about people, it's about purpose. What is the purpose for what you're doing? For what we're looking for? It's not about what you're doing. You know that, right? It's nothing about what you're doing. What are you becoming? Telling you, bro. You pursue something instead of pursuing people. We're not pursuing people. We're pursuing a goal. A vision, a purpose. We are all becoming something. No, I hope all of you are becoming something. I hope every single long-term, every business, every single person living positively, being able to dust off, be a superconductor, brother. Let all that bounce off you. Keep looking ahead. These people are going to come and go, my brother. There is something coming ahead. Are you going to be a leader of that generation or not? You think I'm telling you, go get a bunch of people to follow you? No, my brother. I'm telling you, become something. And have something ready for the next generation. That's what you're going to be doing. We're not worried about politics or an election. You are pursuing something. That inevitably that's what makes you the leader. Watch, it rubs off. So Chad, that's why too, I don't know, man, all the politics, you got midterm elections this year. Oh, come on. So I said, none of them. Don't ever make the mistake of thinking they're not leaders. They're worried about winning elections. That's just sadly the reality. But my question for you is, what are you worried about? See what I'm saying? Telling me what's happening now, all this other stuff. Fed Beige book just came out. What about you? What are you becoming? They only care about right now. They have to. That's their job. That's the system. It's how it's designed. Not how you are. What are you becoming? What are you pursuing? So I'm saying you pursue people, you pursue the power. My guy, that's the trap. That's the illusion. That's a politician. I hope y'all feel me, man. And that's why, too, I hope you understand why this obsession I have with the future. Do you understand it? Do you see why I'm telling you you're all going to be a leader? You have to be. I hope you hear it. You are going to become something. And it's the future is coming, and the future isn't next year. The future isn't tomorrow. It's leading into the next generation. Some of you are already a part of that. We got some younger guys in here, but guess what? Some of you have children. You're already getting that set up. Good. That's exactly what it should be. You see what I'm saying? So I hope you feel me, man. I really do. Because I hope you become something, and I hope you're inspired. I do. You know, if anything, that's why I said I hope I've inspired you with my resolve on things. I hope you are inspired by not bending the knee, by not caving for $1 in sponsorships and whatever it may be. I hope you're inspired by, go take the money, move it to a house. Here, let me show you. Oh, I hope you're inspired by everything's so bad, everything is so high, we can't invest. Let's start a long term and do it. We did it. You see what I'm saying? And become it. You should become all of these things, if not greater and bigger. Oh, I hope you feel me, Chad. I hope you feel me. That's what it's about. That's why, and how many times you guys ask me, how do I get people to do it? How do I get? I told you, do it. They'll be inspired. Go show them your long term. Bro, turn your life around right now. You want to tell me how do you want to get people? Because again, it's not about the people. It's about the purpose and what you are becoming. My brother, you follow purpose. You become what you are destined to be. Oh, the people will be inspired around you. Everybody will. You see what I'm saying? How did you get a house? I knew you 5 years ago. You were doing crack. What do you mean? You went to the same school as me. How do you know this much? Oh, I hope y'all feeling me. You ain't got to sell them on it. Because you're becoming it. And even as they see you when you're becoming, they will realize that you're not even done. All of you. That's why you guys know that, right? None of you are done. I'm not done. I told you that the other day. I love it. Oh, I see the vision. I look forward to what's ahead. Y'all thought anything we've already done was cool? God willing and praise God, but that's the past. We all got to become something. You think so imagine you look at your long term and you like it. You think it stops there? You think you've made a couple of changes in your life, discipline? You think it stops there? You think understanding, wisdom, you think it's going to stop here? It's not. We're all becoming. The question is, how is that going to inspire the next generation? It really is. So Chad, be a leader, bro. I told you why. You are going to be a leader or you're going to be a slave. I don't think I'm talking to slaves. I don't think anybody wants to be a slave. But quite frankly, I know what's inside of you. I know where you came from. You came from the same place I came from. Guess what? You got the same brain. You got the same hardware. Oh, Chadadonia. Chadadonia. Secure the next generation. Take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link for the stream alerts. God bless America. God bless the next generation. Let's go. Iran Tazim Revolutionary Guard said they did not fire at Kuwait airport. That philo worked, though, for a little bit, but are we still in recession? NASDAQ still down a quarter? Yeah. We tried. We tried. But it's already 11. Already 11. Mm-hmm. Cold, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist. The things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you there's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking round? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether.
Some people don't even have dreams, you know what I'm saying? But if you're blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple of stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches shout these sad. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes with your talking and your bitching. Just show me that you don't get it, look. Nah, I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach, the big leagues ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad, mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I could feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm out with your new face. A snake can move a few ways, and life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. Welcome back.
There's one more.
Mumbai, my long term. Kumbaya, Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Boom, boom. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Oh, we needed that. We needed that. Amen. 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 All right, Chad. We did it. Your opinion, the best way to get into buying a house? If you're really serious about it, go get qualified or go talk to a lender. So then that way you could go through the reality process, see how much money you got, how much you'll need, if you have enough, what you'll get approved for, what you'll need to work on. And then from there, once you have a realistic budget that you could actually use, you start to, what's it called? You just start the process of hunting. And then find one, whether it's investment or live in it. And then, yeah, you just try not to buy the most expensive house in the neighborhood. So my best piece of advice I could give on that. But really, it starts with the money, making sure that you know what to be qualified with. And then, you know, that's it. Like, because you could have the money. I'm not saying, like, you know, that's the sad part. You could have money in your long term, but if you have other debts, other income stuff, there's things you need to figure out. And even if the income is lacking, that's why you'll figure out what your budget is. Whether the income's there or not, you still are going to get given a budget. And then even then, if you're going to look for a rental, sometimes that budget could be alleviated if you buy a property that's already rented. So, yeah. 0 major headlines today. I mean, maybe war headlines overnight, couple of political ones, but no, there wasn't anything crazy today. Just momentum slowed down. It sucks, you guys. We have an hour and 45 minutes. So if we close red, the 9 days in a row will end just like it ended last year. And then it will be, I think we're still negative on the week. So we could still go positive on the week now. You're right at that breaking point. But yeah, other than that, I got an hour and a half to go green. Otherwise, it's over. And now you got to wait another year or 5 years to do this again. Oh, yeah. Cure is going up, and then Abavax, the one that dropped, and then BTDR. Tyree posted, people are circulating. They're like a Bitcoin miner that might pivot to data centers. A good old Neo Cloud play. Myrna up 7. Remember, they got that funding in news this morning, actually. But yeah, Chad, I don't know. How y'all feeling? Feeling good on this Wednesday? A good Wednesday, I hope. So I hope time is treating you well. I hope you're feeling blessed. Today, this is what it feels like when nothing happens, but the momentum is not the same. Why not the most expensive house in the neighborhood? I'm looking at a house that's the biggest, but no finished basement. I mean, because usually if the other houses in that area aren't like selling for that amount, you don't ever want to over upgrade a house. But being the most expensive house in the neighborhood is not usually the best thing. And then, like I'm saying here, just in terms of value, if you're buying both the highest recently sold property, you're buying the expensive one, I mean, it's going to be, a little bit more difficult for transferability and overall just value. Because now, the only way you're going to sell that is if somebody wants to buy the most expensive house. And then, too, at the same time, if it's too much, like I had a friend of mine, I told him not to do it, but he, like, decked out his house. He decked it out. And honestly, the house was fucking dope, dude. He put a golf course in his house, like a little putt-putt, crazy-ass pool, put French sliding doors everywhere. Like, dog, this house was insane. How dope he made it. But then he over-upgraded it. So then at one point, he wanted to sell it. All the houses in the area at the time were going for like $1 million. And he wanted 1.4 million. But then when people would go to look at it, they're like, well, shit, every house here is worth $1 million. If I pay 1.4, anybody looking to buy that, they're going to go look at what 1.4 could get them. And then now, what if 1.4 opens up a better neighborhood, a nicer area, or you could get a house double the size? Most people would rather spend the money, get more house, and then they could even upgrade it, or again, get more utility out of it. So, but usually if you're buying a house for, like, again, you're looking to gain equity over the years, buying the most expensive house in the neighborhood is not usually the winning strategy. Buying a good location is. And then the cheapest house in the nicest area is, that has been my winning strategy for my whole entire career. Yeah, you have a condo and you want to make it a good experience for renters with nice appliances, but I don't need to do that. No, I mean, you should get stuff that's not, if the stuff is reliable, like, you could always go nice when it's time to replace it. But yeah, I wouldn't over upgrade a property. Why did he want to sell it? He wanted to move. That's it. He just wanted to move on, but it just didn't. The house was too nice. The house was way too nice for the area. Could buy some Whirlpool appliances. You know what I'm saying? Myrna, NVAX, again, biotechs all day. I mean, Philo got us off the bottom, but we're still there. Kumbaya, my long term. Well, a house review? I mean, maybe, but if you already bought the house, I mean, I don't want to be like, oh, dude, you bought dog shit. But, you know, I'm more effective if you come to me before you buy the house, sadly. Someone said that condo somebody sent me in Arizona, I got the chance to look at it. It looks nice. The HOA is expensive. I haven't been able to comp it out, but it looks more newer than not. I don't think it's bad, but, like, I haven't looked at the area. Like Scottsdale, I believe. I don't know if you could get Yeah, Scottsdale is pretty expensive now. Back in my day, Scottsdale used to be cheap, dude. Oh, they still got houses? Fuck out of here. Oh, that's a mobile home. But yeah, it's not. Oh, no. Yeah. So like, sadly, I would rather get a house there than not. No, they have them still. So yeah, you could buy single family homes in Scottsdale. It's tough, but in that range, they exist. So I don't think that condo is too bad or too good. It seems like it's a little up there in price. It just looks new, but I thought it was a new build, but it wasn't. Oh, your condo's in Chula Vista? Nice. Well, yeah, see, it sucks the rents have came down, but you know, in Cali, you get the appreciation. I'm sure it did good. You hate Scottsdale? Why? I love Scottsdale. I don't know. Do you guys want to go to Scottsdale instead? Because, like, Miami's far, dude. I want to go to Miami. But, like, Scottsdale isn't, like, Scottsdale's close. It's like 45-minute flight. I like the sun, too, bro. I like this hot, the heat, the dead. I'm a fucking Middle Eastern, dude. I love it. It's just baby Egypt. You live in North Scottsdale? Oh, that's why you're so chill, bro. That's it, man. If you know, you could survive the desert. If you're not like a full-blown desert person, you know, if you like born and raised in the desert, sometimes they go a little loony. But no, I love Scottsdale. You guys got nice shit. It's like bougie, still affordable. I mean, it used to be so much cheaper back in the day, but it's a nice place. I did not regret Scottsdale at all. I enjoy it thoroughly. Those hymns did 300 to 400% since I pulled up on the weekly. No way. The dollar, I guess, 1.3. All the moves have been tiny today. So even when they look big, they're really like, they're nothing compared to what we've seen. That's why it feels so slow. Because after going 3-4% on some of these moves, 1% feels like nothing. Tucson? I like Tucson. I mean, I live there. I went to college in Arizona, but other than that, I mean, I haven't really looked at the real estate market, but usually anything near the university does good. But Tucson was extremely... Arizona was one of those areas that boomed and bust recently because Arizona was really cheap. A lot of people moved there, jacked up the price, and then it slowed down. And then that has to do with immigration, too. Again, I know, like, I'm not trying to be political. It's one of these supply-demand dynamics that's, I guess, politically people don't want to touch on it, but you go look anywhere by the border from San Diego to Arizona, especially Tucson, you know, you're next to Nogales. It's just, again, even Texas areas, anywhere by the borders after this lack of immigration and then the crackdowns, it's been, those got down. They went down a lot. So that's why they got... any of the places by the border, you more likely either lower rents or even lower prices compared to a couple years ago. But yeah, I haven't looked at Tucson like per se too in depth. But I mean, I like the area, but I think Scottsdale is if you had the choice in Arizona, Scottsdale is technically your best area. I don't know the exact neighborhoods in Scottsdale, but Scottsdale is generally the bougie part, and that place is it's held up great. It's always been more expensive relatively. And then, yeah, I mean, I think there's good upside. You have the hiking, the trails. I mean, it could even be a pit stop going to, what's it called? What's that place called? With the fucking magnets? The other place I like in Arizona. That's like, it's like 2 hours out, 3 hours out. But, oh, what's that place called, dude? Why am I blanking on it? DOJ starts probe of DEI programs at Arizona State. Yeah, it's Arizona State, bro. Fuck them. Bear down. Woo! A bougie is not a good sign? No, it is. I'm not like fake bougie. Like, fake bougie is not a good sign, but like real bougie is a great sign. Sedona. Yes, thank you. I love Sedona. But no, like, you want the nice area. You want wealth, not bougie. Maybe that's a better way to put it. You want the nice, expensive areas. I can't stress that enough. TTD, no. It's too struggly and there's too much competition. Why did I choose Arizona for college? Because I was trying to get out of that Middle Eastern household by any means necessary. And I refused to stay in San Diego. Because half of my high school went to San Diego State. So I didn't want to go to high school part 2. And then I thought I was going to go to like Harvard or Stanford, but the Lord was like, you're not Sam Bankman. So they didn't let me in there, even though I had some pretty crazy grades. And then the only places I got into, it was a very, very big letdown at the time, but it ended up being one of the best things that's happened to me in my life, is that I was either going to go to Oregon, University of Oregon, the Ducks, or Arizona, U of A. And then I tried CSULB. I didn't get in. Dude, it was so weird. I had really good grades. My SAT was bad, but my ACT was like top 5%. I had like a 33 or 34 on the ACT. So I used that, but like, yeah, I played sports. I did all of it. I think I had one like not as crazy year, like sophomore year, but my overall like GPA was like a 4.3. I graduated with a semester of college done because of AP credits, and I passed all the AP tests. But yeah, it did not work, my friend. I was only accepted into the 2 places that were my backup schools. I didn't even want to go. You know that? I didn't want to go to Arizona. I even went to the orientation. I was pissed. I was like, I'll go to community college. I said, fuck this. I was like, I'm not going to pay this much. I was like, I'm not going to pay $40,000-$50,000 a year to go to a party school and this and that. And then, my brother slapped the shit out of me, talked some sense into me, just said I was being a negative little bitch. And I was really close-minded. And then we went game two. I went to the thing and I was like, you know what? Maybe this could be fun. And I started talking to people, started changing my view on it. And then, bro, praise the Lord. No, it was one of the best decisions of my life. I don't even know where my life would be if I didn't go to Arizona. I was telling you, it was awesome. It was awesome. I had a lot of fun. I got to meet a lot of people. Like I said, I went to college at a time before it got like fucked up and like weird and like, they tried to talk me out of believing in God, but no one gave a fuck about anything else. And it was like real academic. So I liked it. I really got to learn a lot. And you guys know I love academics, everything, and it just the way it played out. So it was a blessing, but I didn't want to go to Arizona. It was the only place the Lord allowed me to. Or I would have went to Oregon. Isn't that crazy? Imagine, I don't even know what that timeline looks like. If I went to University of Oregon, dude, it would have been crazy. It would have been crazy. What if I would have been a liberal probably. I don't know. I don't even know. I majored in political science, believe it or not. And then I dual degreed in philosophy. So nothing to do with economics. Even though I took I took the higher level, political economic classes because I liked it. But yeah, I don't have a background in economics, believe it or not. My background is politics and philosophy, like fucking Aristotle and shit. Go Ducks. Ducks, it would have been cool, but I don't know what I would have been, dog. CSULB. I wanted to go there, bro. Is CSULB still is it like an infamous party school? Because that's what all the kids at my, it was like the gold mine. If you wanted to go to college and party, bro. Oh, no, not CSULB. Well, even Long Beach, but what's it called? Playa Vista? Santa Barbara. That's what it was. It was like a dream. Everybody was literally CSU, or I think it was the fucking community college. No, it was like Santa Barbara. Any Santa Barbara college was romanticized. And everybody was like, oh, dude, it's party, the best time of your life. Yeah, Deltopia. Oh, yeah, bro. I never got to experience it. I've heard about it. Back in my day, I really wanted to, but yeah. Yeah, I think Santa Barbara City College. Yep. 100. That was like hyped. It was like hard to get into Santa Barbara City College because it was so hyped. He said, I went to Oregon. I'm not a liberal, just an extremist. I don't think that's good, but I mean, you know, get a law term. Don't worry. Don't go too extreme. He said, no, not liberal, just an extremist. The predatory student credit cards. No. I mean, I don't know. I watch people make financial mistakes, like my parents a lot. Like, remember, my parents lost everything in real estate. That's how we got to learn the game. But I knew I'm the first thing. You know what the first thing I did when I turned 18? And I'm not even shitting you. The day of my birthday, right when I turned 18, I got a secured credit card. So my credit history exists from the day I turned 18 in America. So literally, that's the first thing I did. A secured credit card. I got $200. I sent it to the company, and then they gave me my secured credit so I could start building credit. But yeah, and then I never it was crazy though. I was like, once I got my first card, and I was like, wait a minute. Unsecured? You'll give me how much? But no, thank God I didn't go too crazy. Because my family already had credit card debt. And I was like, you dummies. I'm like, how'd you do that? BTDR ripping. Again, I told you that headline there, Tyree did. That's been ripped literally $1 since. You made a good decision either way. No, I mean, I made a lot of bad decisions too. It's just God, dude. I think the same goes for all of you. You know, God will let you, he'll open doors and close them, but you know, as long as you make a decision of what you want, that you want to do something, you'll do it. I can't stress that enough. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know, pay attention to where the world leads you. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't. But like, and then that's why I say like discipline and wisdom. It's boring sometimes, but like I had fun, dude. I don't know, like I still have fun. I don't think that's why I think all the people who tell you like being wise and trying to, you know, be disciplined, and everybody like who like kind of, it's propaganda, dude. It's a psyop. Because I'm like, it's a lot of fun. I don't know how to describe it, bro. It's peaceful, and like it's not like, you know, and you know, some of you already got to live too. You got to live some really good lives. You've got to travel, see the world, experience people, places, events. Like, again, there's a thing called music. Music is awesome. There's so many things. So it's like, that's just, I don't know. As long as you do that, you'll have fun. And at the same time, the Lord will open and close doors, I think, for leading you to your destiny. Whoa, why is TSN dropping? Check the other beef guy. Who's the other beef company? I always forget, like JB something. They might be in an event too. Nope, nothing. JBS, yep. Yeah, bro, they raised the offering this morning by 10%. Aragachi, no tangible progress has been made in U.S. talks. Well, is it the screwworm? I don't know. I thought screwworm already like existed. I didn't think screwworm was like a... Don't dogs get it? NDV. Would I ever teach philosophy when he retired? No. I don't. I like it a lot. I do. Like, I like my version of philosophy. But I do love philosophy in general. Like, I don't know. I love the wisdom, the OGs. I was thinking about this yesterday. I was tripping out yesterday, actually. Like, dude, the word Jesus. Like, isn't the word Jesus crazy? That's what I'm saying, bro. These old guys, fucking Plato, they would just be sitting there and be like, the word. If I'm in a cave, in the word. Like, that's why I like the OG again right now. I think, therefore I am. Dude, I was thinking about the word Jesus and how crazy it is. And, like, there's this name, the name Jesus itself, and how, like, people react to it today, back then, and how there was no, like, Jesus before, but people said Christ, but there's other meanings. And, yeah, there's the other religions and other things that allude to certain things. But I'm like, dude, the word Jesus is just insane. And, like, how it invokes a feeling. And, yes, the word made flesh, 100%, yes. And that's why, dude, I'm telling you, bro, I had thoughts that I can't even say to you in words because my mind was just so, I got really, really deep into it yesterday. And I was tripping. But yeah, like, I like philosophy. I like thinking. I like thinking, and I like thinking about thinking. That's what philosophy is, and asking questions. That's why I get so disappointed that we as a country and, like, you know, people have gotten so, not, I don't know if the word's sensitive, but just intolerant towards asking questions, whether or not it's offensive or not. And, you know, again, some things are really offensive, and yes, there should be consequences, but it's like, nah, there is, like, you know, the whole idea of philosophy is asking questions, you know, thinking about thinking and literally questioning things and asking why, how did this happen? What is this? What does this mean? You know, but then again, nothing new under the sun. That's what, you know, I think, was it Rene Descartes? I've shared this with you. It was either Rene Descartes or I forgot who it was. I'm pretty sure it was a French, but, like, they had to explain, I think it was Rene Descartes. They had to explain all of their theories under the arm of a very religious government that would punish them. But the way he did it was that he worded it in a way that sounded religious, but it was all it was a questioning of the underlying principles. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying, though. It's just like, you know, it's not like you've had, like, again, people in power stopping thinking. That's existed from the beginning of time. That's why, you know, the battle between power and politicians and, you know, people and thinkers has always existed. Because that's it. Once you get power, you don't want to give it up. So, you know, if somebody's question would threaten that, what are you gonna do? Mm-hmm. Would I ever run for mayor of Sandusky? I don't know. Maybe one day if the world is ready. But I don't think I'm a good politician. You know? I care about the people. I know how it works and I have ideas, but like we've said, you know, if you made me Fed chair, rates would be at 50% tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like, the balance sheet would go to 0 tomorrow. Okay, I would do. Watch, Kevin. I'll show you this, Kevin. Watch how fast we could do this. Say, fucking figure it out. But yeah, I don't think. You know, I don't know if I'm politically friendly in this world right now. We'll see. We'll see. Mm-hmm. Oh, what was it? ICE, is CBOE dropping? ICE numbers came out today. International Intercontinental Exchange or whatever. Not the one you dislike. SW on the high. Your mom got stopped and searched because she had a Bible in her bag. Where? I told you the story of my dad, right? So one time my dad went on a mission trip to Mexico. And he had a bunch of Arabic Bibles and normal Bibles in his car. And then he had a flash drive with a bunch of Arabic shit. And they were like, what is this? And they thought my dad was like Al-Qaeda at the time. I think did we call it Al-Qaeda? This was even before ISIS. I don't know if y'all remember that. And then they took my dad in for like 4 hours. This was before Pete Hegseth. Actually, I think it was the same guy, though. The Tom Holman, I think it was probably under him. But Obama. But then, they like questioned my dad, bro, for like 4 hours. They're like, what is this? He's like, Bible. And then they're like, what's on the flash drive? He says, oh, Bible, you want to go? And then my dad like, where do you go if you die, huh? And my dad just tried to convert these border agents for 4 hours. Then they finally gave up. And they're like, okay, leave, dude. Stop. Just stop, yeah. Mm-hmm. Would you still make rates 50% if you couldn't purchase stocks? Yeah, as long as everybody else couldn't I would ban all of it. But I'm only the Fed chair. I wouldn't own shit. If I ever got into public office, it would be to actually serve. That's why I say we should ban it all. I don't want to make it where you don't get paid, because then it'll turn into a game of only people with money getting into politics. But we should disincentivize all of the money making. I already went through it. Even Besant talked about it a little bit today, where it's just like, why, dude? I'm telling you, it's more profitable to get into politics than to play in the NBA. What do you mean? These people with zero skill, zero talent, never made more than $100,000 a year in their life. Then they go and get elected, and then they all become multi-millionaires afterwards or during. Why is that normal? Like, you get what I'm saying? Why is that normal? It doesn't make any sense. And it's none of them have the most. And then the ones that stay for a really long time, zero private experience ever. They didn't work ever a real job, or maybe they worked a job for a little bit and then that's it. It's crazy, bro. It is crazy. So yeah, man. I think the sad part is people realize this. It was all under our nose, and people were just like, weirdos, politics, whatever. And then little by little, you're like, wait a minute, these guys they're fucking getting paid like they're winning the fucking finals. You know that, right? These guys are all getting a ring. They're running it up. So yeah, it's not I do think that would be part of the financial reform. About First Energy, if it's already up, I like the energy. I like industrials that haven't ran yet, or like kind of intermediaries related to copper, but I like energy, but most of them are up a ton. So we talked about it a couple weeks ago. I said I'd look for a lagger. If there's a lagger in energy, I could be down, but I don't want to top blast it. Mimdani never worked a job. Now he's a mayor. Yeah, he'll probably, and then if he stays, he'll probably never work a normal job ever. Mm-hmm. I know. Well, that's why it's happening. That's why you're saying these billionaires all of a sudden want to get into politics. Oh, no way. It's because I'm telling you. And sadly, it started with Biden. People don't realize this. And I'm not trying to throw shade at Biden. I'm just trying to tell you the timeline. And then even Biden exposed how powerful the president is. That's why. Up until Joe Biden, we were all under the impression that the president didn't really have power. I learned that in political science. He didn't. He wasn't supposed to. And then all of a sudden, whoever is running Biden and whatever they did, bro, they just showed you could smash anything, delay anything, even if it's unconstitutional. Shout out to Pfizer and all these other things, bro. And that's what set off this realization. I realized it. Everybody did. That's why I'm saying all these people want to get into politics. All these billionaires who've never helped out, all of a sudden they want to do it. Again, now you guys are shocked that even Don, you guys, that's what I said was the problem. Most of the things Donald Trump did and is doing now, he was fucking taught it by everybody before. That's what nobody understands. And I'm like, come on, it's so obvious. He would have never dreamed to do anything like this on term 1. But then we saw what Biden did. And then you also got to see how powerful the executive branch really is. And that flipped everything. So, and that's what I'm saying. Now, the secret is out, but people are just realizing that politics is not, it's sadly we're late stage capitalism, crony capitalism, whatever you want to call it, but we're at the point where people have realized this is not public service, this is public profit. And I don't say this in support or against any of these candidates or whoever's there, but I'm just telling you what it is. That's what people are realizing. And that's why all of a sudden now people are like, we should get into politics. Oh, we should do this. And then again, and it's even attracting people with no talent and no thing except for, wait, what do you mean? You could go broke to millionaire. They're literally, if you ask me one of the ways to do it, I'd say stocks, real estate, and then politics. That's one of the easiest methods there. It's actually insane. Ow. I need to stretch, you guys. You stretch, TPL. Dude, Philo saved the market, but we're still red. 13 minutes. You want Kumbaya? I have a better one. I need to go to the bathroom. We could get our daily, speaking of all this bullshit, we could play some, some political propaganda. I'll be right back.
It's not for MAGA, it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the island, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure. A loyal voter. Let's end another war. Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and pricing floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala, armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ice cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I and better rule
sprouting. Aragachi returning to negotiating table is conditional upon securing the rights of Iranian people, ending conflict in Lebanon, and halting tensions in the region. This is not bad. If this was a month ago, it'd be like, and $80 billion in reparation right away. So that's good. That's good to hear. Kind of, but don't think it matters. Yeah, I mean, any of the earnings plays, we already hit the Broadcom run up, so I'm just gonna wait till after. If it runs, it runs, but we could play it later. But we already got to hit some of that run up there. We got a little bit, and then crowd, same thing, just like Palo Alto. I like Palo Alto, but it was just up, so it already did the earnings move. So maybe they blow out and go a little crazy, but yeah, I'm still not like, what's it called? I'm not like trying to play them, especially usually day of is pretty hard. That's why we played Broadcom end of last week. Peace deal, maybe. I mean, they said that. Remember, last weekend was supposed to be the peace deal. They got that credibility. The internet's still on in what's it called? So that's good. The internet, they didn't cut it off, so you know, they just have some effect, brother. Some effect. Do 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 do. The war's already over. Oh, I need a water, dude.
In not stress when the new leader is gay. We got command. It didn't even take a day. Cargill and they put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Don't care. You got no boats and you got nowhere. Hearing you glow, we'll be right there.
Bro, I still think that's the craziest part about all this. Literally got Khomeini in one day. Bro, imagine homeboy for 45 years, nobody touched him. Fucking, you got fucking, Claude Opus existed for 1 week and he got, they got him in a day. I can't believe it, dude. That still blows my mind. I think that's still the easily the most overlooked fact about this war is that you have literally, you decapitated the head off of day one. So, been an interesting 90 days, to say the least. Our military is now much better because we've created capabilities we did not have during the war, and our military industries have become remarkably active. A 90-day fiance, Iran edition. Dude, you know what? They've had that, though. Dog, they had that, though. No, for real. I think that was the craziest one, bro. Or was that Syria? Dog, there was some white girl on 90 Day Fiancé. This was years ago. And she was like, she fell in love with this Arab. And she was like, I swear to you. She was like, no, no, no. I love it. She started wearing the burqa. And then there's a clip of her. And she's like, yeah, I want to go live in Syria. And she was like, I can't wait. She's like, I imagine dancing in the street. And like all this white people shit. I'm like, what? It was no, but no. There is one. There is one that they've kind of already done it. It was mind blowing. I want to see if I can find that clip. Oh, I don't know. Is this? Yeah, Syria. It's amazing. Oh, I forgot about that. That was that Netanyahu comment today. I never would have thought. He said startups, technological advancements, investments, NVIDIA, and pagers. That's insane. That one I could not even like, bro. That's crazy. Dude, quantum, NVIDIA, most amount of startups in the world. Startup, our technology, pagers. That might be, I don't know what the most insane comment of the year was, but that one's definitely top 3. Even if he was trolling, it's still like, that's quite the, I've never seen anybody link that to, I don't even think Donald Trump has even said, I guess Donald Trump flexed the discombobulator, but like, yeah, but he wasn't like, that's why I'm telling you, our startup scene, it's amazing. You should see the weapons the guys in Palo Alto, up in San Francisco. You know, they're a little Scott Bessent, but man, they make killer machines. Literally killer machines. What the fuck? Zoitis? I don't know if it's at an event or not. All pharma, no, it's not. Honeywell expects to generate more than US $4 billion. Did they give guidance at the event? I think that's what killed it. Could be a little pullback. They're going to benefit off Quantinium tomorrow. Any questions about the long term? Hey man, like I said, I think I got a lot of people asking me how do you start it, or what should you do? I think the first thing, easily, go make a Schwab account, an individual brokerage, and then set it up so you could deposit money, 10%, and then I am going to come out with a video today on the long-term stock that I bought. You guys know that I bought a long-term stock today, so I hope it gets you thinking right now, but be on the lookout, brother. Be on the lookout. It's not straight, and the new leader is gay. He got cocaine. It didn't even take a day. Feels like GIS or PG. You think PG? I'm saying, if you guys would like, I don't know if you want to make it more interesting. Would you guys like to bet? We can make a line if you'd like. I'm down for some high stakes long term bets. I don't know, or maybe I'll just trade an option. But I'm gonna it's gonna be a short, so I'll try to post it on YouTube. But I'm not gonna make a long form video until like the weekend if I have time. Is Honeywell underperforming? No, they remember they ripped. No watch list today, no. So that's it. You're all gonna be the waiting period, and then you'll get a long-term pick. You should decide now if you look into your long-term. Look into your long-term and let it speak to your place. And then, yeah. And then tomorrow. You'll see by tomorrow. But tonight, really. Alright, you know what? I'll just tell you guys. So, today, I bought for the long term. So, there you go. I got a couple shares on every account. I really like. And yeah, it seems like a good long-term play. I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah, you guys will do jokes like that to me, but I like that. I always, the mute is great sometimes. You're like, fuck you, Josh. You're like, okay, fuck you. I'll remember that, Josh. I'll remember that. That's Sun B. I think the best comment, what did someone say? AP said something. He said, yeah, you're definitely buying SoFi. Iran, the interceptor caused damage. Central Command says Iran struck the civilian terminal with drones in a deliberate attack. They're saying, come on, bro, man up and take the credit. Yeah, the long term's not instant anyways. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I want you to think about it now. You could wait till I announce the play too, but then at the same time, most of the plays, they go down for a little bit. Some plays will run right, like Oracle ran right away, but then like a week later it came back down. Am I still mad at you for yesterday? Dude, I don't even know what you did yesterday. I hope you do. Oh, yeah, you were pumping Zillow. And just kept pumping away. So, yeah, I didn't remember until you told me. But no, bro, dude, my girlfriend doesn't even do that. You know that? What are you going to be like, Josh, would you still love me if I was a worm? No, it's okay, man. Just, I hope you learned from it. But no, you don't. No, I don't remember. I remember, but I don't, like, actively remember. I don't care. But you do it again, I'll ban you. Honeywell CFO does not expect perfectly linear progression in earnings as it invests in 26 to 28. You had your hopes and you still do. That's good, but don't pump it. Because I'll tell you, want to know what those of you who are going to do very well with everything that we have here and in life, this is one of the problems. This is the problem a lot of this generation has. Everybody has it, really. I'll tell you, this is, I think, Marcus Aurelius. The problem is that we are obsessed with outcomes. Wouldn't you say? That's why people get paralyzed and afraid, and that's why people get so into it. We're obsessed with outcomes. We're obsessed with the outcome and things working and feeling a certain way, right? But what's the irony? The irony is you don't control an outcome. Outcomes are random. You'll never be able to control the outcome. Only thing you could control is the input. You see what I'm saying? How much you're working, how you manage the play, your research, your preparation, what you do when you're in. You can't ever control the outcome. You guys know that, right? That's what I'm telling you. Every play I make, I have no idea what the outcome is going to be. You realize that, right? If I did, I would throw all my money into every single one. It's very obvious. You don't know the outcome. So that's why I'm saying it's just what you should be obsessed with is the input. That's what you should be obsessed with, because that's the only thing you could control in that situation. That's why I like making it free. Because as long as I control that, I'm not losing. That's my input. Again, looking in, that's why we wake up very early. We prepare. That's why I look at things before the market, after the market. I'm really paying attention to what's going on because I could control that. I could control the input when it's all said and done. But even then, all I could do is the input, but the output, the outcome, we don't know. So that's what I'm saying. Whether once you go in, bro, that's it. You make your decision and control the input. But even if the outcome, and that's what I'm saying afterwards, like pumping a play, that's not an input. That's not, it's trying to control an outcome and like, oh yeah, but it's not going to do anything. philo about not true that good things happen to good people and bad things. I think it was last week, maybe Monday or Tuesday, or maybe the week before that. I don't know, man. These days are flying by. United States media targeted a U.S. military ship hosting control and command center approaching Iran territorial waters in the Gulf of Oman. It's not straight. It's probably Kimberly with the divvy coming up and near the lows. You want to bet? How come? Nobody wants to bet. The other guy said, if I win, I ban you. If you're wrong, I'll buy you a share of whatever I bought. But no one wants to take me up on it. Confidence comes from preparation. Yes, and I don't have confidence though. It's just literally confidence doesn't matter. Preparation does though. You see what I'm saying? Oh, you put $1 up. So I'm fucking talking about. Mosby understands. I like it. You want to put $1 on it then? You don't want to bet your membership? You're going to a Wiz concert, like Wiz Khalifa? Don't give me no Bammer stocks. We don't buy that shit. It's LONG term. Idea. Why did this pop the other day? So again, you were saying the speculation earlier. Idea. It sound like a Tyler Perry movie. Idea in the Intel. Oh, Google. That's what it was. I remember this one. They renewed their agreement with Google. No, that was last week, and then it popped, and we didn't know why. I remember reading that. Buy me a house and I'll bet? Okay. How about this? If you guess it right, I will give you a house in Ohio. I have a house that's worth about $400 to $350. You guess it correctly, I'll give you the house. If you guess it incorrectly, you have to buy me a car. So it's like 1 to 3, 3 to 1 odds. 50,000. Give me a Camry. Are you down? Honestly, it sounds like I've been gambling too much lately. You know, this is why. I think too many options. I took too many profits. And I think, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I should just go to Vegas at this point. Because I'm trying to fuck. I'm like, yo, you want to bet on this long-term play? I'll do a house for a car, son. What you feeling? What you feeling? I know it's Dre, but I like the Wiz Khalifa remix. It's not even Dre, wasn't it? Like Bammer Weed was I forgot who it was. What's the time frame? By the fucking tomorrow, dude. We ain't I'll give you the house right away. But yeah, I think somebody should figure it out. Not to play, but I don't know where the lawyers are at. I already know the law. I've already talked to lawyers about this. I don't know. I want to find an easier way. Or like, could we what if we went to the fucking Caymans or something? But like, I want to give away a house, you guys. I have one house that I really want to give away. Because like, I don't really want to, I'd be down to sell it. But like, I don't want to sell it. But then I also think it'd be a good thing for the Chad. And then I'm gonna hold it over your head. And then I'm gonna be like, I gave you guys a house before you bought me a house. Man, that's crazy. You'll put Hot Wheels on the line? No, I want Toyota Camry. XLE. I want the fully loaded. Give me that XLE, dog. I know the trims. I know them Toyota trims. Mm-hmm. Could you not sell the house to a Chad for $1 or something? I could, actually. That would work, but I don't know how to, like if I wanted to raffle it or do it in a way where, like a lottery or a random, it's a lottery. It's random. You see what I'm saying? That's where you run into the fucking DOJ and all of the fucking commerce laws. It's got to be a fixer-upper. I mean, this house has room to be fixed up, but it's rentable. This house is already rented. So it's not like... I wouldn't want to give you a piece of dog shit. The house is worth the money. That's what I'm saying. It's actually like an investment. Do a little Hunger Games type thing at the farm. I think that's more illegal than a raffle. I'm like, so, how we gonna do this? The last one alive. Breaking news. Self-identified cult leader and Josh Atola got people to murder each other on a farm to acquire a property in Ohio. You're like, damn, Ohio? All this for Ohio? You're shocked Marvel was weak after a crazy... Habibi's not weak. Habibi is up 4%. I get it, though. I've seen this so much. Look at this. I see it so much. Like, I see it with, like, you know, this morning we're like, recession. That's what I'm telling you. I'll hit, like, 10 plays, and they'll be like, yeah, man, that fucking KC call, I lost all my money. I'm like, how? But I'm like, yeah, I guess it's just short. This is welcome to momentum, bro. This is you're in a momentum. It's like the Bermuda Triangle of momentum. You know what I'm saying? Like, after this much momentum, it distorts, like, fucking time, strength. Everyone's like, what the fuck? This is a recession? I'm like, dude, this is the highest we've ever been. You don't want to violate the Josh Atola? Oh, please. I respect your honor. So tell me, what's your idea? I like ideas. We call it a waffle. It's not illegal. All those pages crack me up. No, it's still illegal. It's but it's just not. That's it. Unfortunately, I just know too many people hate me. You know that? So they're going to report me. And then someone's going to get mad. And they'll be like, I bought the winning ticket. Fuck you, Josh. And then and it's probably going to be a liberal too. So that's why we can't have nice things. But I'm sure someone could figure it out. But I don't like liability. So too much liability I won't. But I do. I said I got a cars I'd want to give away. I want to give away a house. So it's like either we do a pure giveaway, I just give it to somebody. But then there's no, like, we can't do a game, nothing really exciting about it. But I do like the idea of a raffle. Like, I'm not even talking a lot like the other one. I'm talking like $1. I'm talking $1, $10, you get a house. And then that way it works. I'll make something off of it, but then if we figure it out, I have a whole portfolio. I would love to give people houses for $1, dude. That would be awesome. No, they don't. There was like one report of a guy who he raffled off a home, made a bunch of money, but then he did get in trouble. But yeah, like, you can do it. Paintball tourney. Ooh, we need to put up nets. That would be fun, though. Dog, the farm would be awesome for paintball. Now that I think about it. Yeah, if you're running it through a non-profit, but then I have to give it to them. The farm would be crazy for paintball. Speaking of liability, let's shoot each other with paint. You got any compressed air? Fuck yeah. Oh, dude. Fuck, why'd you say that? Let me show you. When the new leader is here, he got cold man. It didn't even take a day. Created a different set of haters. You know why? You guys saw it yesterday. Oh, hi. I need to find this for you. I'm telling you guys, the propaganda. The propaganda is real. Carg Island, we put that in our shooter games. What's your name? Bow, 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 bow. You gotta start play a skill-based bracket tourney to crowdfund the prize with entry fees, then determine the winner, like March Madness. I think if it's a game of skill, but there's still laws, like I'm saying, it's tricky shit. It's not a bad idea, though. I think if you can get a game of skill. That's why I said if we could, I think if we did like a long-term tournament. Okay, bro. So, Chad, I'm telling you, I really want a rat. You know that? Look at this, bro. Isn't this cute? I'm telling you, bro. They're selling me on it so hard, dude. I really think we should do a rat farm. I didn't ever think I'd go this direction. I am still on the road. I keep seeing them. But then I know this is the internet. I'm like, there's no way these rats are that chill. Ratatopia. That's what I'm saying. I'm down. Monetary compensation emerges as key sticking point in Iran deal. Oh, yeah? That's not what Aragachi just said. Yeah, bro. I don't know, bro. Just look at it. It looks so nice and peaceful. It's like a little puppy. Oh, look at that. You see him? It's fully rat propaganda. But it's good. In a world of hantavirus, I'm not like, I want one, bro. Get him his own little desk set up. That's what I'm talking about. Dude, eventually we could get them to power data centers. Put them on the fucking wheel, dude. Stop it. Trump admin proposes to exempt trusted applicant process from rigorous national security review and agrees to ongoing oversight and monitoring. Goldman Sachs President Waldron absorption capacity for big IPOs is there in spades. Notes private equity has slowed as M&A driver this year. The radical left wants you to believe that rats are clean, okay? And safe house pets. Why do you think they're called Democrats? Rats. Don't believe it. I don't even like dogs. You know that? I don't even think Trump likes dogs. That's the thing. And y'all be like, Trump is a fraud. His family. The Epstein files. I'm like, y'all, the biggest red flag is he don't like dogs. Y'all tripping. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be real. All that other stuff may be serious, but at the same time, I'm like, are you kidding me? If you really want to cut straight to the issue, he doesn't like dogs. I think that's kind of weird. I think not liking dogs is like, how do you not like a dog? You know what I'm saying? Like, I get how my mom doesn't like dogs, but she likes dogs. Does that make sense? My mom like, haram, dirty. No, not in the house. But, like, my mom likes dogs. Like, you know what I'm saying? My dad likes dogs. Like, but, like, they're not, like, they like, keep it outside. But, yeah, I don't think Donald Trump likes dogs. Goldman, Waldron, the Fed under Warsh is going to focus on the balance sheet and inflation. You used to do preclinical research with mice and rats and are known as gentle giants compared to mice. Mice are literally menaces. That's great for my information. That's cool. Are you like a genius? You do like medical, like you did trials? You should make your own biotech company. Or we should buy a biotech company. That's it. I would need Martin Shkreli's help. But I have some ideas. I wanted to private take over a company back in the day. I think we could do it though, low key. Should I find a takeover candidate, like a small name, and then we crowdsource it and just buy up like 90% of the float? I could find one that's vulnerable. I found one last year and then they fucked it up. You guys know that? I was going to buy a company last year. I didn't tell you all about it. I still haven't told you about it. Let me just put it this way. I bought a big stake in the company, and the day after or 2 days after I bought it, the company issued a statement, and then they filed to change their what's it called? They filed to change their articles and like adjust some of the terms because yeah, it was exposed. It was kind of crazy. But yeah, so that opportunity slipped. It didn't slip. They changed it and fucked it up. I think they knew what I was gonna do. Yeah, they low-key they insinuated the poison pill because they didn't have one before, and that's why I was like, holy shit. I was like, I think we could buy it. It was cheap. It was not a lot of money. Cost less than, it was price of a house. Price of a house. We could have done it. But I'm sure I could find it. You find them every so often. Zoitis again. That's a way bigger stick than before. They're up 2-6 now. I don't know why they're going. Again, biotech was one of those laggers that did good today. I don't see anything. No, this had nothing to do with Shkreli. Yeah, Donald Trump was the first president to not have an official dog in the White House. Yeah, that's what I said. That's the Donald Trump red flag. No dogs. Is Burry in Zoitis? I don't know. Lucid and Uber. Are you in partnership? Uber financial commitments to self-driving startup Neuro totals 500 million. Well, dude, TSN's still dumping. We do not have a headline on that. Let me double check. Yeah, those are a couple of names that moved early. Honeywell, TSN, Zoitis, all continuing those moves. Farmers were considered fringe. Now they're advising Trump. Yeah, there's still nothing on it. Going to Santa Barbara? Have a good day, baby. And you're going to go party in Isla Vista? Isla Vista? Isn't Zoitis beaten down? Oh, I think I'm thinking Perigo. Is it foreign? What's their drug? You need to know their main drug. Like, if they got, like, any of the biotechs that we own, are you very public? Like, you know exactly what they make. Oh, isn't Zoitis the pet health? Now that I think about it. Oh, and fucking Screwworm. Duh, that's it, bro. I really, because that's what I was telling. I was like, doesn't Screwworm, it's not like new. It popped around there, but it lagged a little bit. Yeah, I think it's Screwworm, bro. I think that's possibly what it is, because it's not too big, but it is moving. Yeah. They make the, I remember, we talked about this one. Not the Screwworm, but the animal stuff. But I don't know any of the animal names. Like the drug, like I'm saying, Abivi, you all know what fucking Botox is. And then you can't escape Skyrizi if you watch television. That shit shows up everywhere. And then there's what's it called? Ozempic, you know that one. But yeah, what is Zoetis? Do they have a drug I would know about? They worked with Embeda, Flector, and Pexeva. No. I don't know any of these. Pain management? They sell dog opioids? Sky Rizzy, son. Oh, it did spin off from Pfizer. That's what I was saying. A lot of them are partnerships. Lore on the high. Loar. Tyson with a pop from the bottom. Lore, a little pop and lock. They do vet medical and equipment. Yeah, that's why I say I just don't know about it. So any of these like again, I'm not a scientist. I wish I was. I think it's awesome. And like there's so many opportunities in the medical biotech space, even though they scam and kill Americans. But at the same time, most of the ones we have, I understand it. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I understand Botox very well, right? The old women want to look younger. And then I lived in LA. So I said, wow, I know exactly how they make money. You see what I'm saying? Ozempic. Fat people want to get skinny and do nothing. Even though it's a breakthrough drug for diabetes, everybody ignores that and just wants to lose weight doing nothing. I understand that. But I don't know the medical. I don't know anything about pet medical. Because I kind of despise pet medical. That's why I always make the joke. Because they're always like, oh, your dog is sick. It's going to be $27,000. Or he dies. Do you hate your dog? Are you Donald Trump? Okay, we do financing. Well, Zoetis still going. You see Trump having a rooster? Did you see that video? Here, I'll show you another one. I like this one too. See if it goes through. I love this one. I laughed really hard at this. Your buddy did a Sky Rizzy commercial a few years back. Got 6 figs in residuals for Aaron during college season. I know. The commercials, you make a fuck ton. If any of you are like actors, you should get into commercials. Are you ready for this, though? This is really good. I think you'll enjoy this. I enjoyed this one. Are you ready? This is Trump. Trump as a rooster.
Got it.
No, you gotta see it.
As a rooster.
I love this. Look at this.
Got it, it'll do. Okay.
Again.
Cock-a-doodle-doo. This is an impression of Trump as a rooster.
I can watch this all day.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Cock-a-doodle-doo. Okay.
Cock-a-doodle-doo. This is an impression.
There was tariff news earlier today, like right off the bell. Trump kind of negative towards China, but he slapped tariffs on a bunch of trading partners because of their practices towards child labor. We didn't get one single protest. I thought more people would be supportive of this measure. But no. That works solid. You'll email them. Do it. But I also think we should make a biotech company. I said, can you invent the drug? Or you got any ideas? Or do you know what we could do with dirt? Because I got a lot of dirt on the farm. Or rocks. I don't know if you know how. Can we turn it into medicine? Somebody offered to grow medicinal plants. And I was like, are you trying to sell me weed? And they're like, no. Different medicinal plants. I'm like, maybe. I'm like, I don't know how this works, though. Cock-a-doodle doo. Okay. You play drums for a band and you've been on commercials, your song on shows and video games and X games and even on Grand Theft Auto, that's dope. They pay you good residuals or no? But like if you ever get into like a commercial and then you get like a hot wave during certain events, it's kind of crazy how you get residuals from a commercial. Yeah, my Netflix calls went red today. Actually, I haven't looked at them since this bounce. I think they're still pretty clapped. They came up a little. They're down 25% now. They took a little bit, though. They're very sexy on the high. That's what I'm saying, though. Some of these tickers are out of hand, bro. You know that? Bro, my whole life, I wasn't even allowed to walk inside of a Victoria's Secret. You know that? You know, my mom, I wasn't even allowed to look. My mom would say, she'd say, haram. And now the ticker is VSXY. Very sexy. Or is it Victoria's Sexy or Victoria's Secret? Why didn't they do SCRT? Secret. Nah, let's make it V-Sexy. Sex was a bad word growing up. I know, Middle Easterns, you guys don't understand the shame. But still, man. The bell for earnings, maybe for a little bit. But I'm already out of the play, so I'm not expecting too much. TMC? You weren't allowed in Spencer's? My mom, I don't think she understood what it was. It's good. I don't see a headline on TMC, but it's popping. Remember, USAR got their money released today. So it might be a similar headline to that. That faded off the morning. U.S. poised to issue first commercial deep-sea mining permits, potentially fast-tracking ocean floor mineral project. That's the headline. New York Times. It's coming in now. Again, we need momentum for it to not fade, but that's moving it. Whoa. They're all negative change close. I'm gonna grab a small one. I'm just worried it's gonna fade. But as long as they're negative change close, but if there's no momentum, you're gonna get squashed. It's not straight, and then it can't. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying though. It's not. It's Trump is live saying he's going to G7. I don't know. Yeah, what is there? Kraken. There's another one, Odyssey or whatever. You go for the one. If it really follows through, all of those will pop. But like I'm saying though, the momentum's dead, bro. I don't know if you guys, nothing's followed through. Junko followed through for a tiny bit, and then it faded. So there's just no momentum. That's the problem. That's why I said I said what you guys have been seeing doesn't happen all the time, where it's just like every. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's even a decent pot, but if people aren't excited, you're not getting the algos turned on. They're just chilling. Yeah, OPTT was the other shitty one. That's related to that space. I don't see Trump live. When the new leader is gay. True Social. I'll be going to G7 in France immediately following UFC event at White House. When is that? Yes, if you hear that noise, that's the sound of me making a play. That's what I said. I just said I grabbed a small one, but I mean the locked in, I got more specifics on it. But at the same time, if you hear that ding, and especially if you end up watching me, bring up a play, and you hear that means I made a play. So like I said, on some of them, I don't know who's a beginner or not. That's why we have the advanced locked in stream. So I'm not trying to expose everybody to all of them all the time. I mean, yesterday I gave you all the marvels and that. And like you're saying, I'm talking about this headline that came out. You guys are getting it early. But it's also, like I'm saying, for even today, how things are playing out, it's a little bit, the momentum is lacking. So, but yeah, what you just heard, think about it. Headline, saw me talk about it, then you hear a bring. I made a play on something, most likely what we're talking about, or a sympathy. And that's why we brought up some of the other ones, but that's why I said even small and all that. So the locked in, they're more specific there because that's for the advanced traders. But even then, even if you're not there, I mean, you could pay attention. But the problem, if you are listening on stream and you're not on the locked in, you should be looking at your own screen because you are on a delay. So that's why if you're listening and you're like, oh, he made a play, and then you blindly are not looking at what it is, then you're behind. So, and that could usually it should help you unless it goes crazy, but that is something that you gotta think of. But that noise you just heard, that's a play. Or usually if I do it on another account, I'll say I made a move on it, or I'll bring up the name, but then I won't specifically go over the play unless it's locked in. Iran is claiming they targeted the Navy destroyer. Truth, Iran is lying. That from CENTCOM? Are they fucking posting like Snopes now? NVIDIA, let's see. Where did those free contracts go? They're down 18%. So we made them free already, but they're cheaper, but still kind of juiced. When does that event start? Is that next week or this week? It should be this week, I think. TW, Tim Whitman on the high again. Is this live chat different from the locked in? It is. Same content. You guys are just at a delay, but there is a locked in chat. But then, I mean, we've had a lot of new members recently, and that's why, like, randomly, though, I have to remind people the locked in, ideally, shouldn't be for random conversation. That's what this chat should be for. You could do, there's no rules in the normal chat. But yeah, and then like I said, advanced traders, I'm not, even if you join the locked in, I'm not trying, like I said, I'll go over plays, but I'm assuming I'm talking to people who know what they're doing. So I'm not trying to, there's no beginner lessons, and, even if I go over a play, if you miss it, I'm not trying to go back and repeat it, especially if it went up. But we're looking for more actionable news info rather than anything else. It ended. It was no, that was Computex. There's what was it? CV. The CV. Let's see. Oh, I guess it was the type. Oh, there was supposed to be that other one. What is it? CGSP, the computer reasoning, CVPR. Thank you. June 3rd to June 7th. No. There's another one. There's another event today that leads into the 7th. Yeah, CVPR. That starts today. You are in the locked in chat, yes. Yes. Cisco dumping? They were up earlier. Yeah, Cisco is dying. That's weird. Like I'm saying, I'm pretty sure they were ripping today. 52-week high. Excuse me. Let me check. It could be an event if they gave an update. I don't think they were on the schedule, though. Oh, no. Evercore, June 3rd. There's not a time. That has to be guidance from the company. It might. Let's see if we get momentum. But, yeah, that's Evercore. It doesn't say a time, and I don't have a transcript yet. So they're probably saying something related to guidance. Cisco. Let me see if I don't know if we can listen to it. No, the time's even blocked out. Well, tech gave up a lot in the last 2 days, so kind of you get your own little opportunity there. But so far, there's not too many laggers in tech. I mean, that's why we fucking picked up Zillow. But we'll see if momentum gets sparked again by the end of this week. But at the end of the day, next week we'll really we'll know if we should be chasing these or not, depending on how things play out. What would I name the rat? I would name the rat Pat. I feel like it would only be right if I got a rat and I named him Pat, and then I taught him about his history at Intel, saying this was you. But honestly, I feel like a real educated rat would have done better. You know what I'm saying? I really, really think so. Was Zillow for the long term or just a play? It was just a play as we were talking about it, but maybe I added it to the long term. Who knows? AWK. I mean, so I bought them back in the day. I didn't really understand what they did fully. I just knew it was water. But yeah, it's still highly expensive. I think that one I just have too much history with. Because it's like IRM, where like I know how high up I am on it. That's why I'm not like there. It's like a water utility, but it's not. When I bought it, I was just like freaking out when I was like, oh my God, water, the world, we need it. But yeah, they're just a holding company in the provision of water and wastewater. But they've been around since 1886. Isn't that something? Broadcom could either reignite some of the rally or kill it more tomorrow. 100%. That momentum factor that we're talking about. 100%. NetApp expanded FlexPod with Cisco. That can't be why they're going down. I know NetApp is at the conference too. But yeah, see if Cisco keeps going down. I am considering the double dip on Cisco, but the problem is not... Remember, the other day we had it like even another 4% cheaper. So we'll see. I'm patient with it. Like I said, I got a bunch of free plays. They're still holding up pretty nice, but I'm not like... yeah, I'm not going to force it. Because then the free plays will balloon if they go up again. But then if it comes down, and then we still get chip momentum... And then, like I'm saying, I need to figure out if this is going to continue or not. You guys understand that, right? I don't know if the next 3 weeks are going to play out like the last 3 weeks. And if they're not, you don't want to buy a bunch of hype chip plays. That's the whole logic of not to mention there's other laggers and everything else. So that's why I'm saying until we get more clarity on summer or winter, I would be patient. I mean, it's I know it's enticing, and we just witnessed a lot that happened, but that doesn't guarantee we're gonna see that in the future, even in the near future. Look into Veolia. What's Veolia? I don't think any water companies are cheap. What, isn't it French? We can't trade it, but interesting. De France, en français. Rubio, there will be news soon on the $400 million security assistance to Ukraine, authorized but not yet sent. Le Besson. Oh, Besson. This price is paid declining, but remaining above the 50 mark. 52.5. But yeah, if it's above that number, it's still an expansion. So it's very binary. Expansion or contraction. So as long as it's above expansion, it's expanding. If both of them are, that tells you one thing. And then if the manufacturing's expanding and then prices contract, that's that signal you're looking for. But for now, both of them are expanding. Both of them are in expansion. SPY got a candle. Risk of escalation in Russia-Ukraine war is real. More real than it was 2 years ago, says Rubio. And then Trump warns DOJ appeal could upend Trump tariff refunds. Dude, it's already 10-minute rigged? Oh, that's what that candle's on. Well, shit, Chatadonia. I did not, dude. Today kind of flew by. It was boring. I feel bad. I feel like we summoned this into existence. I told you right off the morning. I was like, man, the algos, everything, bro. I'm like, yeah, man. I really think we're getting to what's it called? I really think we're getting to the today was just boring, bro. It felt like that in the morning, the headlines, you just needed Jensen. You needed something. There is nothing sexy in the morning. They blew up a refinery. That's a crazy headline. That would be weird. If Russia-Ukraine escalated from here. GV, low ticker, Sentinel-1, everything, bro. Washed. All right, I kind of need to go pee, dude. I was down in that water, but we don't have much time left. So I'd wrap up your plays if you're going to do a crowd or other ones. You could wait there and then Broadcom crowd. It could spark momentum, but we're going to need something. And like I'm saying, that CVSP event or whatever, CVPR, maybe that unlocks some things. Otherwise, you'll get a little bit more. I mean, it's good to cool off for a little. It just sucks, though. We could have had the best streak since 1985. At least we have one more shot on the weekly. But I was telling you, this is exactly what happened last year, man. I don't know if you guys remember it. Exact same thing happened. We hit 9 days in a row, and then you just fizzled out. It wasn't even like it didn't end with a bang. It just fizzled out, very small, and then literally the next day you went up, and then it continued again. Do you guys remember that? That was all literally last year. We did the same exact thing. We hit 9 days in a row, then it dropped, and then you hit like 5 days in a row the next week or like the next month. Same exact feeling, everything. It felt exactly the same. I was saying that from fucking 5 or 6 in the morning, but that's why I'm like, it's kind of wild it played out like that. I thought maybe I'd be down for a remix. The midterm correlation, we're doing very good. If anything, though, the irony is that you're playing out exactly how the midterm should, but you're just not really seeing it. And what I mean by that is the concentration. So like the S&P right now is doing way better than usually for the midterms, but the every other component is not. So it's kind of, you got midterms in the middle of a bubble, but that's why I think you did hit the low before the midterms. That may have been March. But then when you go look at like equal weight and then a lot of other industries and individual names, I mean, some of them are still kind of, not the best year for capital appreciation, as some would say. So we're still going to see, but that's still lining up. I still believe in it. That's why I'm stacking some cash, even though I made a move today. I just wanted to get money working. I didn't want to sit there doing nothing for too long. And then it met all my criterias. Bristol Myers, they're coming up into the end. All right, man, I gotta go potty. You know what we haven't even heard today? That's crazy. We haven't even heard this today. Hey, man.
I make the contracts free. Chase every ticker. I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my burn. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Lock the game and
White House press pool has been called into the Oval Office. Yeah, I think people are hyping up that. All right, Chattadoon. Yeah, they're saying executive order, but we don't know what it is. So maybe this will be our... We need to get momentum back. I forgot. We need to give them something. They need a carrot. They need a carrot. Live stream. You're going to go live after? Oh, man. Well, chat, wrap it up. You don't have much time. That's it. The streak is over on the daily. The 1985 streak still potentially alive on the week. This is what it feels like when you don't go up and you don't really go down. I mean, NASDAQ is down a quarter. Russell and Dow went down by 1%. But, I mean, welcome to the 3rd day of June, my friends. After all of this amazingness. Yeah, you got to calm down for a little. Remember, you've done this before. It's been a long time. It was May 19th, the last time you hit a high and then calmed down. So 2 weeks ago, man, 3 weeks. You survived the June crash. We'll see, though. We'll see how this plays out. Let's see how it plays out. But, yeah, I'd wrap it up. If you're going to play those earnings plays, anything else tomorrow. Is Trump live right now? Oh, yeah, the White House just went. What the fuck is this?
The longevity.
What are you doing, dude?
So that it's not closed every day. Well, these are, they just had this done.
Our pool is big.
The first glimpse, but that's your size.
Are you fucking kidding me?
So those are compared to.
This is not what we need right now.
Those are among the tallest.
1 minute before the bow,
including the Empire State Building, World Trade Center,
our pool,
Sears Tower.
Look at it! I got what the.
So if you lay it on its side,
I'm telling you, it's a big pool.
The width is very.
I know. Look at look at your 401k, but now look at this pool.
And, actually,
it's
much
a big
more
pool.
than 2,000, close to.
You could swim in it. Do you like swimming? Who doesn't like swimming? Hot day.
In length to the end.
All right, Chad. You only have 1 minute.
Fraction of the cost. We did a fantastic job. Department of Interior was amazing. Doug Burgum.
Go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays.
And we picked a color called
now or
American
forever
Flag Blue.
hold
We had
your
color
peace, my
choices.
friends. Shares, options,
it was just great. It was
futures.
the color of
It's time to
concrete and
wrap-a-rooney.
stone. So it's
Time
gonna
to
be really
wrap-a-rooney,
special. I
Chad.
thought you'd like to see it. And the work ends on the pool. We also did a lot more than we anticipated. We did all of the sidewalks
Less than
outside
10
of the pool where
seconds.
people walk
Hey,
or they stand. That's where
7,
Martin Luther King made his great
6,
speech.
5, dumping at the close 4.
With 1 million people.
2,
I had the same amount
1.
of people. Actually, I had a little bit tighter. It was a little bit tighter. They said
Ding
he
ding
had
ding
1
ding
million
ding ding ding
people.
ding
I
ding
had
ding ding
25,000
ding ding
people.
ding ding
And
ding
if
ding
you
ding
look
ding
at
ding
the
ding
comparison,
ding.
the exact same.
Chad Adonia.
Dirty then.
I need a good game in the chat. It sucks when he comes on at the bell, bro, because I'm like, you're going to have Trump on the GG music, baby. So God bless you all, Chad. I hope you had a good day of calm, of boring, of a recession. But you made it, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts, all y'all really contributing, being involved, carrying on the legacy for the next generation with your law term. God bless you, baby. I love y'all. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Okay, members locked in, non-members, stream alerts, it don't matter, bro. It matters if you care about the future. That's really what it is. I hope they feel me, baby. So God bless you. Have a wonderful day today. That's all I have, man. And God bless America. Shout out to the vets, baby. Get ready for tomorrow. No watch list tonight. I added to the long term, so you will get a... You'll get a video tonight on YouTube or Instagram. So let's get it, baby. Let's get it.
And they got nothing as usual. So I'm very proud of it. Maybe I shouldn't say that before it opens. Maybe I'll open it. It'll look like a sieve, but it's not going to do. I'm very good at building things and constructing things. So I hope you're going to go take a look at it. The sidewalks are being sandblasted. The granite's on the outside. They're granite. And that lasts on strong stone. And that's being sandblasted. It's going to look like really something beautiful. It's going to be brand new. It's got a lot of life. So just enjoy it. Rodney Scott is here along with Peter Navarro. Peter's been with me for a long time, knows more about China than any human being on earth, except for, I would say, President Xi knows a lot more. But other than President Xi, Peter's probably in second place, and certainly having to do with trade. And but they're here to talk about something else. And Rodney, if you would, please.
Sure. So we're talking about rolling out a customs EO. Why is that important? Basically, it's America first in the trade environment, like we've been doing on the border. People are used to the illegal immigration, the narcotics, we've locked that down. This is literally taking the same principles and applying them to trade to protect American industry. Different countries and different people are undercutting our import-export rules, the tariffs, to literally undermine American businesses. And we're going to put a stop to it in the same way. We are going to increase the amount of data we have so that we can actually make conscious decisions about who and what comes into this country. And we're going to start holding people accountable. So we're literally going to use the rules that are in place to a certain extent and then make some recommendations for legislation going forward. But we're going to start holding trade accountable for bringing threatening things and threatening products into our country, just like we have on the rest of the border. So Customs and Border Protection gets a lot of attention for the border wall, everything else. This is going to be basically the equivalent in the trade environment.
And sir, you did a miracle when you came in. You shut that border down in a matter of days to what has been a flood of millions of illegal aliens. And a secure America is a safe America. What we're going to do here, the EO you're going to sign, that's about a $20 to $30 billion a year EO you're going to get, because we are going to crack down with this detective border that CBP is putting in innovatively. We're going to crack down on the fentanyl. We're going to crack down on the unhealthy products, the counterfeits, and all the tariff evaders. So this is a message to the world today. When you sign this, there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and this is what Donald Trump does. He secures our borders, and not just physically, but in terms of trade. New customs border.
All right, man. Broadcom needs to come out. I need a poop.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. You know, we had millions of people pouring through our border. And when I got here, and it happened twice, but the first time was a lot easier because it wasn't nearly as bad as this. But in 2016, we had a bad border, really a bad border. And pretty quickly, we made it very good. We started the wall. I built over 1,000 miles of wall. Without that, you could have never done it, no matter how good you do. The wall has been, remember the Democrats I call them. But the Democrats said the wall doesn't do anything. They said, no. Walls were two things. Everything else is obsolete. It gets obsolete quickly. Two things, wheels and walls. They've been here for a long time.
Wheels and walls.
You'll always have. Other things, your computer's going to be obsolete about 2 days after you buy it. But
don't
wheels
say that
and
in
walls,
the chip bubble,
they work.
sir.
And we built an incredible wall that stretches more than 1,000. Think of it, 1,000 miles. And without that, we would not be as successful. We're building now additional areas because we need some additional wall in certain areas. But we had millions of people, 25 million people. I think it's more than that, but 25 million people came in during the Biden years.
Yeah, Cloudflare. Let me get the preview.
And we stopped that. We stopped it down to zero. Hard to believe, but the numbers come out every month.
So they did revenue 139 versus estimate of 136 to 136.4.
So we had caravans.
EPS of 110.
10, 15, 20,
estimate was 106 to 107. Full year guidance 488 to 496.
They're smart and they're cunning.
That's they raised it. They raised up the range.
They would put their people that were from prisons in there. They would put their murderers in there, and they'd put a lot of.
They gave a full year guide. I don't know if the other one's there. Oh, full year.
Put all of their welfare recipients in there. They'd send them into our country.
No, they beat, but
and
it just
all
wasn't.
Of that stopped.
They beat and raised, but again, market might be a little picky about how much you raised if you're already up 40%. They're up. Actually, no, they're up 86% on the quarter. Forgive me.
They murdered more than.
So literally, stock is up 86% leading into the
7 people murdered into our country.
Yeah, the next quarter guidance is like barely above.
It's a sin that
so it's good to beat and raise, but I don't know if.
It's a much different country right now.
You got to
respected by
AI on the
everybody in the world respects. We just got back from China, as you know. Some of you were with us. And President Xi was great. And he said, you're a respected country, respected all over the world. He said, you did it so fast. We did it in a very short period of time. This country was a laughingstock all over the world. For 4 years, we were a laughingstock. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the most successful country in the world. So this is very important what you're doing, and I'd like to have Will just say a few words about it specifically, please.
Yes, sir. As Rodney and Councilman Navarro said, this is an executive order on strengthening customs enforcement using new technologies and new approaches. The idea here is to ensure that importers of record, other people moving goods across our border, are accurately reporting what they're bringing in, that contraband, that illegal goods aren't being brought across the border, and that goods being brought in are being accurately accounted for purposes of duties and tariffs and all of the other things we require of importers of record. But this executive order will launch a series of bold new steps that I think we as an administration believe will result in the tightest, most controlled border in American history, following on, obviously, your success in closing the southern border and stopping the scourge of illegal immigration into the country as well, sir.
So, Peter, what kind of money do you think this involves in terms of savings to our country?
I will guarantee you the first year it'll be at least $15 billion, the next year 25, and out there's 80 to 100 billion that the tariff evaders are doing. Plus, sir, we're going to stop more of the fentanyl coming in, and we're going to crack down on counterfeits. This is good for America. This is good for the people that elected you. It's good for the country.
And we have fentanyl coming in 59% less. Cut it by a number that nobody thought was even possible. We're going to get it a lot lower than that, but we have it. And we did this in a very short period of time.
This is going to be a great one, sir.
You didn't have the
this
same
is a moneymaker for us, and CBP has been doing a really great job innovating on this, sir.
You've done a fantastic job. Thank
All
you.
right, man.
Okay, we'll stand one.
2 more minutes, bro, and I'm running to the poop machine.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a nice one.
That's a nice one.
Okay, what else do you have?
This is another executive order on reforms to the federal workforce, sir. Currently, with respect to many policymaking positions in the departments and agencies across government, we lack the ability, because of existing personnel rules, to effectively discipline or promote people who are in policymaking roles. This executive order
might help it. I mean, 80%, you better split that shit.
The end
We'll see. I don't know if
goal is
people
making
get
the
hyped the same way.
federal
Remember when
workforce,
Netflix
more
split? It only reacted for
and
like a
ensuring
day.
that people, particularly in policy,
That used to be really good, though. People used to love it.
aren't unaccountable to the wishes of the administration.
And the reason for this was what? Whose idea was that?
James Shirk, who's here from Domestic Policy Council, can
Would
speak
you like
to
to
that.
say something? Come on. You did a great job on this. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. It's been a long-standing problem that it's almost impossible to fire a federal employee, even in cases of serious misconduct. And as a result, if you have employees who are trying to undermine the wishes of the American people by pushing their own agenda or just incompetent in what they're doing, agencies have a long-standing difficult time getting rid of them. And that's a particular problem if you're in a senior policy influencing role where you're controlling the policies of the entire agency. What this does is basically treats those employees like private sector workers. They're going to be hired on the basis of merit and competence, but if they're messing up, then they can be removed quickly rather than taking a year or longer to get rid of them.
That's great. And you were very much involved in it?
I was, sir.
This guy's central casting. Tell him. He's like perfectly casted. You
Crowd already came out, yeah.
Were you nervous?
They just announced the stock split. Again, it was a big raise. It was just, again,
Would anybody else like to say
slightly
anything?
above the expected range.
About either one?
So again, that's what happened with Paul Walto. They beat and raised, but the bar is
You need
high.
help him? You don't have to.
But Chad, I gotta go.
Great job. Go ahead, please.
I love you all. You'll have to get Broadcom on your own, but again, who knows by the time we wake up. But follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will post the long-term play today. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. There is no watch list for the locked in, so all of you are getting what's it called? All of you are getting the long term. So I will see you in the AM, and know that the Lord is with you. But I hope you're with Him, and I hope you think about the future and become something. Be inspired to become something. Okay. And remember, there's no finish line. So know that and know why we're here every day and why we keep going. and why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friends, you are in the present, you are the seed in the destiny. All right now, baby. God bless God, and God bless the future. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Charadonia. God bless you all. I hope you had a wonderful day. We'll see what happens after all this. We'll find out. I got to get going. Enjoy your evening, baby. Enjoy it. Get some rest, and see you in the morning. Goodbye. You guys don't forget about me, huh? Hey, I'm trying to bring border executive order right to border. Yeah, fuck yeah, I love the long term. What you buy, Josh? I heard Josh bought for the long term.